Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551 Lin Ziner. In the ancient country of Yi, Lingshuang and Qin Wentian accompanied the emperor for a few more days until the emperor's injuries recovered, and Qin Wentian and others were ready to set off. Although there is still some time before the opening of the Xianwu realm, it is something to look forward to going to Xianwu city in advance to see the Xianjiao from all sides of the Huangji Holy Land. In the palace, the emperor looked at the group of young people in front of him. At this time, he restrained the domineering and majestic demeanor during the battle, and was just a gentle elder. When I see you, I will think of my past. The years have changed, and 100 years have passed in a blink of an eye. You are now in your prime, so don't waste your good years. Who hasn't been young and frivolous? It's a pity that there is no chance to do it again, otherwise I will be crazier than I was back then. The emperor said with a smile, and Qin Wentian and others smiled. The godfather is still as elegant as ever. That battle must have been heard by the world. He killed the rebellious princes and beheaded the strong men of the Purple Thunder sect in the palace. What a style, much crazier than us. Qin Wentian said with a smile. I'm old. The human emperor smiled and shook his head. Wentian, are you really not considering it? The people who were secretly trained by Jiutian are all very powerful. If you want, I will give you some loyalty. Adoptive father, I am now out there, why do I need someone to protect me? If I need someone in the future, I will come to borrow soldiers from you. Qin Wentian smiled. Maybe one day when he returns to Daxia, he will need to borrow the power under the command of the human emperor to sweep all the forces in Daxia. Of course, he is not in a hurry now. If he does not have enough ability, it will be useless to borrow the strong men of Yegao. He must first enter the realm of celestial phenomena and then overthrow the Daxia dynasty. Since you say so, when you are out there in the future, come back to see me with King Chang and Lingshuang when you have time. This Yegao is your home. The human emperor said again. He and Qin Wentian have a good temperament. They accepted Qin Wentian as their adopted son. Both of them have no utilitarian heart. They know this in their hearts. If Qin Wentian is willing, he doesn't mind passing Yegao to Qin Wentian. This is because Qin Wentian said that he is not interested in this, and the human emperor will not force it. Of course I won't be polite to my adoptive father. Qin Wentian said cheerfully, adoptive father, we'll say goodbye today, and I'll drink and talk with you someday. Well, when you and King Chang get married someday, you must send an invitation to your kingdom, otherwise don't blame me for not recognizing you as your adopted son. How could that be? I also want to ask my adoptive father to officiate my wedding. Seeing the human emperor's pretended angry expression, Qin Wentian smiled. If he and King Chang got married, how could he not invite the human emperor to go? Haha, don't fool me. The human emperor laughed, then turned his head to look at Jiutian behind him, and said, you escort Wentian and Lingshuang and others to Xianwu city, and you must guard them until they come out. Yes. Jiutian bowed and replied, and Qin Wentian and the others did not refuse. This trip to the Xianwu realm was turbulent, and there were many people from powerful forces. Those princes and princesses of ancient countries, the Xianjiao of the great families, and the saints and daughters of ancient religions were all extremely noble in status and position, and they would not care about the ordinary disciples of this Hanjian sect. If there was a fight outside, no one would show mercy. There is another very important point. When they enter the Xianwu realm and compete with the Xianjiao in the Xianwu realm, their hands must be stained with the blood of some powerful children. Every time they go out of the Xianwu realm, there will often be a big battle, and the major forces will take precautions. Okay, let's go. Human Emperor Qin stood with his hands behind his back, his black hair flying. Everyone bowed to the human emperor, and then his figure flashed, and they all took off into the air, driving an ancient void sail, which was a divine weapon for transportation. The speed was extremely fast. Everyone on this trip stood on the ancient void sail and rushed into the high clouds in an instant. The sun shone down from the sky. Qin Wentian looked back at the magnificent ancient palace. Human Emperor Qin still stood there with a smile, watching them go. Looking at the human emperor and the ancient palace, Qin Wentian was filled with emotion. This trip to your kingdom touched him a lot, and also strengthened his belief in pursuing martial arts. Even at this moment, the battle with the human emperor was still vivid in his mind. This is the world of martial arts, the world of the strong, where the winners are kings and the losers are bandits. The human emperor has never provoked others, but as the human emperor of an ancient country, he has tremendous power and precious treasures, which has become the reason why he is coveted by others. With the overwhelming combat power of the human emperor, he was still forced to this point. If the poison in his body had not been removed, the fate of the human emperor's lineage can be imagined. Turning his eyes, Qin Wentian looked up and looked at the scorching sun hanging high in the sky. His eyes flashed with brilliance, as if engraved with unparalleled firm belief. The Xianwu realm is located in the northwest of the Huangji Holy Land. The Xianwu realm opens once every 10 years and has been in the Huangji Holy Land for 10,000 years. With the passage of time, a vast city rose from the ground outside the once barren Xianwu realm. It is now the Xianwu city. Now this Xianwu city has become an ancient city, revealing the ancient vicissitudes of life, but it is still majestic and has experienced countless hardships. There is a joke that this ancient Xianwu city witnessed a rise and fall of the people in the Huangji Holy Land. Although there is an element of exaggeration, it is true. Many of the people who are influential in the Huangji Holy sect have left their footprints in this ancient Xianwu city and stepped into the Xianwu world. Now, the 10-year deadline has come again. The ancient city of Xianwu city has once again welcomed countless strong people. The whole city is full of people, which is completely different from the usual quietness. In the sky above the ancient city, monsters are rampant, and even many rare monsters have appeared. The fierce and terrifying aura is surging and crisscrossing the sky, and some monsters are even just mounts. On the ancient road of Xianwu city, in the void, people come and go, and there is an endless stream. At this moment, in a void, there was a roar that crushed the sky, making a terrible rumbling sound. A terrible breath filled the sky and shocked countless figures. They all looked up at the void, and saw a group of strong men riding on various ferocious ancient monsters, with a mighty and terrifying power. In the middle of the people and monsters, there was a terrifying monster, fierce and unparalleled, with a pair of blood-red eyes, which could make people tremble with fear at a glance. This monster was huge, dark, but faintly reflected a bright light, making people feel extremely dangerous. Its claws were sharp and could easily tear the mountains apart. Blood-eyed demon wolf. Everyone's heart trembled, and they thought of a monster. This monster looked like a wolf, but its body was more terrifying and huge than a tiger or leopard, full of power, and filled with the aura of a king. This blood-eyed demon wolf was pulling a void chariot, and it was unknown what kind of person was sitting inside. This is someone from the western region's Taiyao cult. It is rumored that the holy son of the Taiyao cult is extremely talented and can make all the monsters submit. He has an extraordinary talent for taming beasts and is a strong contender for the next generation of the Taiyao cult leader. The holy son of the Taiyao cult is also said to be entering the immortal martial realm. It seems that he has arrived. A voice came out, making everyone's heart tremble. The western region's Taiyao cult is an extremely dangerous ancient sect with terrifying strength. They are rampant in the vast demon area of the western regions, and no one dares to provoke them. 10 miles away, in the void, there is also a line of terrifying figures. They are all wearing golden armor and holding golden spears. The light is dazzling. Wherever they pass, everyone looks up. These people are the strong men of the Huangji Holy Domain Golden Ancient Country. They are good at attacking and have terrifying fighting power. In another place, above the clouds, 9 dragons were flying in the sky, pulling a dragon chariot. Wherever they passed, everyone retreated. Wherever the figures on the dragon chariot passed, no one dared to look them in the eye. These people were from the Demon Dragon Island, a dominant force in a sea area in the Huangji Holy Land. They were rampant in an area of the sea, and no one could compete with them. In addition, many terrorist forces have arrived or are on the way. The 9 major sects belonging to the Huangji Holy sect have all come, and they have come in different batches, such as Qin Wentian and the others from the Jiutian sect. The rest of the Jiutian sect will definitely come here one after another. Any major force has countless disciples. The sect will not require you to enter the Xianwu realm. Everyone goes there voluntarily. The shocking scenes that everyone can see, such as the people of the Taiyao sect and the ancient Golden Country, are only because of the appearance of important figures, such as the Holy Son of the Taiyao sect and the Prince of the ancient Golden Country, that there will be such a scene. At this time, in an elegant restaurant in Xianwu city, Qin Wentian and his group sat by the window. Qin Wentian, Yiling Shuang, Mo Qingcheng, Qiaoyu and several beauties from Yaohurong Valley sat at one table, and the rest sat at separate tables. Looking outside, occasionally looking into the void, Qin Wentian's eyes always had a faint smile. It had been 3 days since they came to Xianwu City. They stayed at a nearby inn. Occasionally, they would stroll around Xianwu City and eat some snacks in the restaurant when they were tired. They were free and happy, but every time they saw the shocking scene in the void, Qin Wentian's heart would be moved. In the near future, he would compete with these people in the Xianwu world. As the saying goes, beauty is a feast for the eyes, and junior brother Qin knows how to enjoy it. At this time, a voice came from the table next to him. It turned out that Liu Yan was envious and jealous when he saw Qin Wentian sitting at the same table with the beauties, and sighed. Sometimes he also wanted to join in the fun, but Ling Shuang and Qiaoyu's eyes were enough to force him back. Nowadays, there are so many beauties in Xianwu City. Even in the restaurant, you can see beauties passing by at any time. How can senior brother Liu Yan be lonely? Qin Wentian said with a faint smile. Not long ago, a group of heroic beauties passed by the restaurant. Liu Yan whistled and attracted many murderous looks. If it weren't for the fact that Xianwu City is now full of powerful people, no one dared to cause trouble easily. I'm afraid those women would really attack Liu Yan. Speaking of beauties, we have to mention the fairy cult. I heard that the fairy cult fairy, who dares to claim to be the most beautiful woman in the royal Holy Land, has arrived in Xianwu City. Junior brother Qin, should we go and see the excitement? Liu Yan's eyes flashed when he mentioned the fairy cult. What fairy cult? They are clearly a group of witches. Besides, who doesn't know that Lin Xianer has a face that can cause chaos and the ability to charm people's minds? There are countless men under her skirt. If you want to degenerate into a plaything of that witch, just do it yourself. Why bother to drag Wentian into it? Ling Shuang frowned, as if she was very afraid of the fairy cult. Haha, I just want to test junior brother Qin. Lin Xianer of the fairy cult dares to claim to be the most beautiful woman in the world, but how can the saint's face be worse than hers? Liu Yan said with a smile. Although King Cheng's face is definitely not inferior to that witch, don't you know that the witch is best at confusing people's minds? How many geniuses in the royal saint domain have been fascinated by her? You actually want to get close to her. Besides, don't think I don't know that the witch Lin Xianer has spread that anyone with the immortal martial realm order can become her lover. You want to use junior brother Qin? Ling Shuang stared at Liu Yan and said. Qin Wentian was somewhat curious when he saw Ling Shuang's alert look. It turned out that Lin Xianer from the fairy cult had such magical powers that even a beauty like Ling Shuang was so afraid of her. Chapter 552, The Beauty of Misfortune. Mo Qingcheng sat beside Qin Wentian. Seeing Qin Wentian's twinkling eyes, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. She lightly touched Qin Wentian's arm. Seeing Qin Wentian looking at her, Mo Qingcheng curled her lips and said, Do you want to meet the most beautiful woman in the world? Oh. Qin Wentian blinked when he saw Mo Qingcheng's eyes. He did have such a thought, but he didn't have any special ideas. He just wanted to see what kind of person this most beautiful woman in the world that made women afraid was. Seeing that Qin Wentian didn't answer, Mo Qingcheng's little hand quietly moved to Qin Wentian's thigh and pinched it hard, making Qin Wentian smile bitterly. Women are indeed born jealous, but for a beauty like Mo Qingcheng, it must be said that her angry expression when she is jealous is extremely beautiful, which made Ling Shuang on the opposite side stunned. Then she looked at Qin Wentian with a half-smile. Since Wentian wants to go with Liu Yan. I'll wait for you here with Qingcheng. Ling Shuang curled her lips, causing Qin Wentian to smile bitterly. Sister Ling Shuang, don't add insult to injury like this. The beauties beside him all laughed. Looking at the beautiful scenery here, Liu Yan's eyes were straight, and he became more envious and jealous of Qin Wentian. Now the women in Yaohurong Valley have a better impression of Qin Wentian than before. In Yeguo, Qin Wentian's anger for his beloved, breaking into the Qin mansion, and then violently killing Yikongfen had already shocked the Yeguo imperial city and washed away the humiliation for Mo Qingcheng. Yikongfen's slander had long been self-defeating. On the contrary, what Qin Wentian did for Mo Qingcheng became a good story and was mentioned by many people. In addition to the shocking battle in the Yeguo palace, the prestige of the human emperor Yikongfen in Yeguo is now at its peak, and Qin Wentian, the adopted son of the human emperor, is also very famous in Yeguo. All the people in Yaohurong Valley saw these things, and gradually they no longer had the intention to resist Qin Wentian. Besides, the relationship between the two had been inseparable for a long time, and they were probably married, and it could not be changed. Sister Ling Shuang, you know that he is used to being a playboy, and there has never been a lack of beauties around him. I know there is a kinger, who also has a peerless beauty. After Mo Qingchang met Qin Wentian, her mood gradually became much more cheerful, as if she had returned to the past. Of course, this was only in front of close people. Qingcheng, you know. Yiling Shuang's beautiful eyes flashed. She had seen Kinger before. Her temperament like an iceberg snow lotus was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Ahem. Qin Wentian was so depressed. Yiling Shuang was too naive. As expected, Mo Qingcheng looked at Qin Wentian with a smile, which made Qin Wentian smile bitterly. Qingcheng, I have already confessed it. Several sharp eyes shot from the opposite side. Qin Wentian looked up and saw that several women from Yaohurong Valley looked unfriendly. This bastard has a woman like the saint as his wife, and he actually has beautiful women to accompany him outside? Humph. Mo Qingcheng snorted arrogantly. Qin Wentian felt that he could not sit here any longer. These women were too powerful. Besides, he and Kinger were innocent. Sister Ling Shuang, let's go to the inn and go with them to see the most beautiful woman in the world. Mo Qingcheng said to Yiling Shuang, and then the group of women actually got up and left. However, Mo Qingcheng turned her head to look at Qin Wentian, showed him a touching smile, and advised, be careful outside, don't let the beauty seduce you to lose your soul. After that, she left with Yiling Shuang and others. Looking at Mo Qingcheng's back, Qin Wentian felt warm in his heart. He knew that this girl was not angry, but was just deliberately teasing him. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian said fiercely in his heart, see how I will deal with you later. Qin Wentian couldn't help showing a bit of smugness. Junior brother Qin, you are smiling so obscenely, what are you thinking about? Liu Yan's voice came, making Qin Wentian glare at this guy. The saint is really considerate. She actually let you go to see the most beautiful woman in the world. I don't know when I can have such a marriage. Liu Yan sighed again. Okay, stop arguing, let's go now. Duan Han interrupted the two, causing Qin Wentian and Liu Yan to look at him and ask at the same time, where are we going? Of course, we're going to see the most beautiful woman in the world. This is also a kind of experience. Duan Han was stunned and then spoke. Qin Wentian, Liu Yan and others blinked their eyes, and then saw Duan Han wave his hand, his figure flashed, and he smiled slightly, hiding his merits and fame. Yes, experience, experience. The brothers looked at each other and then laughed. It turned out that brother Duan Han was the one who hid his talents. Xianbo Pavilion, surrounded by ancient buildings, gathered many young talents. The lingering sound of the piano sounded in this space, which was really wonderful. This sound of the piano penetrated into people's hearts and could leave a deep impression in people's hearts. On the Xianbo Pavilion, many masked women stood there, guarding the ancient pavilion and not letting people get close. In the distance, a group of figures walked over. They were Qin Wentian and other people from the sword sect. They walked slowly, as if they were all intoxicated by the sound of the piano, and their eyebrows seemed to have something on their minds. Lin Ziner is proficient in music, and her piano music is enchanting. I thought it was a song that would fascinate people, but I didn't expect that the piano music is so elegant, without any lascivious music. I underestimated this most beautiful woman in the world. Qin Wentian thought to himself. On the way, he heard his brothers talking about the fairy sect. The fairy sect is a large sect in the East. It only accepts female disciples, and first looks at their appearance, then their martial arts talent. Therefore, all the people in the fairy sect are born beautiful. The current leader of the fairy sect has caused a sensation in the Huangji Holy Land for hundreds of years. I don't know how many heroes in the Huangji Holy Land have had relationships with her, leaving many rumors. For example, Nanguangzu of the Nanguang family in the eastern region, who was extremely talented, was chosen as the head of the Nanguang family. He was admired by countless outstanding women, and there were countless people willing to marry him. However, he gave up everything for the leader of the fairy cult. This incident caused an uproar in the eastern region. The Nanguang family even fought a war with the fairy cult, with heavy casualties, and vowed to let the fairy cult hand over people, but Nanguangzu was willing to stand on the side of the fairy cult and face the Nanguang family. In the end, the two major forces stopped fighting, and the Nanguang family expelled Nanguangzu from the family. Since then, Nanguangzu has never appeared again. It is said that he has become the protector of the current leader of the fairy cult. However, even now, No one has heard of who the leader of the fairy cult really married. Some people say that the fairies of the fairy cult are demons who seduce people with their beauty and their bodies. Some people also say that in fact, although the fairies of the fairy cult have a bad reputation, they are all chaste. Although they have had scandals with many outstanding figures, it has never been confirmed that anyone has really got them. Today's fairy Lin Ziner is no less beautiful than the fairy leader of the past. She is even more beautiful than the leader. She is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Now she starts to walk around the royal Holy Land. Who knows how much waves she will stir up. Qin Wentian walked slowly. The sound of the piano penetrated into their hearts. It had a wonderful charm that could evoke their thoughts and make them feel a little sad. It was so natural and silent. I only heard the sound of the piano. Although I have never seen it, I feel like a confidant. It brings us closer to each other, as if we have known each other for a long time. Such means are really amazing. Duanhan muttered to himself, but it spoke to everyone's heart. The air is filled with a light fragrance, imperceptibly, silently, so natural, yet refreshing, making people itch and unable to resist wanting to see her. Li Yuan took a deep breath, revealing an intoxicated expression. Qin Wentian also smelled this fragrance, a light and elegant fragrance, so natural, blending into the air, yet so intoxicating. What kind of flower fragrance is this? Qin Wentian couldn't help asking. Female fragrance. Li Yuan responded, Lin Ziner has a star soul, which is an alien star soul, a plant star soul. This fragrance comes from the star soul. It can intoxicate and confuse people. Junior brother Qin should be careful. As they were talking, Qin Wentian and the others flashed and descended over an ancient building, looking towards Xianbo Pavilion. There were already many young figures on the top of the ancient buildings around Fenbo Pavilion. These people all had extraordinary temperaments. They stood there quietly, but they all gave people an extraordinary feeling. They were obviously outstanding figures. Without exception, they all looked at the ancient pavilion in front of them. There was a curtain on Xianbo Pavilion, blocking everyone's sight. The sound of the zither came from behind the curtain. Through the thin curtain, it seemed that a beautiful figure was sitting and playing the zither. The graceful 10 fingers slid on the zither, and every movement seemed to be able to move people's hearts. Just looking at the vague shadow, you can feel how attractive this woman is. There was no noisy sound in this silent space. Until the end of the song, everyone felt a sense of loss in their hearts. Huh? Someone let out a long breath and sighed. The fairy's music is exquisite, enough to make people fall in love with her. You are too kind, King Tong. A voice came, soft and yet crisp and pleasant, as if even the voice of this woman was so perfect, and every part of her was full of temptation. Since we are here, why don't you show up and see the fairy, and don't let us down? Shuang Tong spoke again. It turned out that this person was Shuang Tong, the prince of the great Shuang dynasty that Qin Wentian had seen in Zhuanwang City. At this time, he was not arrogant at all, and was approachable. This temperament was completely different from that person. Just because of the different people he faced, his attitude and temperament changed accordingly. It should be so. A beautiful voice came out, and then the curtains flew away with the wind, and flew to both sides. Then a figure was imprinted in the eyes of the crowd. The figure slowly raised his head, and just one glance made people feel a tremor in their hearts. Qin Wentian's heart also trembled violently, and then he bit his lips lightly, and there was a trace of cold sweat on his back. Lin Ziner looked into the distance with her beautiful eyes. Her perfect face had no flaws. But even such a woman gave people a feeling of weakness and was so charming that people could not help but feel pity for her and wanted to protect her from any harm. However, Lin Ziner was the future leader of the fairy cult. How could she be weak? Such temptation was silent and entered people's hearts. How could people not feel terrible? Beauty is a disaster, and it brings disaster to the country and the people. This is probably how to describe such a woman. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553 Super Powerful Illusion. In the Xianbo Pavilion, the breeze blew, ruffling the long hair of the weak woman. Lin Ziner was different from what Qin Wentian had imagined. Before coming here, he had heard people's comments on the fairy cult, and Qin Wentian thought that this would be a woman who was good at seduction, with charming eyes, and her every frown and smile would make people fall in love with her. But the truth was completely opposite to what Qin Wentian thought. Lin Zainer's piano sound was so elegant and clear, like a trickle, as if it could enter people's hearts. She was charming, without any seductiveness, and her eyes were so clean and thorough, as if from her eyes you could see the strength and fragility deep in her heart. This was the first time Qin Wentian had seen such a woman, as if she was different from all the women in the world. Her eyes, fragile, carried her own perseverance. Not only Qin Wentian, but everyone else's eyes also trembled, and it was obvious that they also felt a strong contrast in their hearts. Many of them were proud and noble, and came here with a proud heart. They did not come to conquer Lin Zainer, but just wanted to see what kind of ability this fairy of the fairy cult had. How could she be able to charm the proud and approach their tough hearts? They all thought that they were so determined that they could not be seduced by the charm of a mere beauty. Therefore, these proud people came with a teasing mentality, and they wanted to see how this woman could charm them. In the end, they undoubtedly lost, and lost miserably. Lin Zainer never showed any intention of confusing them from beginning to end, even though she was so delicate and weak that she always had her own pride. Taking a deep breath, these proud people secretly felt ashamed in their hearts. Qin Wentian came here with similar thoughts as others, but the more so, the more shocked he was. Just one glance, this woman made them feel so emotional. You have come from afar, Zainer is here to greet you. Lin Zainer smiled lightly, her smile was still so pure and peaceful, it made people feel a little lonely, as if she was born like this. The fairy really opened my eyes, just one look, it's worth the trip. Shang Tong sighed, admiring from the bottom of his heart, and there was a bit of apology in his words. Lin Zainer, you are really amazing, as soon as you show up, you make these geniuses speechless. A voice came from a distance, and then a terrible demonic aura filled the air. In that direction, a terrifying big demon blood-eyed demon wolf pulled a void chariot, howling in the air, and descended into this space a moment later. A loud bang was heard, and the chariot was directly torn into pieces. A young man who was extremely weird but extremely domineering walked out and walked on the back of the big demon blood-eyed demon wolf, with outstanding grace. The holy son of the great demon realm. Everyone looked at this young man and felt secretly in their hearts. This holy son of the great demon realm is an extremely powerful figure. However, Lin Zainer just glanced at him casually, and said slowly, today, many of the geniuses who came here must have wanted to see Zainer make fun of them. In this case, I will give you another song, and I hope you will accept it. As soon as these words came out, Lin Zainer's temperament changed suddenly. With a proud air, she stroked the guqin with her 10 fingers, and said again, irrelevant people are advised to leave quickly to avoid Zainer hurting you by mistake. Fairy, you are so arrogant. Another figure came out, and everyone looked towards the top of a building in the north, where a figure in green stood with flying long hair. He was extremely handsome and obviously a person of extraordinary status. He was definitely a genius from a major sect in the Huangji Holy Land. Zainer, let's see today which of the present Xianjiao can rank higher on the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm. Lin Zainer said lightly, and then the sound of the piano suddenly sounded, as if there were light curtains flowing from Lin Zainer's 10 fingers and spreading towards the distance. The moment the piano sounded, the whole space suddenly became quiet, as if it was instantly immersed in that artistic conception. Quiet and peaceful, as if it brought people into an ethereal artistic conception. Qin Wentian listened quietly, and soon, he actually had an illusion that only he and Lin Zainer were left in this space. Lin Zainer sat there playing the piano, and he listened to the music opposite Lin Zainer. There were only the two of them in the world. Illusion. Qin Wentian's heart was as clear as a mirror. The sound of the piano actually brought him into an illusion. He did not deliberately break free from this illusion. From what Lin Zainer said, it seemed that she wanted to compete with everyone, so he would see what Lin Zainer had. The sound of the piano was so graceful and moving. Qin Wentian accompanied her like this, listening to her music all the time, deeply immersed in it, as if a long time had passed, supporting each other, and staying together. This kind of feeling is simple and without any impurities. The piano music completely brought him into a peaceful world, leaving behind all the troubles and disputes in the world. Only the beauty played, and this kind of spiritual liberation was so relaxed and beautiful. Qin Wentian felt as if he had been with Lin Zainer for a long time. Neither of them spoke, but they seemed to have a sense of confidence. Just a piece of piano music brought people into this state. Sir, you can talk to me. I can hear your voice. Lin Ziner looked up at Qin Wentian and said with a smile, which made Qin Wentian's heart tremble violently, looking at that face. Fairy, what a powerful illusion. Qin Wentian seemed to really speak in this illusion, and his heart was even more shocked. He had a dream in the Great Xia Imperial Mausoleum at the beginning, and he couldn't tell whether it was true or false. Now, this illusion also had the feeling of that day, which shows how powerful it is. But it's not difficult for you to escape. Lin Ziner said with a smile, I haven't asked for your name yet. Qin Wentian. So it's the young Master Qin who broke the record of sword breaking in this Hanjian sect. Young Master Qin has a saint as his wife. No wonder he has no sympathy for Ziner's body. And his mind is so strong. He must have experienced similar illusions. Lin Ziner said again, as if she could see through Qin Wentian. I once experienced a dream, which was stronger than the fairy's illusion. Qin Wentian did not hide it. So that's it. Young Master Qin had no reputation in the royal Holy Land in the past, but he suddenly rose to prominence and won the heart of the saint. He must have come from afar. To get to this point, I don't know how many hardships he has experienced. No wonder his mind is so strong. How can those ordinary powerful geniuses be compared? Lin Ziner's voice was sincere, as if they met too late. Fairy, you are too kind. There are countless geniuses in the great sects of the Imperial Holy Land. Although Qin Wu will never belittle himself, he dare not look down on the heroes of the world. For example, the fairy has opened Qin's eyes. Qin Wentian said sincerely. Among these people, Ziner is quite congenial to Mr. Qin, but if one day we have to fight, how can we bring ourselves to do it? After Lin Ziner finished speaking, the music changed. The peaceful and harmonious melody disappeared completely, but there was a faint sense of killing, as if a confidant had become an enemy and had to fight, full of helplessness. Fairy's words are so confident. Are you sure you can beat Qin? Qin Wentian said. Lin Ziner actually said that she couldn't bear to attack him. This kind of pride did not seem to come from the mouth of that weak woman. Lin Ziner did not respond. The sound of the piano became more and more urgent, like a violent storm, and the iron cavalry was galloping. The world was suddenly shrouded in the meaning of killing. Qin Wentian only felt that the whole space of heaven and earth was full of killing. The weak woman still lowered her head and played a song of killing. Young master, be careful. Lin Ziner said lightly. In an instant, in the sound of the piano, a series of terrifying killing blades burst out, silently and as fast as lightning, stabbing Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's aura burst out, and his temperament suddenly changed. He raised his hand and blasted out a dragon seal. In an instant, the dragon roared, and the sharp blade rolled back. At the same time, Qin Wentian stepped out, and the sword energy whistled in an instant. The terrifying sword power filled the sky and the earth, and stepped towards Lin Ziner. He was also a very decisive person. Since Lin Ziner intended to test him, he would directly take action. Every step he took was filled with overwhelming sword energy, but Lin Ziner's music became more and more urgent, and it was overwhelming. Qin Wentian felt as if he was enveloped by a mysterious force, and his whole body was filled with an extremely painful feeling, but his eyes were extremely tenacious, and every step he took was filled with overwhelming sword power. Lin Ziner stood up, and a strange light enveloped her body. Her figure flickered, and the other party's body was actually split into two, and then separated again. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ziner's figure was everywhere around, and every Lin Ziner was playing the piano. Qin Wentian felt that his will was confused and he was about to fall into it. So powerful. Qin Wentian's blood roared, and a vertical eye appeared between his eyebrows, and the light shone past. He stretched out his palm, and the blood-colored Fangbian Huoji condensed and came into being, revealing overwhelming blood power. Bang! The sword energy in the sky raged out, turning into a violent storm. The endless sword power seemed to fall from the sky, tearing away at Lin Ziner's clones. Buzz! Lin Ziner's many figures waved their palms at the same time. On the Guqin, strands of killing light like thin silver needles stabbed towards Qin Wentian, as if there was nowhere to hide. Kill! Qin Wentian used the 7 killing sword technique to the extreme. With a step, the sword sound raged in the air, and Lin Ziner's body seemed to be torn apart at the same time, but at this moment, a figure came from the sky. Qin Wentian seemed to have eyes on his head. He stepped on the ground and the blood-colored Fangbian Huoji rushed out angrily. At this moment, the Fangbian Huoji was silent and fast as lightning. Puff! Lin Ziner's body was directly pierced, but at the same moment, a terrible sense of crisis came, and a palm fell directly behind Qin Wentian. Starlight burst out, the stars shifted, Qin Wentian's figure disappeared directly, turned into a residual shadow and went forward, the Fangbian Huiji in his hand stabbed forward, unstoppable. The position he attacked was the position where Lin Xianer was sitting when she played the piano, but there was no one there at the moment. Behind Qin Wentian, Lin Xianer's figure stood, seemed to show a look of surprise, and a sharp light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a wave of fluctuations in the empty place, and then Lin Xianer's figure appeared again, and she quickly retreated. She appeared, but the Fangbian Huiji seemed to have disappeared. Only a light sound was heard, and Lin Xianer in the back showed a look of shock, and then turned into air and dissipated directly, and in front, at the heart of Lin Xianer, a blood-red Fangbian Huiji appeared there. Lin Xianer, who was stabbed, looked up at Qin Wentian and then smiled. "How did you find out, Mr. Qin? The fairy's illusion is too amazing." Qin Wentian sighed, but did not respond to the other party's words. His perception was so strong that he could spy on Luo when he was in the Yuanfu realm in the past, but today he was almost deceived by Lin Xianer. The moment Lin Xianer stood up, she was using his own eyes to deceive his perception. "But I still lost." Lin Xianer smiled, and suddenly, everything disappeared. Qin Wentian found that he was still standing in the same place, and Lin Xianer was still sitting on the Xianbo pavilion, as if everything just now was just a dream. Not only Qin Wentian, but everyone woke up at this time and got out of the illusion. They were all extremely shocked in their hearts. Some Xianjiao characters even had blood on their mouths and their faces were pale. Several of the disciples of this Hanjian sect beside Qin Wentian were pale and ashamed. This made Qin Wentian understand that Lin Xianer had fought with all the Xianjiao characters at the same time. "The outcome has not yet been decided. Why are you withdrawing, fairy?" The saint of the great demon sect was full of vigor and fighting spirit, as if he had not fought enough. "Xianer has already lost a battle," Lin Xianer said slowly, and then her eyes fell on Qin Wentian. "The envoy of the immortal martial realm has a sharp eye. Among all the geniuses here, young Master Qin is the best." Chapter 554, A Confidant. As soon as Lin Xianer finished speaking, a series of extremely sharp eyes shot towards Qin Wentian, and the terrifying pressure fell madly. At least more than 10 Xianjiao characters gathered on the ancient buildings around here. They were all arrogant and conceited. Hearing that Lin Xianer, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the world, was in Xianbo Pavilion, they wanted to see what kind of woman Lin Xianer was, and dared to cause trouble to the Xianjiao. This time, Lin Xianer left a deep impression on them. In the battle in the illusion just now, they seemed to have the same cultivation. Several Xianjiao characters were defeated by Lin Xianer, and they were even more shocked. They thought that this would be a delicate woman who only relied on the power of charm to seduce men, but they didn't expect that the other party was so outstanding, and soon left an indelible impression on them. But at this moment, Lin Xianer's words undoubtedly made everyone feel ashamed. Among the Xianjiao here, Qin Gongzi is the first. Who is this Qin Gongzi, who dares to claim to be the first among them? I have never heard of a person named Qin among the Xiangang realm Xianjiao of the royal Holy Land. Who is this young Master Qin that the fairy is talking about? The holy son of the great demon sect glanced at Qin Wentian, with a demonic aura and a fierce fighting spirit. Then he looked at Lin Xianer again, as if he wanted to see whether the other party was true or false. In the battle in the illusion just now, he did not win, but fought evenly. The opponent's illusion was amazing, and the clones seemed to be endless and elusive. In the sword sect, the 14 swords of the sword were unleashed, and the Yi Kingdom Palace was angry for the beauty. Who else is there except young Master Qin who crossed the border to kill Yi Kongfen? Lin Xianer said with a smile, looking at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was a little unhappy. After all, Lin Xianer's words pushed him to the forefront, but he saw that Lin Xianer's eyes were sincere, without any false feelings, as if her words came from the heart, and coupled with her face that brought chaos to all living beings, it really made people unable to hate her at all. Yi Kongfen of Yi Kingdom is such a genius that killing him can be considered an achievement. The saint son of Taiyao sect said proudly. He didn't even look at Qin Wentian, but said coldly, "The number one mentioned by the fairy, it's easy for me to kill him. Saint son, your cultivation is equivalent to Yi Kongfen, and you are a person at the peak of the 7th level of Xiangang. If you are 2 levels lower, I wonder if you dare to be so shameless." Lin Xianer immediately showed a trace of disappointment when she heard the arrogant words of the saint son of Taiyao sect, and said lightly, What I call the number one is only the number one in talent, not the combat effectiveness of you. What the fairy said is too ridiculous. People in martial arts don't compare combat effectiveness. What else can they compare? Will others deliberately suppress their realm to let you do it when they fight? Seeing that Lin Xianer's tone was extremely impolite, the saint son of Taiyao sect suddenly raised his voice, revealing a sense of proud anger. If the saint son wants to make such a specious argument, I have nothing to say. If that's the case, I'm afraid that the saint son won't even be ranked among the geniuses who have entered the Xianwu realm this time. What kind of genius is he? What's the use of the Xianwu realm stone tablet ranking? Lin Xianer spoke bluntly and actually argued with the saint son of the Taiyao sect. A cold light flashed in the saint son of the Taiyao sect's face, and he said lightly, "The fairy really looks down on me when you say that. It's better to hear about me than to meet in person. As the saying goes, people with different paths cannot make plans together. The people I make friends with are all my confidants." Lin Xianer said coldly, and her meaning was self-evident. Although you are the saint son of the Taiyao realm, you are not the person I want to make friends with. Ho ha ho ha. The saint of the great demon sect laughed wildly. This laughter was like a howl, and it shook the world. His eyes suddenly turned and looked in the direction of Qin Wentian. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he opened his mouth and roared wildly. In an instant, the world shook. A bloody mouth appeared in the void, descending from the sky, suppressing Qin Wentian directly, trying to swallow him up. What a powerful beast roar! Everyone shuddered when they saw the demonic energy and the surging light curtain. Duan Han in front of Qin Wentian flashed a cold light in his eyes, and his palm slashed across. The black sword seemed to cover that piece of space, and actually cut the bloody mouth directly into two pieces. The aftermath was still shaking on the disciples of the sword sect, making their clothes rustle and ripped. The blood-eyed demon wolf, the saint of the great demon sect, looked over there coldly, as if it was shining with surging blood, which was shocking. The number one among all the geniuses here. The saint of the great demon cult stopped roaring and swept towards Qin Wentian. His eyes were like a demon, domineering and sharp. Lin Xianer, after entering the Xianwu realm, I will make you, the number one beauty in the world, become my saint's female slave and enjoy you well. As for the number one you mentioned, you will become my mount. As soon as the words fell, the blood-eyed demon wolf under his seat shouted in a low voice, disappeared in an instant, and left this place directly, leaving only an extremely arrogant voice. How shameless. There was a cold light in Lin Xianer's cold eyes, and her fingers moved the strings of the zither, as if a ray of solemnity and killing was spreading out. Today I am glad to see the style of the fairy. I will have the opportunity to learn from you another day. See you in the Xianwu realm. A voice came out, and a young man floated away. In addition, the geniuses on the buildings left one after another. Lin Xianer said that Qin Wentian was the number one genius here, so it was naturally meaningless for them to stay here. Although they had a competitive heart, could they attack Qin Wentian directly? They were too fragile to do so. They would remember Lin Xianer's words. The ancient monument ranking list would witness everything. Shang Tong in the distance glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, and murderous intent flashed across his face. Then he also flashed and left temporarily. Qin Wentian was about to say goodbye and leave, but he saw Lin Xianer looking at him and smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, can you come to Xianbo Pavilion for a chat?" Qin Wentian looked at the smile on Lin Xianer's face with a slight gaze, then nodded slightly, and flashed towards Xianbo Pavilion. How come all the good things in the world are taken by him alone? Liu Yan said depressedly, but Duan Han's eyes flashed with a sharp color, and he whispered, "This woman is worthy of being a fairy from the fairy cult. Even if the battle just now continues, I can't beat her. Such a woman is not something that ordinary people can control." After saying that, Duan Han turned around and left. Although Lin Xianer was always polite and smiling, her conversation with the holy son of the great demon cult showed that she was arrogant in her weakness. The holy son of the great demon cult was not in her eyes at all. Only people like Qin Wentian who could defeat her in the illusion were qualified to approach her. Liu Yan and others also had a sense of dejection. Just now, they were all defeated by Lin Xianer in the illusion, so they naturally knew it and turned around and left. Only a shadow-like figure standing next to him stayed. The people of the Sword Clan ignored him. They knew that this tomb wind was like Qin Wentian's shadow, as if it didn't exist. At the Xianbo Pavilion, the curtain was drawn, and countless people suddenly felt lost, as if they had lost something. Lin Xianer was known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Her beauty could make people unforgettable at a glance. She looked weak and delicate, like a weak woman. Those Xianjiao figures still had the desire to protect her, let alone ordinary people. At this time, countless figures stood there, looking at the back behind the curtain, as if just looking quietly was beautiful. Lin Xiaoner changed her position, with her back to the curtain. In front of her was a lake. There were many ancient sailboats on the lake, all guarded by the people of the fairy cult. "What do you want, fairy?" Qin Wentian stood beside Lin Xiaoner and looked at Lin Xiaoner from a close distance. Qin Wentian felt the charm of this woman more clearly. Her soft and boneless skin and delicate eyes made people want to come forward and embrace her in their arms. The faint fragrance was filled with such elegance and nobleness. Puff. Lin Xiaoner smiled, as if 100 flowers were blooming, beautiful beyond description. Mr. Qin, why must you be so restrained? I treat you as my confidant. Please don't be too distant with me, or it will embarrass Xiaoner. Lin Xiaoner's every frown and smile was charming and natural, without any trace of charm in it. However, this kind of natural beauty was even more attractive. It was an unconscious natural charm. Her words and smile made Qin Wentian feel that the distance between them had shortened a lot. He looked at her a little dazed, shook his head and smiled. Fairies should know how charming you are. It's hard for you to be unrestrained. Really? Lin Xiaoner actually showed a shy look, then chuckled. Young Master Qin, just call me Xiaoner. As for charm, how does Xiaoner compare to the saint? In my heart, King Cheng is naturally the most beautiful, but if we only talk about attractive charm, I'm afraid the fairy is better and makes people can't help themselves. Qin Wentian said bluntly, Mo Qingcheng, the most beautiful woman in the country, her beauty is perfect and holy. She is cold in front of people and people dare not look directly at her, but Lin Xiaoner is different. She makes people have a strong desire to protect her and want to get close to her. Young Master is also an infatuated man, but if the saint knew that young Master was here, she would probably call me a witch. Lin Xiaoner said with a smile, and then she played the piano with her 10 fingers. The melodious sound of the piano came out again. The melody was light and beautiful. Unconsciously, Qin Wentian was intoxicated by it. Listening to the piano music, it seemed that he forgot the time. The sun was setting in the west, and the night fell. A full moon hung in the sky, and the moonlight fell on the quiet lake. With the lingering sound of the piano, it was even more beautiful. Qin Wentian listened to the music, and he seemed to remember every bit of himself and Mo Qingcheng, and occasionally thought of Kinger, the silly girl. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. This cheerful music seemed to be a heavenly sound given to lovers. Turning back, Qin Wentian glanced at Lin Xiaoner who was playing the piano beside him. Under the moonlight, it was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Lin Xiaoner seemed to sense his gaze and also looked at Qin Wentian. She smiled again and said to Qin Wentian, I see the peaceful smile on Mr. Qin's face. He must love his wife very much. If the saint lady misunderstands Mr. Qin, remember to tell the saint lady that everyone has misunderstood the fairy cult. Xiaoner is definitely not a womanizer. If she can't find a man who is willing to treat her wholeheartedly in the future, she will be single for life like Master. Qin Wentian's heart moved slightly. Could it be that the leader of the fairy cult never married just because she didn't find her ideal husband? A person like Nang Guangzhu couldn't make her heart move. It turned out that her heart was higher than the sky. What kind of man does the fairy want to find? Qin Wentian asked curiously. In my Huangji Holy Land, there are 8 young men in the Xiangang realm who suppressed an era. They must be stronger than young Master Qin. Xiaoner does not mean to underestimate you, but since these 8 people claim to be able to suppress an era, they must have amazing talents, and they are definitely not something that the Holy Son of the Taiyao sect can compete with. I wonder what kind of demeanor these 8 people have. Lin Xiaoner said with a smile. Qin Wentian did not care and said with a smile, Xiaoner is such a person, she will definitely find the one she loves. It's late, Xiaoner, I want to go back. Qin Wentian stood up. Lin Xiaoner smiled and nodded, young master, take care, remember to take Xiaoner to say hello to the holy lady. As she spoke, she blinked at Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian blush. He didn't know if Mo Qingcheng would be jealous. See you later. With a flash of his figure, Qin Wentian flew away. Lin Xiaoner looked at Qin Wentian's departing back with a faint smile on her lips. She took out a page of an ancient scroll with several names on it. Then, she picked up a pen and engraved the 3 words Qin Wentian. Chapter 555, Suppressing the Prodigy of the Era. Qin Wentian returned to the inn, but saw Mo Qingchang standing in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside. The moonlight reflected on her stunning face, like a fairy under the moon. "Qingcheng, are you waiting for me?" Qin Wentian walked behind Mo Qingcheng, stretched out his hands to hold Mo Qingcheng's slender waist. A gentle smile flashed across Mo Qingcheng's face, and her weak and boneless body leaned back slightly, leaning on Qin Wentian's body. Then she seemed to have thought of something, but revealed a coquettish look. "You are willing to come back after a long conversation with the most beautiful woman in the world?" Mo Qingcheng said faintly, as if she was a little jealous. Which woman in the world would not be jealous? Although Mo Qingcheng was a saint, she was not immune to this. Who made this young man the man she loved deeply? But she still would not interfere with Qin Wentian's affairs, as long as he was happy, otherwise she would not deliberately let him leave during the day. "No matter how beautiful you are, how can you be more beautiful than Qingcheng?" Qin Wentian hugged her body tightly, his face pressed against Mo Qingcheng's peerless face. Mo Qingcheng's mouth curled up slightly, and she was actually a little happy to hear Qin Wentian's sweet words. HMPH. With a proud snort, Mo Qingcheng turned her head slightly and leaned towards Qin Wentian's face. Their eyes met, with a bit of charming meaning. Mo Qingcheng's face flashed a touch of shyness, and she quickly moved her head away, her face still with a touching shyness. "How is the fairy taught by the fairy?" Mo Qingcheng asked softly. "A rare beauty, seemingly weak, but with a heart higher than the sky." Qin Wentian responded in a low voice. Mo Qingcheng heard this and her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. "Today, only you will become the guest of the curtain. You, the idiot, are the most valued by Lin Ziner. Doesn't it mean that in Lin Ziner's eyes, you will become a figure like Jiutian?" "Why, my idiot is not good enough," Qin Wentian said jokingly. "Okay, Lin Ziner has some taste." Mo Qingcheng blinked at Qin Wentian with a playful look. "Of course, don't you see who my wife is?" Qin Wentian said jokingly. Now in front of Mo Qingcheng, he would not have any restraint. This stunningly beautiful woman was the place where his soul rested. Mo Qingcheng could not resist Qin Wentian's teasing. She bumped Qin Wentian's body with her arm, and her face was even more charming, which made Qin Wentian's heart beat faster. "Lin Ziner is very proud. She told me that if she didn't meet a man who was loyal to her, she would never marry. She also revealed that the people she was paying attention to should be the 8 Xiangang realm beings who suppressed the era. I am not in the eyes of others," Qin Wentian said with a smile. Mo Qingcheng curled her lips, lowered her head slightly, looked up at Qin Wentian, and smiled softly. "Where are there so many people who can suppress the times? In the future, these people will compete with each other, and only 1 or 2 people can suppress the times in the end. This person is right in front of her, but she doesn't know it. She is really short-sighted." Qin Wentian saw the beautiful woman who was smiling with her head tilted up, and infinite tenderness surged in his heart. His lips moved forward and imprinted on her, causing Mo Qingcheng to blink her beautiful eyes and actually gave him the devil's hand. Then she felt her body lighten and was picked up by someone. This night was naturally incomparably wonderful. In the early morning, the gentle sunlight poured in through the window. Qin Wentian walked out of the inner room and saw the beautiful woman who was dressing in front of the window. He felt a faint warmth in his heart. This beautiful woman had known him since she was a girl. After experiencing so much suffering, they finally came together. He secretly swore in his heart that he would never let Qingcheng suffer again in this life. Mo Qingcheng's long hair fell down like a waterfall. She looked back at Qin Wentian and smiled softly. "You still remember to get up. I had such a happy time yesterday, so I got up late," Qin Wentian said with a smile. In an instant, Mo Qingcheng's face turned red. She felt a little hot and glared at Qin Wentian fiercely. How could this idiot be so bad now? He was not the same as he was in his youth. He was smooth-talking but not stupid at all. Now Xianwu City is very lively. "Qingcheng, let's go out for a walk alone later," Qin Wentian said with a smile. Mo Qingcheng's face was still red. If others knew that this holy saint was teased by Qin Wentian like this, I don't know what expression they would have. I'm afraid they would want to kill Qin Wentian. Yes. Nodding gently, Mo Qingcheng was naturally willing to stay with Qin Wentian for a while. After the two of them finished washing up, they slipped out of the inn. Xianwu City is now very lively. The ancient city is full of powerful people. The geniuses who are arrogant in various places on weekdays are now very low-key, just because those geniuses can be found everywhere. After all, This trip to the Xianwu world has shocked the entire Huangji Holy Land. There are so many ancient clans, sects and schools in the Huangji Holy Land, and there are so many geniuses. Now they are gathered in one city, which can be said to be a real gathering of winds and clouds. Mo Qingchang's stunning face will be the focus wherever she goes. However, just looking at her temperament, you can know that she must be a figure from a big sect, so no one dares to disturb her easily. Qin Wentian, who was walking beside Mo Qingchang, was handsome and extraordinary. Although he did not have the slightest momentum, his face was sunny and his eyes were deep, which gave people a sense of unfathomable depth. The two of them walked together, which made people look at him with envy. At this time, Qin Wentian looked up and looked forward, and saw that there was a strong fluctuation coming from the void, and the golden light shone in the sky, and there was a faint shout. It's the people of the ancient golden country. They are besieging a person. That person is so strong. Voices came one after another in the distance, and figures kept walking out and rushing forward. Let's go and take a look. Qin Wentian took Mo Qingchang's hand, and the two of them flashed and flew in the air. After a moment, they came to the outside of the battlefield and stood on the top of an ancient building. In the void ahead, the golden light was extremely bright. The strong men of the ancient golden country were wearing golden armor and releasing 1,000 feet of brilliance. They held golden ancient spears and attacked extremely terrifyingly. These people's cultivation was all in the Xiangang realm. The weakest was the 5th level of Xiangang, and the strongest even reached the 8th level of Xiangang. However, the people they besieged were only in the 7th level of Xiangang. I don't know what kind of magical power this person used. He was actually 3 feet tall, like an ancient god. His eyes were bright and shot out golden light. His bones and blood were full of extremely terrifying and sharp aura, as if they were all made of pure gold. You are just an ant, and you dare to call yourself a genius, cultivate the power of gold, and call yourself the golden ancient country. The huge figure roared, and the void seemed to be shaken and shattered. A golden ancient spear came and stabbed directly into his body. The terrifying power made the ancient spear pierce into the body, but it seemed to be blocked by the golden bones and blood, and it didn't penetrate at all. What a terrifying defense! Both of them are in the 7th level of Xiangang, but this person can't break the defense of the giant. Qin Wentian's expression trembled suddenly. There is always someone better than you. This person is so scary. The man waved his huge hot palm, and the golden palm print like a millstone pressed down. With a loud bang, the body of the person who attacked him was directly shattered, and was crushed without leaving any residue. The rest of the people of the golden ancient country were furious and surrounded him, not daring to act rashly. Their faces were ashen and ugly. Li Yan, you are too bullying. A strong man from the ancient golden country roared, and many people's faces flashed brightly when they heard his words. Some people had already guessed the identity of this person, and their expressions did not change. He is Li Yan of the Xingshan clan. No wonder he is so strong. Qin Wentian murmured. Li Yan is the peerless genius of the Xingshan clan in the Savage Land. He is one of the 8 geniuses in the Xiangang realm who suppressed an era. He is invincible in the same realm on the Holy War Arena. He has no rivals. Crossing the realm to kill is like taking something out of a bag. Fighting across 2 realms is not a problem. What is a genius who suppresses an era? It means that apart from these 8 people, no one else can have the glory of these 8 people. When they grow up, they may truly suppress the era. Of course, who will be eliminated by these 8 people in the end and who will be left depends on their own opportunities and destiny, but their strength is beyond doubt. Li Yan of the Xingshan clan, it is said that he only practices one kind of power, the power of gold. Now his body is like an immortal golden body, his bones and flesh are made of pure gold. He pursues the ultimate power of gold. When the power of gold reaches a certain level, both offense and defense are very terrifying, just like Li Yan. The pursuit of the power of gold is his belief. Mo Qingchang had naturally heard of Li Yan, and murmured to him. At this time, Li Yan stepped out, his blood roared, and the blood in his body seemed to be golden. It also turned into a golden spear, which stretched wildly. He roared, and the spear broke through the air and killed. A strong man from the ancient golden country exploded backwards, but Li Yan's golden spear fell out of his hand, with a loud bang, inserted into the opponent's body, and quickly went down into the air. With a loud bang, a building was broken, and the golden spear was inserted into the ground, nailing the opponent's body to the ground. This kind of power was simply terrifying. Wentian, If we suppress the same realm battle, are you sure you can fight him? Mo Qingchang looked at Qin Wentian and said, she trusted Qin Wentian very much. She always believed that Qin Wentian must be able to become the existence of suppressing the era. I don't know, Li Tian should not have used all his strength to deal with these people. I don't know how strong his limit is, and I haven't tried his defense. Qin Wentian shook his head. It was difficult to judge who was stronger just by looking at the opponent's several shots, but this was also the first person Qin Wentian met who was not sure of the same realm. If they fought in the same realm, the outcome was unknown. Ants from the golden ancient country, it's best to take a detour when you see me in the future. I will spare your dog lives today. Li Tian said indifferently, and then he stepped into the void and walked away. He disappeared in a blink of an eye, but he left a deep impression on everyone. Li Tian's style must be no less than the other 7. This trip to the immortal martial realm is really exciting. On the ranking list of the ancient monuments of the immortal martial realm, can the 8 geniuses who suppressed an era occupy all the top 8 seats? Chapter 556 Reunion. The remaining people of the golden ancient country all had livid faces. They came from an ancient country and were the most outstanding young generation in the ancient country, ready to enter the immortal martial realm. The young man in the middle, who was in the 7th level of the Xiangang realm and wore a golden crown, was the Xianjiao prince of the golden ancient country. He was so powerful that no one knew how powerful he was. Others came to protect him, but because of a few arrogant words that were heard by Li Tian, a war broke out. Moreover, this war was almost overwhelming. With so many strong people, no one could do anything to Li Tian. After the other party killed several people, he left behind arrogant words and broke through the air and left. Let's go. The Xianjiao prince said coldly. His figure flashed, and he left this place with the people of the golden ancient country, and suddenly only a golden glow was left in the void. There are always people who are better than you, and there are always better than you. These people are also proud and arrogant, but they didn't expect to meet the more evil Li Tian and suffer humiliation. Someone sighed, causing many people to nod their heads. The royal extreme holy land is too big, so big that you don't know how many evil people will appear. I remember that in a battle of the immortal martial realm hundreds of years ago, several of the prodigies who suppressed the era were killed by an unknown person. That time shocked the royal extreme holy land. This person took the first place in the ranking of the ancient monuments of the immortal martial realm that year. Later, the once unknown person became stronger and stronger. Not long after leaving the immortal martial realm, he was listed as the first on the human king list and became a well-known figure in the royal extreme holy land. After that, he stepped into the royal extreme holy sect and became a legend. There is another battle over there. At this moment, there was a cry of surprise, and there was another battle fluctuation in the distance, but this fluctuation was not as violent as the fluctuation when Li Tian fought against the strong man of the golden ancient country just now. Obviously, the person fighting was far less powerful than Li Tian, so it did not cause too much waves. What happened today? It turned out to be the young ancestor of the D family, one of the 7 great families. Someone dared to provoke him. Another voice came out, which immediately caused a strong wave. Many people flashed and headed towards the direction of the battle. The young ancestor of the D family was very famous. The D family of the 7 great families. Qin Wentian's expression flashed. There were 9 sects, 7 families and 2 dynasties in the Huangji Holy Land. The power was at the top level. The 7 great families were not much weaker than the 9 sects, and were even stronger than many ancient countries. They had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had a deep foundation. The D family was one of the 7 great families. In addition, the reason why the D family was famous was that among the prodigies of the Xiangang realm suppression era, one of them was from the D family. Di Shi, one of the prodigies of the suppression era, was as famous as Li Tian and was extremely powerful. Not only that, the D family has produced many evil characters in this generation. Di Shi's younger brother Di Yu is a young genius. His cultivation speed is terrifying and his strength is super strong. His talent is very close to that of Di Shi. The D family has 2 geniuses in the Di Shi lineage alone. I don't know how many people envy him. Di Yu was born noble and is a child of the core lineage of Di Shi. He is well treated by his family and trained with the best conditions. He is also loved by his elder brother, who is a genius in the suppression era. He is truly loved by everyone. He is arrogant and willful. He does whatever he wants. Everyone in the D family depends on him. Therefore, Du is called the little ancestor of the D family by outsiders. I don't know how many troubles he has caused, but the family and his brother Shi have helped him to settle them. At this moment, Du appears. There is no doubt that Shi will definitely not be too far away. These two proud brothers seem to be ready to step into the world of immortal martial arts. Li Yuan is such a handsome man, a prodigy of the Emperor family. I wonder what kind of person he is. I wonder if he can see Emperor Shi. Qin Wentian said in a low voice, pulling Mo Qingcheng and strolling out, heading in the direction of the fluctuations in front. In just a moment, he came to the far side of the battlefield. There were two groups of people facing each other in front. They were lined up and confronted each other. In the middle of the two groups of people, there were two people fighting. One of them was a teenager, who looked about 20 years old. There was still a delicate look on his face. His eyes were full of unruly and unrestrained. It was easy to read his eyes, and people knew that although this person was talented, he had not experienced too many hardships, so he looked young and immature. But his talent could not help but make people jealous. At the age of 20, he had already reached the third level of Xiangang, and his combat power was extremely terrifying. There were not many people of this age and realm in the entire Huangji Holy Land. It was because Du was born with a strong talent for star sensing. When he was 8 years old, he communicated with a martial star in the third heaven, and then embarked on the path of cultivation. As for the person fighting with Emperor Yu, it seemed a little funny. He was actually a fat man who had reached the fourth level of Xiangang. Although he looked clumsy, he was extremely fast, and his mental power was super terrifying. He fought with Emperor Yu endlessly, which made people marvel at the strength of this fat man. When Qin Wentian came here, his eyes froze there. He saw that the faces of the two parties in the confrontation were so familiar. He recognized every face. As for the fat man fighting, he was naturally more familiar with him. This damn fat man, he hasn't lost weight for so long. Qin Wentian showed a gentle smile on his face. Who else could be the fat man fighting except Fan Li? As for the line of figures behind Fan Li, Yan Kuongshen, Yun Mengai, Chu Meng, and Qin Zheng, the five of them, after obtaining the inheritance in the Great Xia Imperial Mausoleum, actually ventured together. But at this moment, Qin Wentian frowned. Qinger was not there. Where did she go? Now, the people who have stepped into the Great Xia Emperor's Mausoleum, Mu Feng is by his side, and now Fan Li and the others have also appeared. Only Qinger is missing. Qin Wentian is most worried about Qinger. She has practiced magic skills and her temperament has changed drastically. Only her master and himself can influence her. Qinger is also heartbroken after her master's death. Has she passed on the inheritance of the Chaos Demon Emperor? Fatty, this young master is going to chop you into pieces to feed his pets. At this time, Du shouted loudly, and he seemed to be shining with precious light, and his whole body was like a magic weapon. He slapped out with one palm, as if a huge ferocious bird appeared and tore towards Fan Li. Little bastard, your grandfather is waiting. Fan Li's eyes were filled with terrible brilliance, as if the opponent's attack had slowed down. Fan Li was good at spiritual power back then, and now it was even more terrible. He retreated like the wind, and then a bow and arrow appeared and shot out, as if thousands of arrows were fired at the same time, attacking the opponent madly. Du roared, and his attack was extremely terrible, smashing the bows and arrows madly, but Fan Li kept shooting arrows, endlessly, controlling them to change direction at will, and those bows and arrows were as flexible as his hands and feet. Get out! With a roar, a divine bird seemed to appear behind Du, shining brightly, and his flesh and bone seemed to bloom with a strange light, and his body turned into a divine weapon, allowing the bows and arrows to hide him without moving. You dare to call yourself my grandfather? You are dead. You have completely angered this young master. Du was suspended in the sky. Although he was only at the third level of Xiangang, he was terrible. He had always been a proud figure since his youth, and he had always been the only one who insulted others. Who dared to bully him? So what if I'm angry? I'm waiting. Fan Li said coldly, but at this time, Du looked at Yun Mengai behind Fan Li, and in a blink of an eye, he showed a gentle smile again, saying, "This fairy sister, have you considered whether you want to be my wife or concubine? This young master likes I see beauties like fairy sister the most." Yun Mengai stared at Du with a trace of coldness on her face. She didn't expect that there would be such a rampant person in the royal Holy Land, who wanted to capture her to be his wife or concubine in broad daylight, and threatened to have a night of romance with her. You are looking for death? Yun Mengai said coldly. What this young master wants has never been unobtainable. Since fairy sister doesn't want to be my wife or concubine, I can only force her. Don't blame this young master for not knowing how to cherish women. Du said coldly. He has always acted recklessly, but he would not snatch this woman. It's just that today when he met by chance, he teased her with a few words, and these people were particularly arrogant, especially the fat man, who actually called him a little beast. This completely angered Du, and the consequences were serious. He decided to kill these people. As for the beautiful sister, she could have a good time. He always liked such frosty beauties. This little bastard is so arrogant. Yang Kuangsheng cursed angrily. He thought he was arrogant enough when he was in Kangzhou City, but he was still far behind the person in front of him. Indeed, he has surpassed you. At this moment, Yang Kuangsheng heard a voice coming, turned his eyes, and looked into the distance, only to see two figures walking towards him. Yang Kuangsheng's eyes lit up instantly, and then laughed. Haha, I guessed that you might come to this trip to the immortal martial realm, and I really met you. Chu Mang, Qin Zheng and the others saw Qin Wentian, and their eyes suddenly showed a gleam of brilliance. Yun Mengai's beautiful eyes flashed a glimmer, and then looked at Mo Qingchang beside him. Although they did not experience the battle in the Danyuan Palace in person, they all knew that Mo Qingchang was also safe and sound, and her temperament was even more outstanding. She was still shining and holy, but she was more feminine, as if she was more attractive. Damn, boss, I can even meet you here. Family shouted in surprise. Fatty, you're still as fat as ever. Where's Zuingson? Why can't I see her? Qin Wentian said with a smile. She's in the Zhuan Temple of Daxia. I'm worried about her coming out to venture with me. I'll pick her up later. Family grinned, then glanced at Mo Qingchang beside him and gave Qin Wentian a thumbs up. Boss, you're awesome. You can call me sister-in-law now, right? Mo Qingchang's pretty face blushed, making many people around them dazed. What day is today? They actually saw two peerless beauties. Mo Qingchang needs no introduction, and Yun Mengai is also very beautiful. Haha, there's another beauty here, fairy sister, how about being with me? It's more promising than being with him. Du laughed when he saw these people reminiscing about the past. Since they were in the same group, he wouldn't be polite. It's the same if you robbed one or two. And the latter one seems to be more attractive. She's really beautiful. I'm afraid she can be compared with the rumored #1 beauty in the world. P.S. It's a new January, the last month of 2015. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 557, Tragic End. The more Du looked at them, the happier he became. If his brother liked these two beauties, he would give one to him. Although martial arts training was the most important thing, he couldn't lack beauties. Only in this way could life be interesting. Du was loved by everyone. He was a fearless person. Even in Xianwu City, he was not restrained. That was why he flirted with Yun Mengai when he saw her. But he didn't expect that she would dare to insult him. She was really courting death. Then he had to rob her. Mo Qingchang was extremely beautiful. Du knew that she might also have an extraordinary background, but he didn't care. As one of the 7 great families in the Huangji Holy Land, the D family was afraid of few people. Even if they messed with the saints and saints, they didn't care. How many saints and saints could compare to his brother Dishi? Besides, he didn't think much of those saints and saints. His talent was not much weaker than his brother Dishi. Sooner or later, he would be a prodigy in the era of suppression. It was just that his glory was temporarily overshadowed by his brother. On the other side, Qin Wentian had just reunited with his brothers and was very happy. However, Du's words completely ruined his mood. He turned his eyes and looked at Du with a cold light in his eyes. In an instant, his pupils were filled with terrible murderous intent. This murderous intent instantly enveloped Du, causing Du to frown and then look at Qin Wentian beside Mo Qingchang. You actually want to kill me? Du's expression turned cold, and he said proudly, it's ridiculous. Someone like you is not worthy of this fairy sister. It's a pity that such a beautiful sister was defiled by you. I will take good care of this fairy sister in the future. Mo Qingchang was also filled with coldness. Du knew very well what he was saying. He was deliberately angering them. The cold light in Qin Wentian's eyes became even colder. He took a step forward and a spear appeared in his hand. This spear was just an ordinary weapon without a strong aura. When Fan Li saw Qin Wentian approaching, he immediately stepped aside. Seeing the murderous intent in Qin Wentian's eyes, the fat man's heart trembled. He knew Qin Wentian's madness very well. Back in Daxia, Qin Wentian dragged his sword for 100,000 miles from Qingcheng, sacrificed his blood to the demon sword and split the Danyuan palace with one sword. He was completely crazy and didn't care about his life. Qingcheng was his Achilles heel. The kid opposite was probably finished, but he could still laugh. The 5th level of Xiangang. Du watched Qin Wentian approach. The strong man behind Du wanted to step forward, but Du stretched out his hand to stop them. He said, "Just watch. It's easy for my brother to cross 2 levels and kill people. I can do it too. Let this man's blood bear witness to my journey to the Xianwu realm today." The people behind him stopped, but didn't make a move. Although their young master was rampant, his strength and talent were indeed extremely high. It was not too stressful to fight with someone in the 5th level of Xiangang. Even if he was defeated, he could retreat unscathed. Besides, they were still there. "You died in my hands. I hope Sister Fairy doesn't hate me. Otherwise, she won't be willing. I can only use force. This is not fun." Du watched Qin Wentian walk in step by step, still arrogantly speaking. His voice was harsh, making the people around him sigh that he was worthy of being the little ancestor of the D family. He was really unscrupulous, and it was the same in the Xianwu city. Behind Du, there was a shadow of a fierce bird, filled with green light, extremely bright, and revealing a monstrous and fierce aura, like a monster, staring at Qin Wentian who was walking. Qin Wentian walked in step by step, and in a blink of an eye, he was only 100 meters away from Du. At this distance, he could reach it in an instant. "You are looking for death?" Qin Wentian uttered a cold sound from his mouth, and the starlight burst out. The stars moved, and his figure disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a starlight afterimage. The crowd only saw the end of the afterimage, and Qin Wentian's spear stabbed straight at Du. The moment the gun came out, Du felt that he could not see. In front of him was a bloody space, and endless bloodlight shot towards him, trying to kill him. Not good. The people behind Du were shocked. The speed of this gun was too fast, so fast that they were scared. Before they could even make a sound, the gun was close to Du's head. The power of the long gun at this speed was unquestionable. The young master had no time to dodge. This gun could kill people. "Save me." Du also let out a roar, and the blue light instantly wrapped his whole body. His body suddenly jumped up, like a giant blue bird, and it took off in an instant, as if it was going to fly away in an instant. The speed was also extremely fast. Bang! A light sound came out, and the body of the giant blue bird stopped in the void, and then was shaken away. Du spit out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, and the shock attack that entered his body seemed to shatter all his internal organs. However, a look of great joy flashed across Du's eyes. He almost died. Fortunately, Qing Peng's technique was as fast as lightning, which saved him from the fate of being shot through the throat. The spear only hit his chest. Although it injured him, his life was saved. Divine weapon. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He was very clear about the power of his attack. If he hit the opponent, Du, who was at the 3rd level of Xiangang, would be pierced by the spear and his internal organs would be shattered even if his defense was overwhelming. But the spear just blocked it. The opponent was wearing a very strong divine weapon armor, which withstood the shot. "I want you to live a life worse than death." Du roared, his fierceness revealed. He was repelled by Qin Wentian's spear, and other strong men rushed up at the right time, and they dared not be careless anymore. Crazy, who is this person? He actually dared to kill Du. The eyes of the crowd in the distance froze. This was Du, the young ancestor of the D family, one of the 7 great families, one of the 2 prides of the D family, and the younger brother of Dishi. If this person killed the other party, I am afraid that the D family would kill him at all costs. The shot just now almost killed Du. This is not a joke. This person is very powerful. The crowd was shocked, and Fan Li and others' eyes lit up. This guy is indeed a pervert. After they came out of the Great Xia Imperial Mausoleum, they still experienced a lot of hardships, and even stepped into the Jedi of the Great Xia dynasty, where they experienced a great disaster. Of course, it was also a great fortune. Coupled with the inheritance in the Imperial Mausoleum, everyone's strength has increased a lot, but I am afraid there is still a gap with Qin Wentian. His shot was amazing enough. Du spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Qin Wentian. If it weren't for his defensive magic weapon that removed most of his strength, this blow would have killed him even if it didn't penetrate his body. Just now he had boasted that he would defeat Qin Wentian. With such a contrast, how could he not want to kill him? I have changed my mind now. After killing you, I will ruthlessly ravage these two women to death. Du stared at Mo Qingchang and Yun Mengai, with a vicious cold light in his eyes. Qin Wentian's mind moved slightly, the spear disappeared, and the red demon halberd appeared in his palm. The blood in his body roared, and a terrifying and strange light shot out from his eyes. The starlight burst out, and his figure disappeared again. There seemed to be a terrifying beam of light bursting out from the center of his eyebrows and rushed into Du's mind. Du's head was instantly occupied by a dream demon realm, and he roared, "Kill him, kill him." The strong men next to Du didn't expect Qin Wentian to be so crazy that he wanted to come forward to kill Du. They all burst out with terrible auras, and all the attacks were instantly bombarded towards Qin Wentian, trying to block his halberd from killing Du. Bang! The starlight reappeared, and Qin Wentian turned into a residual image again, heading towards the sky. "Be careful above." A strong man roared, but saw the red demon halberd coming down from the sky, trying to pierce Du's head. "Get out of the way." A man rushed towards Qin Wentian, as if a precious light appeared, and this precious light turned into a fierce bird, grabbing towards Qin Wentian's body. Buzz! The red demon halberd came out, and at that moment, the red demon halberd in his hand seemed to have disappeared, vanishing out of thin air without a sound, but the ferocious bird's precious light was directly shattered, and the body of the strong man at the peak of the 6th level of Xiangang, who was blocking Qin Wentian, was directly pierced through, blood splattered out, and a terrifying force passed through his heart. It was a Fangbian Huaji. "No!" The man screamed. "Young master, run away!" Someone roared, and the red devil halberd pierced through the man's body and continued to pierce Du below him. The strong man had only his last breath left, revealing a ferocious look. He rushed out with all his strength, causing the red devil halberd that pierced his body to change direction. The crescent blade of the red devil halberd cut his body, making him feel extremely painful, but he knew that he would die, and he would never let Qin Wentian kill Du. This person must be buried with him. Ah! A scream came out, shaking the eardrums of the strong man who was protecting Du. It was Du's voice. The crowd only saw the red devil halberd stuck in Du's shoulder, and blood was dripping in an instant, which was extremely miserable. Almost at the same time as being attacked, Du took out a feather, with a terrifying green light, and a crazy look in his eyes. The feather flew into the void, and the body between him and Qin Wentian was cut off. Qin Wentian felt a terrifying breath when the feather appeared, and the starlight shone. When the feather cut through, his body disappeared, and he pulled out the red devil halberd at the same time. Crazy, this is crazy. The crowd was stunned and looked at this scene. Du wanted to use this person to test his fighting ability, but he didn't expect that this person would not tolerate him insulting his wife. He attacked Du's life. No matter who you are, there is only one word in his decisive eyes, that is, kill. At this moment, Du was in an extremely miserable state. Blood spurted out from his shoulder. His right shoulder was hanging down with his arm hanging there. It seemed as if all the meridians inside were broken. Waves of severe pain came, causing Du to scream several times in succession. He had always been a favored child of heaven, the center of attention since he was a child. When had he ever been so miserable? Chapter 558. Everyone is going to die. That feather. Many people noticed the feather in Du's hand. Although Du was seriously injured, the moment the feather passed by, the green light shone into the sky, and the man between him and Qin Wentian was neatly cut into two pieces. In front of the green light, the flesh and blood body was like a piece of paper, easily torn into pieces. What a powerful treasure! A feather actually reveals a terrible and fierce aura. The Di family, one of the 7 great families in the Huangji Holy Land, has the blood of the ancient vicious bird King Peng and is good at King Peng techniques. The guardian beast of the Di family is said to be a vicious bird King Peng that has lived for tens of thousands of years. Could this feather be plucked from King Peng? Everyone stared at the feather in Du's hand. If Qin Wentian had been a little slower, he would probably have been cut into 2 pieces by the feather. Fortunately, Qin Wentian's speed was extremely fast, turning into a residual image. If he had been a little slower, he would have been miserable. The Di family really protected this little ancestor well. With Lingao, Anyone in the Xianggang realm who wanted to kill him could be killed by him at any time. Even if someone in the Xiangxiang realm accidentally came near him, he would be plotted against. No wonder the guards around him trusted him to fight with Qin Wentian. However, they did not expect Qin Wentian's methods to be so powerful. He did not give Du a chance at all. That shot almost took Du's life, leaving him no chance to sacrifice Lingyu. The second halberd method was also extremely dangerous. Du was seen holding a green feather in his hand. He sacrificed the feather at the last moment, just to kill Qin Wentian, but he did not expect the opponent's will attack to be so terrible that it could rush directly into his head, making him miserable. Many people surrounded Du and did not dare to give Qin Wentian a chance. These people were full of momentum, cold and murderous. One of them suddenly let out a long howl, which penetrated the sky and instantly spread far away, shaking everyone's eardrums. Everyone immediately understood what this person wanted to do. He was calling the strong men of the D family to come over. No matter who you are today, don't think about leaving alive. The man who let out the long howl had a strong cultivation base, the 8th level of Xianggang. He stared at Qin Wentian intently. If this person left alive today, with the character of Du, the little ancestor, he would definitely take out his anger on them. You are so shameless. A cold snort came out, and then several figures in white walked out around. They were all young women, and they were quite beautiful, which made the people around them stare straight. What happened today? There were so many beauties here. These women surrounded the battlefield, faintly surrounding the strong men of the D family. With cold eyes, they stared at Du and said, Du of the D family insulted the saint of the Medicine Emperor Valley. If you admit your guilt and apologize today, I may let you go. Saint of the Medicine Emperor Valley. The people around were shocked, and then looked at Mo Qingcheng, and instantly understood. No wonder this woman has such an outstanding temperament. She turned out to be the proud daughter of the Medicine Emperor Valley, who was rumored to have refined the 5th level elixir. The Medicine Emperor Valley has a transcendent status in the Huangji Holy Land and rarely participates in external disputes, but no one has ever dared to underestimate the power of the Medicine Emperor Valley. The D family, one of the 7 great families, was also extremely powerful. This situation immediately made everyone faintly excited. This fight was getting more and more interesting. The D family, one of the 7 great families, actually provoked the people of Yaohuang Valley. In this case, even if the D family really summoned the family's celestial beings, they would not dare to deal with the people of Yaohuang Valley. Otherwise, it would not be a simple fight between the younger generation, but would trigger a war between the 2 factions. The people of the D family were also shocked, and their faces suddenly became ugly. Master Du's words just now were not polite. He threatened to abduct the woman as a concubine and even said some dirty words. If it was a lady from an ordinary powerful force, it would be fine, but she was the saint of Yaohuang Valley, the 5th level alchemist, which seemed a bit heavy. The Xianjiao who suppressed the era represented an extreme in martial arts. The martial arts talent of this young generation was extreme, and the saint of Yaohuang Valley was an extreme in the way of alchemy. But now that the contradiction between the 2 sides has arisen, it is impossible to stop and make peace. So it's the saint's sister of Medicine Emperor Valley. That's even better. Just marry me. At most, I could make the saint's sister my wife instead of a concubine. Du's expression was a little ferocious. Although he was talking with a smile, it gave people a gloomy chill. How proud is Du? He wants him to admit his mistakes and compromise? Dream on. Mo Qingcheng's expression was cold. Because she had always been by Qin Wentian's side, she didn't say much. However, Du humiliated her again and again, and even a clay person would get angry. Besides, during the time she left Qin Wentian, her temper was not very good. Kill him. Mo Qingcheng said coldly. In front of Qin Wentian, Du said several times that he wanted to take her to be his wife or concubine. How could she not be angry? Yes. The people of Medicine Emperor Valley stepped forward and approached Du. Du was holding the feather tightly in his hand, and the green light was terrible. Fanel and the others were very surprised today. Mo Qingcheng actually became the saint of Medicine Emperor Valley. They had been in the Imperial Holy Land for some time. They were naturally familiar with the major factions in the Imperial Holy Land. They knew some rumors about the saint of Medicine Emperor Valley, but they did not expect that it was Mo Qingcheng. I didn't expect that the battle we met again today would be to kill this little bastard. Yang Kuangsheng spoke coldly, with thunder flashing on his body, revealing a domineering aura. Now his cultivation is the 4th level of Xiangang. Back then, he and Chu Meng both obtained the inheritance of the Overlord, and their strength has improved a lot. In addition, Fanel, Chu Meng, and Yun Mengai are all the 4th level of Xiangang, while Qin Zheng has entered the 5th level of Xiangang. However, Qin Wentian was not surprised. When he was in the Wushuang realm, Qin Zheng and Yun Mengai, like him, had the right to practice in the 36 mountains. At that time, Yang Kuangsheng had not achieved such an achievement. The talents of Qin Zheng and Yun Mengai were naturally evident. You should know that there were many geniuses in the Great Xia dynasty who entered the Wushuang realm at that time. They were all geniuses of the Overlord level forces, but there were very few people who could obtain the qualification to practice in the 36 mountains. Fatty, Chu Meng, the feathers of that little beast are powerful. You attack with arrows, Qin Zheng's special power will restrain them, and Yun Mengai will restrict their actions. Let's kill him. Yang Kuangsheng spoke slowly, and everyone nodded. Obviously, they had long been accustomed to fighting side by side. I guess this scene has happened many times. Chu Meng and Fan Li both sacrificed bows and arrows. The bow and arrow Star Soul and the Martial Destiny Heavenly Gang appeared at the same time. The arrows appeared, and the two of them flew into the air. In an instant, a series of arrows were fired crazily, directly taking the life of Emperor Yu. These people are really desperate. They know that the other party is Yu of the D family, but they still want to kill him. The people in the distance were a little frightened. This time, Du, the little ancestor, encountered a group of tough guys. Kill them. Du shouted coldly, holding the feathers in his hand tightly. Seeing the arrows coming to kill instantly, his feathers suddenly crossed the space, shining with green light, and everything within a few hundred meters in front of him was cut off. However, at the moment he waved his palm, the arrows suddenly turned and flew to both sides, and then continued to move forward along the green light. The wind howled, and the arrows took lives. Such an attack, want to kill me? Du said coldly. The light of the fierce bird behind him reappeared, and the green light shone all over his body. The brilliance of the divine weapon armor on his body flowed, and his palm blasted out, and a huge claw flew out and pounced on the arrow. While they were fighting, the people of Yaohurong Valley and the people of the D family started a full-scale war. In an instant, the atmosphere of that space rioted, and the Star Soul and the Martial Destiny Xiangang were extremely dazzling. Wait for me here. Qin Wentian whispered to Mo Qingchang beside him, and then he stepped out, and the sword's martial destiny floated above his head. In an instant, a terrifying sword power appeared in the world. Qin Wentian's eyes were cold, and he stepped into the void. Every step seemed to step into everyone's heart, as if the sword energy penetrated his body. Protect the young master. They looked at Qin Wentian, and saw that he was filled with a violent demonic aura, and at the same time, there was a sword energy roaring. Bang! Another step fell. Du groaned, his face was a little pale. Qin Wentian burst out his blood and released the 7 killing swordsmanship. The power was so terrible, he wanted to kill Du from a distance. The people in front blocked Du, but found that the 7 killing swordsmanship could not stop it at all. Not only Du was under the attack, but they were also the same. When the 5th step fell, a stream of sword air swept through. Du groaned, spit out blood, and at the same time, a freezing cold descended. It was Yun Mengai approaching. The terrifying freezing power made them covered with frost, and their resistance became weaker and weaker. My brother is coming soon, he will kill you all. Du roared, coughing up blood. Stop it. As if in response to Du's words, a roar came from the sky, with a monstrous murderous aura, and there seemed to be a dazzling green light shining in the distance. The crowd seemed to see an ancient ferocious bird, flashing rapidly, and the terrible speed was simply terrifying. He is obviously at the 7th level of Xiangang, but his might is not as strong as that of the 8th level of Xiangang. It seems that Emperor Shi has arrived. These people are in trouble. Everyone thought to themselves, Emperor Shi, the proud and powerful man who suppressed the times, could easily kill people at the 9th level of Xiangang. How terrifying is his strength? You all have to die, even the saint girl, you have to become my plaything. When Emperor Yu heard his brother's voice, his face suddenly became more ferocious, and the feathers in his hand slashed out crazily, and he was still coughing up blood from the corners of his mouth. He had never been so miserable before. He wanted revenge, no matter who it was, they had to pay the price. Whether it was the saint's son or the saint girl, he would take revenge. Kill. Qin Wentian took another walk, and when he took the sixth step, Du's voice stopped abruptly. The terrifying sword energy penetrated his body, destroying his internal organs. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and almost only had one breath left. But the extremely bright green light arrived, carrying a monstrous anger. His eyes seemed to be green. No one dared to look at him wherever he passed. He could kill people with just one glance. Puff. With a light sound, a woman from Yaohuang Valley was directly destroyed, and turned into a bloody rain under the green light. The green light was like lightning, rushing towards Qin Wentian. Chapter 559, Wind and Snow. Here we are, Emperor Shi has arrived. A woman at the peak of the 6th level of Gang will die in an instant. The people in the distance were all shocked when they saw the green light. Not long ago, they saw how powerful Li Dian was. Now, they saw Emperor Shi again. With Emperor Shi's personality, his brother was almost killed. He would not care about the saint's son or the saint daughter. These people were in trouble. The green light was very fast. Before it arrived, Qin Wentian felt a suffocating pressure sweeping over him. The fierce aura seemed to be able to tear the world apart, posing a great threat to him. Be careful. Mo Qingchang was startled when she saw the green light. She stepped forward and exclaimed. Qin Wentian looked indifferent. He stepped forward. The last sword of the 7 killing swordsmanship, accompanied by the humming of Wu Mingdian Gang, killed the green light that was rushing towards him. In an instant, it seemed that there was an infinite sword power with the opponent's body as the center, strangling madly, and the sword intent seemed to directly penetrate the opponent's body. Ah! A scream, like the roar of a fierce bird, the violent and fierce aura turned into a terrifying vortex that enveloped Qin Wentian's body. A ray of precious light tore through and penetrated the sword power, indestructible, and directly grabbed Wu Ming Xiangang. Bang! The sword of Wu Ming Xiangang was shaken back. The precious light was like the huge claws of a fierce bird, as if a giant bird swooped down from the sky to grab Qin Wentian. The power was so terrible, and the attack speed was so fast that the eyes could not keep up. Qin Wentian had the illusion that the space around him was completely blocked. The precious light above his head turned into a phantom of a fierce bird, staring at him. The terrible pressure enveloped the surrounding world. It's not that he hasn't seen a strong man of the 7th level of Xiangang. When he fought with Yi Kongfan, he personally felt the strength of a strong man of the 7th level of Xiangang. However, compared with the person in front of him, Yi Kongfan was like an insignificant firefly. The gap was too big. What does it mean to suppress the strong of the Nura? He is almost invincible in the same realm, and crossing the border is as easy as a daily meal. The blood power burst out instantly, and the red demon halberd rushed out silently and disappeared from the air. With a loud bang, the red demon halberd collided with a precious light, and the terrifying recoil force directly shook Qin Wentian away. His arm holding the red demon halberd seemed to be broken, and he felt a sharp pain. With the help of this recoil force, Qin Wentian bloomed the Dao Zuan Xingyi and retreated to a distance in an instant. He saw a green figure floating in the air, with an indomitable spirit. His eyes were fierce and domineering, like the gaze of a vicious bird, which was sharper than a blade and could penetrate people. Buzz! A wisp of wind blew by. He did not continue to attack Qin Wentian, but came to his brother Du. At this time, Du was supported by someone. I don't know how many meridians in his body were destroyed. He was dying. If Shi came a step later, he would have been dead, even though he was only one breath away from death. Taking out a green pill, Shi fed it into Du's mouth. Then a ray of green light penetrated into Du's body. Everyone immediately felt that Du's life breath seemed to be much more vigorous. At least his life was temporarily saved. However, thinking that Du, the little ancestor, was treated so badly today, everyone sighed. Du was domineering, but he didn't want to meet the people of Yaohuang Valley today. He was fearless and almost took Du's life. After he was cured, I don't know if Du's character would be restrained. If Shi came a step later today, he would be dead. If he died, it would be useless even if Shi slaughtered all these people to avenge him. More and more people gathered and showed interesting expressions when they saw the confrontation here. Shi's eyes were extremely cold. Du looked at him and said in a low voice, "Brother, help me kill them all. Don't worry, I will avenge you." Shi responded calmly, but there was a strong murderous intention in his voice. He looked at the people around him and said, "Protect the young master." "Yes." Everyone said respectfully, protecting Yu tightly, but Shi took a step forward, his eyes swept over everyone, a wild aura enveloped the entire sky and earth, green light shone on his body, and a ferocious bird appeared behind him. It was the figure of King Pen. He stared at Qin Wentian with a cold expression, and said, "You don't know whether to live or die." Emperor Shi had witnessed Emperor Yu being nearly killed by Qin Wentian, and one can imagine how angry he was. Everyone in the royal Saint domain knew that Emperor Shi was extremely fond of his equally gifted younger brother. Even if these people were of extraordinary status, or even if there was a saint from the Medicine Emperor Valley, Emperor Shi would not care. As a prodigy of the suppression era, his talent and courage were unquestionable, so how could he care about the identity of his enemy and be timid? "Be careful," Yun Mengai said in a low voice, and then they all came towards Qin Wentian. Of course, they could feel that Emperor Shi's strength was very terrifying. "I'm afraid no one here could resist Emperor Shi." Qin Wentian clenched the red demon halberd in his hand. This was the first time he faced a prodigy of the suppression era, and this person's realm was 2 realms higher than his. He knew that he could not compete with the other party in the previous collision, but he was still filled with a strong fighting spirit and rushed towards the other party frantically. The prodigy of the era of suppression, this will be his target to defeat. His bones and blood seemed to be burning with excitement. This guy. People in the distance felt the fighting spirit emanating from Qin Wentian and showed surprise. Crazy, he was only at the 5th level of Xiangang, even if his bloodline was not weak, but he didn't look at who he was facing. That was Emperor Shi, the prodigy of the era of suppression, who had killed many people at the 9th level of Xiangang. Emperor Shi's famous battle was when he was at the 6th level of Xiangang. In that battle, he was besieged by the strong men of a large sect. There were prodigies in that sect, many of whom were at the 7th and 8th levels of Xiangang. However, after the battle, these people were all killed by Emperor Shi. From then on, Emperor Shi became famous in the Huangji Holy Land and was hailed as a prodigy of the era of suppression. Facing such a person, Qin Wentian was actually filled with fighting spirit. How could it not be surprising? Emperor Shi's body moved, without any nonsense. His fierce eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. His speed was as fast as lightning, much faster than Qin Wentian. There was the shadow of King Peng behind him, and the whole person turned into a green light. His palm smashed down towards the air below. It seemed that a simple attack seemed to put Qin Wentian in a desperate situation. The whole person seemed to be shrouded in a fierce demon shadow. Demon God transformation. Qin Wentian's heart moved slightly, and his body changed. The whole body was covered with demon armor. His body did not retreat but advanced, rushing forward. With the opponent's speed, it was difficult for him to dodge all the time, so he could only collide. Kill. With a roar, Qin Wentian's red demon halberd released the strongest power, and the dream demon realm rushed into the opponent's head. However, Emperor Shi's will was so tenacious. His eyes were open, and the fierce light was still there. That determination made him not be shaken by the dream demon realm. There seemed to be only one word engraved in his eyes: kill. Green light flashed, and the huge claws actually blocked the red demon halberd directly, smashing it in the hand. The power of the red demon halberd lies in the power of the dream demon, but Qin Wentian's power cannot bring out the full power of the red demon halberd. Although it amplified the power of the dream demon realm, it could not affect Emperor killing. But even so, the sharpness of the red demon halberd plus Qin Wentian's attack, the power of its attack was extremely terrifying, but it was blocked by Emperor Killing's attack. Emperor Killing grabbed Qin Wentian's arm with his palm, and the red demon halberd was thrown aside. The precious light turned into a roaring ferocious bird, tearing towards Qin Wentian's body, and the terrifying power seemed to tear Qin Wentian apart. Freeze! Yun Mengai shouted coldly, and the power of freezing acted on Emperor Killing's body, but it could not stop his attack. Thunder God Slash. Chu Mang and Yu Yang Kuangsheng both launched a terrifying attack at the same time, as if there was a monstrous thunderous power slashing down and bombarding Emperor Shi. However, Emperor Shi did not even look at him. A person at the 4th level of Xiangang realm, no matter how strong his attack power was, could not possibly threaten him. Starlight burst out, and Qin Wentian's body exploded backwards, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a residual image. "Where are you going?" Emperor Shi shouted coldly, and a terrifying pressure enveloped Qin Wentian's body, making him feel that his whole body was covered by precious light, as if he was trapped in a quagmire, and the movement of the stars was not so useful. "Get out of here!" Qin Wentian's Yuanfu roared, and his fingers pressed into the void. In an instant, a violent turbulent flow of sword energy swept out, instantly turning into a terrible sword storm, engulfing Emperor Shi. Emperor Shi frowned, and slapped his palm downwards. The green light flooded everything. Fierce birds roared, as if they penetrated through the turbulent flow of sword energy and blasted towards Qin Wentian's body. Puff! A stream of blood flew out, and blood marks appeared on Qin Wentian's chest. At the same time, his body finally escaped from the opponent's attack range and quickly retreated behind him. The attack power is so strong, I can't compete with it. Qin Wentian still had the will to fight, but he also admitted that he was not Emperor Shi's opponent now. The people of the suppression era were indeed powerful, and they were definitely not comparable to the geniuses like Ye Kongfen. You will die today. Emperor Shi continued to step down, but saw a sword light in the distance that seemed to cut through the void and attack Emperor Shi. Emperor Shi raised his palm and blasted it violently, colliding with the sword energy that was slashing at him. He was not able to resist it. The sword energy directly tore the palm print and continued to slash towards Emperor Shi. Emperor Shi raised his eyebrows, and his fierceness became even stronger. He slapped his palm again, and the green light flashed, colliding with the sword energy. In an instant, the violent airflow raged, and the sword energy was finally annihilated. I saw a stream of light shining and descending in front of Emperor Shi in an instant. I saw that this person was full of sword intent, clean and thorough, and the whole person was like a sword. Although he was not handsome, he gave people an extraordinary feeling, and he even had a faint temperament of a peerless genius. Jianzhen sect, Ji Fixu. Emperor Shi stared at the other party, and his fighting spirit was surging. This was the first time he met a person as famous as him. He is Ji Fixu. Everyone's face trembled. Ji Fixu of the Zhanjian sect. It's so lively. A faint laugh came from a distance. Everyone turned their eyes and saw a beautiful figure appearing there. This woman was able to compare with the saint of Yaohuang Valley. She was charming and seemed to have a weak temperament, making people want to hold her in their arms and protect her. Lin Ziner, she's here too. The person who came was indeed Lin Ziner. She smiled at Qin Wentian and said, "Young Master Qin is really extraordinary. He actually attracted 3 geniuses who suppressed the era." After these words fell, everyone was shocked again. 3? In addition to Dishi and Ji Fixu, is there another person? Even Dishi and Ji Fixu began to look for him. Soon, in a certain direction in the distance, in an inconspicuous place, they saw a person of peerless elegance. This person was wearing a white robe. At first glance, he gave people an extremely extraordinary feeling. Moreover, he was tall and slender and extremely handsome. Liu Feng is not romantic. Ping Hu Duan Yu, Yishi Jiutian, Gu Liu Feng. Ji Fixu murmured in a low voice, revealing a touch of admiration. This person was the one he admired the most among the 8 geniuses who suppressed the era. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560 Yi Shoots the Ninth Sky. Gulilfen. Ji Fixu's voice made everyone's eyes freeze, staring at the peerless and elegant figure. Lifeng Fixu, they all arrived today. Gu Lifeng's white robe fluttered, his handsome face was as calm as water, without the slightest ripple, which made many outstanding women from major sects' hearts beat. So handsome, Gu Lifeng is really as handsome as the rumors say. Those women thought in their hearts, looking at the quiet young man in white, their hearts actually palpitated. Gu Lifeng is definitely a legendary figure in the royal Holy Land. He comes and goes like the wind. Today he appears here, and tomorrow you may find him tens of thousands of miles away. Gu Lifeng has never joined any sect, and is extremely mysterious. His moon-slashing sword is cold, like a flat lake breaking the moon. His sun-shooting bow is cool, like Yi shooting the sky. With a sword and a bow, he is invincible among his peers. His sword takes lives, and his arrows seduce souls. Some people say that Gu Lifeng's sword is as handsome as he is, with a smooth and sad sword light. His arrows are as unrestrained as he is, and the strings move people to death. Lifeng and Fixu were put together because Gu Lifeng was good at knife and Ji Fixu was good at sword. Their knife and sword skills were often compared. But if they were to fight, Gu Lifeng should be stronger because he was at the 8th level of Xiangang, while Ji Fixu was younger than Gu Lifeng. It was rumored that he was at the 6th level of Xiangang, but now, he seems to have entered the 7th level of Xiangang. These two people are the objects of admiration of many women from big sects, especially Gu Lifeng. There have been many rumors about him in the royal Holy Land. Many outstanding and beautiful women from big sects actively pursued him. However, Gu Lifeng focused on martial arts and did not seek love, so there was Lifeng is not romantic. Pinghu Duanai, Yish Jiutian Gu Lifeng. How can such a seemingly almost perfect man not be liked? The princess of the ancient country and the saint of the big sect are willing to marry him, and their sects have no objections. It would be best to pull Gu Lifeng, who has no sect, into their own sect. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Of course, Lin Xianer attracted no less attention than Gu Lifeng. Gu Lifeng was a woman's dream lover, so Lin Xianer, the most beautiful woman in the world, a woman with a natural and delicate temperament, was the dream lover of countless men. Just one look would give rise to the desire to protect her. As Qin Wentian said, if it was just a comparison of beauty, Lin Xianer might not be as perfect as Mo Qingcheng, but she was more attractive to men. The simultaneous appearance of several such figures here would surely cause a frenzy. Everyone was excited. The three Xianjiao who suppressed the era, the fairy Lin Xianer of the fairy cult, and the Saint Mo Qingcheng of the Medicine Emperor Valley, all appeared here at the same time. Even people from afar kept rushing here frantically. The people from the sword sect also arrived. They came with Ji Fixu. They walked to Qin Wentian's site and stared at the figures confronting each other in front of them, Ji Fixu and Emperor Shi. Qin Wentian naturally knew Ji Fixu, the 8th disciple of Lingshan's sword master. Duan Han had introduced this senior brother to him. Although he was younger than Duan Han, he entered the sect earlier than Duan Han, so he was considered Duan Han's 8th senior brother. Duan Han was the 9th disciple, Ji Fixu was the 8th, and Lin Shui was the 7th. Seeing the scene in the void, how could everyone not understand which sect Qin Wentian was from? It turned out that he was from the sword sect. No wonder he was so frivolous and wanted to kill the young ancestor of the D family, Du. The disciples of the sword sect were afraid of no one. Just looking at the lineup in front of them, if Di Shi refused to give up, then the D family would definitely suffer. They not only faced Yaohuang Valley, but also the sword sect. Moreover, Lin Xianer seemed to know the young man who wanted to kill Du and called him Qin Gongzi. Therefore, Qin Wentian's identity attracted more and more attention. They all wanted to know who this person was. He seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley, just like a pair of lovers. In the sword sect, the 14 swords of the sword, the ancient country Yeguo, and the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley joined forces to remove the poison of the human emperor, help the human emperor to quell the rebellion, and kill Jiukongfen with the 5th level of Xiangang. The envoy of the immortal martial realm sent the immortal martial realm order. He is the adopted son of the human emperor, Qin Wentian. At this time, a scholar-like figure in the crowd spoke and told the identity of Qin Wentian, which surprised everyone again, but they did not expect that this young man was actually so famous. They had also heard something about the rebellion of the Yi Kingdom. The Purple Thunder sect suffered humiliation, and Yi Kongfen was violently killed by a young man of the 5th level of Xiangang. This person was adopted as the adopted son of the human emperor and became a couple with the saint. When this news came out, it was still unclear whether it was true or not. Now that they saw Qin Wentian almost killed Du from Mo Qingcheng, they understood that the rumor seemed to be true. 14 swords of Jiutian, killing Yi Kongfen, a disciple of the Zhanjian sect, the adopted son of the human emperor, the beloved of the saint of Yaohuang Valley, the owner of the Xianwu realm order. It seems that this young man is also a genius, but his brilliance is overshadowed by being with the genius of the suppression era. If it weren't for Emperor Shi's appearance, his brilliance would indeed be the most dazzling here, almost taking Emperor Yu's life. It's getting more and more interesting. Everyone thought in their hearts. Draw the sword. Emperor Shi stared at Ji Fixu, his fighting spirit was surging, green light shone, and a huge ferocious bird appeared behind him, as if a pair of cold eyes were staring at Ji Fixu. When meeting a person of the same name, how could Emperor Shi not fight? He wanted to see what Ji Fixu relied on to be as famous as him. Swish, swish, swish. The sword energy whistled, and a row of ancient swords appeared behind Ji Fixu. The ancient swords hummed, and the sword intent was terrible. Swordsmen are indestructible, Ji Fixu's body, at this moment, embodied this indestructible temperament. Green light shone, and Emperor Shi's body turned into green light, rushing towards Ji Fixu. The speed of the light was terrifying, carrying a tremendous pressure. Green runes shone, and Emperor Shi's palm slapped towards Ji Fixu, as if a terrible ferocious bird grabbed Ji Fixu and let out a terrifying scream. Ji Fixu's palm trembled, the sword came into his hand, and he waved his hand. In an instant, a sword light filled with destructive power slashed straight out, and the claws of the ferocious bird seemed to be cut off directly. Buzz! The wind shone, and a hurricane arose between heaven and earth. A demonic aura crossed heaven and earth. A huge ferocious bird appeared above the sky, staring at the sky below, flapping its wings wildly, and in an instant it seemed as if there were endless rune lights shining, and each rune light turned into a ferocious bird and came towards Ji Fixu to kill. The attack power of any ferocious bird is enough to tear apart a strong man at the peak of the 7th level of Xiangang. The crowd felt a violent power and their hearts trembled, but they saw that there seemed to be a sword flow under Ji Fixu's feet. His footwork was superb, and his swordsmanship was even more superb. His sword kept waving, and it turned into a sword rain, as if thousands of swords pierced through. In the end, the sword rain gathered into a sword waterfall, going upstream and tearing everything. Kill! Where Ji Fixu's sword light pointed, it was like flying snow all over the sky. The waterfall sword curtain collided with a huge ferocious bird above the sky, erupting in a terrifying turbulence. The light flashed past, and the body of the ferocious bird was forcibly cut off, as if the sky was directly cut open. Emperor Shi's body retreated into the void, and his fierce eyes stared at Ji Fixu in the air below. Neither of them could hurt each other. As both of us are geniuses, why don't we wait until the trip to the immortal martial realm to compete with each other? I'm afraid that Master D will not be able to achieve his wish today. Lin Ziner said softly. Emperor Shi turned his eyes and looked at Lin Ziner, his eyes shining brightly. He flashed and disappeared in an instant, rushing towards Lin Ziner. Fairy can bring disaster to all living beings, why not bring disaster to me, Emperor Shi first? A cold voice came out. Lin Ziner's expression did not change, the light shone, and suddenly many clones appeared, their fingers moved the strings, and the killing rhythm rushed towards Emperor Shi, but Emperor Shi waved his palm, and the killing rhythm kept breaking. The wings of the ferocious bird flapped wildly, and the terrible hurricane tore Lin Ziner's clone apart. Lin Ziner's voice seemed to come from all directions. Ziner just said it casually, why does Mr. D bully a weak woman like me? If you take the fairy away, it will be considered as fulfilling my wish. D. Shi said domineeringly, wanting to capture Lin Ziner, just like his brother Du. In the distance, Gu Lifeng was still standing there calmly. At this time, there seemed to be a breeze blowing on his white robe, shining brightly, and a bow and arrow appeared in his hand, the sun-shooting bow and arrow. Buzz! D. Shi's eyes suddenly turned, and he felt that he was locked by an extremely dangerous aura. Turning his eyes, he saw Gu Lifeng's arrow pointing at him. Although they were thousands of meters apart, they seemed so close. The crowd also looked towards Gu Lifeng, and saw his handsome figure with unparalleled elegance, his long robe fluttering. His hand loosened, and in an instant, the arrow broke through the air, as if it had penetrated the void directly, and landed in front of Emperor Shi in an instant. The speed of this arrow was simply horrifying. Emperor Shi's body exploded backwards. His speed was already extremely fast, but it was still not faster than this arrow. With a roar, Emperor Shi's palm turned green, revealing an indestructible intention, and slapped the arrow in front of him. A series of runes flashed, turning into fierce birds to block the arrow, but there was a continuous sound of puffing, and the fierce birds were constantly penetrated. Emperor Shi's body quickly dodged. A light puffing sound was heard, and a wisp of blood bloomed in the void. Emperor Shi's shoulder was scratched by the arrow, leaving a blood stain. So strong. The surrounding space was quiet for a while. Gu Lifeng was known for his ability to shoot arrows into the sky, and this was not a false reputation. Although his realm was higher than that of Emperor Shi, he could injure Emperor Shi with one arrow. Such tyranny still accelerated the heartbeat of the crowd. Some women looked at Gu Lifeng with strange eyes. However, his handsome eyes did not fluctuate at all. He just put away his bow and arrow, as if he had just done something very ordinary. He turned around and walked away. Ziner, thank you, Mr. Gu. Lin Ziner looked at the departing figure, and a gleam of spirit flashed in her beautiful eyes. Lifeng was not romantic. Although Gu Lilifeng shot an arrow, he never looked at her. Gu Lilifeng. Emperor Shi looked at the figure that was going away, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. His palm touched the blood on his shoulder. There seemed to be a terrible corrosive force there. It was this force that allowed the arrow to directly break through his body defense and draw blood with one arrow. Gu Lilifeng's sword and arrows are equally powerful. Both can kill someone with one strike. Chapter 561, A Sudden Storm. Many figures in white appeared beside Lin Xiner, protecting her in the middle. Lin Xiner looked at Di Shi with a faint smile and said softly, although they are both the prides of the 8 towns, there is still some gap between them. Mr. D's strength is not just a little weaker than Gu Lilifeng. Moreover, in terms of temperament, Mr. D took his anger out on me because of Xiner's words, which is very disappointing. I will avenge Gu Lilifeng's arrow. As for our strength, we are in different realms, so what if there is some gap? Who is stronger and who is weaker, the immortal martial world will see for themselves. Di Shi's body was shining with green light, his eyes were sharp, he looked at Lin Xiner, and said lightly, as for taking your anger out on the fairy, it is nonsense. Di Shi just wanted to invite the fairy to chat with me. How could he bear to destroy a flower? Mr. D's way of inviting people is a bit special. Lin Xiner said lightly. The fairy's beauty is so charming that we must resort to extraordinary means. Since the fairy is unwilling, I will not force her. Emperor Shi's figure flashed and he stood in the void. He stared at Qin Wentian again, and a murderous cold light flashed past. He pointed his finger at Qin Wentian and said, you think that Ji Fixia can protect you for a while and you will be safe. Today you hurt my brother. No matter who you are or what your identity is, you are doomed to die. As soon as the voice fell, Emperor Shi's figure rushed out again. Ji Fixia snorted coldly. He flashed and held the sword tightly in his palm. As long as he had a thought, the sword would bloom. However, at this moment, Emperor Shi's figure flashed suddenly, and he turned and moved, flashing towards the people next to him. There were Fan Li and others and the woman from Yaohuang Valley. How dare you? Ji Fixia knew that he had been fooled, and his figure flashed, but how fast Emperor Shi was. Be careful. Qin Wentian shouted. Yun Mengai slapped out her palm, and a force of ice went to the Emperor Shi in front. At the same time, Qin Zhang walked out, and the power of space tore out, but it could not stop the Emperor Shi at all. The Emperor Shi stretched out his palm, and a giant bird appeared, tearing all attacks and rushing straight at them. Fan Li and the others changed their expressions. The strength of the Emperor Shi was too strong, both in speed and attack. Bang! Starlight burst out, and several people bloomed at the same time. Where are you running? The Emperor Shi shouted angrily, and his palm hid out violently, and the treasure light bloomed, and the fierce birds were torn away in an instant. Get out of here! Chu Mang and Yu Yang Kuangsheng's expressions changed drastically. Qin Wentian saw this scene and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. The light shone, and he was covered with a layer of space halo. Brother, help me! Qin Wentian said. Duan Han and others beside him nodded. Then they saw Qin Wentian step forward. Starlight burst out. He actually stepped directly towards Di Yu and others. Duan Han immediately understood what Qin Wentian meant. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Kill! A terrible light seemed to appear between Qin Wentian's eyebrows. The power of terrifying will attacked crazily. Di Yu, who had just recovered a little, screamed again and whispered, Save me! Di Shi's expression changed. His attack had already landed. The terrible giant bird's treasure light knocked Fan Li and others away. Blood flew in the void. Di Shi wanted to kill all of them, but Di Yu's scream made him turn around and pounce in the direction of Di Yu. However, he saw Ji Fixia's sword light had arrived. With one sword, it seemed to cover the space in a sword curtain. Get out of the way! Di Shi roared, his blood rolled, and the green light was bright. An even more terrible ferocious bird appeared and turned into green rock to attack violently. You are too presumptuous. How could Ji Fixia let go? His wrist trembled, and in an instant, he slashed out 7749 swords. The sword power cut through a piece of wood, and Emperor Shi stopped it tightly. You dare! A loud shout resounded through the world, shaking the void, and there seemed to be starlight shining above the sky, gathering into a constellation. Kill! Duan Han slashed out with a sword without any hesitation, and that space seemed to turn into night, covering all the people who protected Emperor Yu. Qin Wentian and Duan Han knew that there were already strong men in the celestial realm in secret, not only on the other side, but also on their side. People from various major forces went to the Xianwu realm, and there were strong men accompanying them. Not long after Emperor Shi arrived, these celestial masters were already in the dark, but as celestial masters, they would not easily get involved in the battle of the younger generation, and would not intervene even if there were some casualties. Because both sides knew that the celestial masters from all sides had arrived, they thought that the fight was over, until Emperor Shi attacked Fan Li and the others, which once again completely angered Qin Wentian. So there was this scene at the moment. Emperor Yu was a young genius of the Emperor family. His cultivation talent was not much inferior to Emperor Shi. In the future, he might be another genius who suppressed the times. Seeing that Qin Wentian and Duan Han were going to kill Emperor Yu, the powerful people of the Emperor family in the dark would of course stop them. I didn't intervene, so how could it be your turn? A sword light flashed above the sky, as if it split the sky and the earth, and slashed towards the stars. At the same time, a dazzling star millstone appeared, turning into a storm, directly isolating Qin Wentian and the others from the celestial masters of the Emperor family. A figure stood in the void, and it was Shi Zhuan and the others. The celestial masters of the Sword Sect and the Yi Kingdom all took action, while the masters of the Medicine Emperor Valley protected Mo Qingcheng. In their eyes, Mo Qingcheng's safety was above everything else. Now that the battle seemed to be escalating, the first thing they thought of was to protect Mo Qingcheng. Let's go! The master of the D family roared, asking those people to take Du away. Too late. The light from Qin Wentian's eyebrows rushed into Du's mind crazily, and waves of shock waves vibrated in the other party's mind, causing Du to scream continuously. The sword light in the dark night remained, and Qin Wentian seemed to have grown demon wings. He blew like a strong wind and stabbed a halberd into the crowd of the D family. This halberd disappeared again, silently. Be careful. The people in front of Du were extremely nervous. They couldn't see where Qin Wentian's red demon halberd was, so they could only launch a large-scale attack, turning into a human wall to block Qin Wentian, and attacking crazily. Buzz! The starlight shone, and Qin Wentian turned into a residual image, which was particularly blurry in the dark night and almost impossible to see clearly. Puff! A light sound was heard, and the afterimage finally appeared right above Du. When the red demon halberd appeared again, it pierced Du's head, ending his life. Du didn't even have time to scream. Ah! The strong man of the D family attacked Qin Wentian like crazy. Almost at the same time, the space scroll Qin Wentian was wearing flashed with a strong light. Endless attacks came and made Qin Wentian spit out blood, but then the space brilliance shone, and his body disappeared directly in this space. Du. The roar of the D family. Di Shi also attacked Ji Fixu like crazy. He roared, and the void shook endlessly. His eyes were red and he let out a low roar. Emperor Shi. Ji Fixu slashed out with a sword and said coldly, "This battle has already stopped. You killed your brother yourself, don't blame others." How could Emperor Shi withstand such stimulation? His attack became more and more crazy, with green light shining and fire spurts tearing the world apart. Ji Fixu completely adopted defensive swordsmanship. Although Emperor Shi's attack was strong, it was difficult to injure Ji Fixu under his mania. The two were originally evenly matched. As for Fan Li and others, they were all injured. Mo Qingcheng brought the strong men of Yaohong Valley forward and handed them some pills, while protecting everyone's safety. On the other side, the strong men of the Sword Sect and Shi Zhuan also had an absolute advantage against the strong men of the D family. The people of the D family hugged Du's body and roared, but they were helpless. They were bound to suffer a loss today. They lost a young genius, but they couldn't do anything to the other party. Even Qin Wentian, the culprit who killed Du, had already used the space scroll to disappear. He just used the space scroll to dodge the collective attack of those people. Otherwise, even if Qin Wentian didn't leave, Di Shi couldn't do anything to him in this situation. This time Di Shi is going crazy. His brother killed his brother at all costs because he attacked Qin Wentian's friend and caused Qin Wentian to go berserk. Otherwise, both sides thought that the war would not be able to break out. Everyone thought secretly in their hearts. They all thought that the war would not break out. After all, both sides had strong people in secret, and it was difficult to tear each other apart. But they didn't expect the situation to change. Di Shi was too arrogant, so it led to such an ending. Of course, this was also because Du was used to being rampant on weekdays. I'm afraid he didn't expect that today would be the end of this young genius. Seeing the crazy look of Emperor Shi, everyone thought secretly in their hearts, Although Emperor Yu died temporarily, the final outcome was still hard to say. Emperor Shi would definitely take revenge. Could Qin Wentian bear Emperor Shi's revenge? And Qin Wentian's friends, I'm afraid Emperor Shi would not let any of them go, so they could only pray not to meet them in the Xianwu realm. After all, the celestial figures were not allowed to enter the Xianwu realm, so they could only rely on themselves. Boom. A raging anger rushed straight into the sky, and finally Emperor Shi stopped entangled with Ji Fixu and rushed into the sky. He looked down at Mo Qingchen, Fan Li and others, then looked at his brother Emperor Yu, and roared again. Xianwu realm, is your doomsday. Emperor Shi roared wildly, and the sound shook between heaven and earth, making people's eardrums hurt. Let's go. Emperor Shi roared again, and the strong men of the Emperor family took Emperor Yu's body and soared into the sky, leaving this place one after another, obviously knowing that they could not do anything to the other party in this situation, so they had to give up. But watching them leave, everyone understood that the hatred was completely formed, and Emperor Shi and the Di family would never give up revenge. Ji Fixu frowned slightly, then he looked at Duan Han and said, we have to find junior brother Qin as soon as possible. Everyone should be careful in the future and try not to go out alone. Emperor Shi is very fond of his brother. Now that he sees his brother dead, I'm afraid he will be crazy about revenge. He deserves to die. Duan Han said coldly. They were all ready to give up, but Emperor Shi triggered this war. But they were secretly alert in their hearts and knew what to do. The hatred was formed, and they could only act carefully in the future. Interesting guy. Lin Ziner smiled lightly in the distance. That young Master Qin was really crazy. Seeing Emperor Shi attack his friend, he spared no effort to let Emperor Yu stay here. P.S. There will be more characters and forces appearing in this plot recently, so Wuhan dare not write too fast. It must be sorted out. Forgive me. Chapter 562, Journey to the Immortal Martial Realm. In the inn, everyone came back one after another. Qin Wentian was relieved to know that everyone was safe and sound. Qin Wentian did not go out for the next period of time. In addition to practicing, he was with Mo Qingchen. Occasionally, he found some time to drink and chat with Fan Li and others. Naturally, he did not forget to inquire about Bai Qing's news. It turned out that after Fan Li and others came out of the Imperial Mausoleum, a group of people gathered together, and then walked through several secret realms of the Great Xia dynasty. By chance, they went to a Jedi Golem Cliff in Great Xia, where they encountered many crises and almost couldn't get out, leaving their lives in it. It was Bai Qing who saved them. They will never forget that in front of the monstrous golem, Bai Qing burst out with chaos and magic skills, staring at the revived golem. It was Bai Qing who bought them a moment of time, allowing them to walk out safely, but Bai Qing was trapped in the golem cliff, and his life and death were unknown. Hearing this news, Qin Wentian was very worried about Qing's comfort. But according to Liu Yang, although Bai Qing was with him, she was very cold and didn't like to talk. No one knew what she was thinking, but they could feel her loneliness and depression. Even if it wasn't to save them, Bai Qing would not leave the golem cliff. She would continue to stay inside to pursue the unknown mystery, even if it meant losing her life. Yun Mengai was a woman, and she should know Bai Qing's state of mind best. The words she said made Qin Wentian feel uneasy. Yun Mengai stared into Qin Wentian's eyes and told him that Bai Qing was a little bit in a demon barrier. It was a demon in her heart, and she couldn't get out. She took her life lightly. Yun Mengai's words lingered in Qin Wentian's heart for a long time, making him feel very uncomfortable and indescribable. Of course, he understood that all this was related to Qing's experience. What the Bai family did to him had already made Bai Qing embark on a paranoid path and began to practice magic. The magic skills are easy to disturb people's minds and breed inner demons. It is extremely difficult to practice. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. People who practice magic are often extremely paranoid and no one can change. Later, when she met him again, Bai Qing had to endure his attack on the battlefield of the Destiny list to forgive her father and sister Bai Qilxu. The call of Brother Wentian relieved the depression that she had suppressed in her heart for many years. In addition, he no longer cared about Bai Qingsung and Bai Qilxu, so Bai Qing showed signs of improvement. But later, her master died tragically, and he, Qin Wentian, was also seriously injured, which once again made the girl enter the devil's barrier. Thinking of the years when he was a teenager, that simple and lovely girl always liked to follow him and call him Brother Wentian. Qin Wentian felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He must go back to Daxia to solve Daxia's problems and find Bai Qing. As for why Qin Wentian had been practicing seriously and had never left the inn, it was not only because he was worried about the revenge of Emperor Shi and others. That day, he witnessed 4 geniuses who suppressed the era, including Emperor Shi. Any one of them was extremely talented. Add to that the other 4, the geniuses of the 9 major sects, and the peerless geniuses of many ancient countries and major sects. It is conceivable how fierce the competition will be in this trip to the immortal martial realm. He hopes to make himself stronger as much as possible. The immortal martial realm is praised by the people of the royal extreme Holy Land as the burial place of the geniuses. This is by no means an exaggeration. It is unknown how many geniuses will be eliminated this time. As for those who are selected, they will surely stand out. The immortal martial realm is located outside the immortal martial city. This ancient city was built around the immortal martial realm. It is an independent realm that opens every 10 years. It is rumored that the owner of the immortal martial realm is an immortal, a figure similar to the master of the Royal Extreme Holy Sect, the peerless overlord of the Royal Extreme Holy Land, the powerful existence that is said to be above the celestial realm. There are also rumors that the Xianwu realm is held every 10 years, just to select the geniuses of the Huangji Holy Land from generation to generation, so that all the Xianjiao characters will have a chance to step into the Xianwu realm once in their lifetime. The reason for this is that the master of the Xianwu realm is looking for a successor. In short, there are many rumors about the Xianwu realm, but the ones that people are more willing to believe are nothing more than those. Although it is called the place where the Xianjiao burial bones are buried, there are still countless geniuses willing to come to the Xianwu realm to venture into the Xianwu realm. This is the heyday of the entire Huangji Holy Land, and no one is willing to miss it. This place where the Xianjiao burial bones are buried hides endless opportunities. How many peerless and elegant figures have risen from the Xianwu realm, and many of those who have been engraved on the ancient monument ranking list outside the Xianwu realm have become leaders of ancient clans, emperors of ancient countries, and leaders of major religions. At this moment, outside the Xianwu realm, there are huge crowds of people, and there is no end in sight. I am afraid that all the people in the entire Xianwu realm have gathered here, and the area stretching for hundreds of miles is full of people. It was the first time that Qin Wentian saw such a grand scene. The battle for the destiny ranking of the Great Xia dynasty was already grand enough, but compared with the people who came to the immortal martial realm, it was simply incomparable. First, the number of people in the Great Xia dynasty could not be compared with that of the imperial sacred domain. The difference was too great. Moreover, the number of strong men in the Great Xia dynasty was far from being comparable to that of the immortal martial realm, and the spirit of martial arts was even more incomparable. It's really shocking. Fatty Fanel grinned. They flew in the air and saw that the void was full of people. Everyone walked forward, not daring to go too fast for a fear of bumping into others. Compared with the imperial sacred domain, Great Xia is really a barren land. No wonder those strong men are too lazy to go to Great Xia. Yang Kuangsheng whispered, equally surprised. Daxia was once powerful and was one of the 3 great dynasties of the royal sacred domain. However, it was later coveted by others and its treasure house was stolen. After thousands of years, generations of powerful people from Daxia left, and only then did we have the current Daxia. Yun Mengai sighed. This is like a vicious circle. The stronger the place, the more talented and powerful people will continue to pour in. In the weaker place, even if there are evildoers born, they cannot be retained and will become weaker and weaker. This is a martial arts pyramid. The strong are all climbing to the top of the pyramid. Everyone is on the road, including the geniuses of the royal sacred domain. One day, the royal sacred domain can no longer retain them, and they will still go to a wider world. How many people are there? 1 million is too few, right? Can the immortal martial world accommodate them? Family pouted. Most of them are here to watch, and many are here to accompany or see off. It's good to have 1 out of 10 people who can truly enter the Xianwu realm. Yiling Shuang responded on the side. After all, ordinary people don't dare to step into the Xianwu realm. Such a scene is enough to make ordinary people retreat. Thank you, beautiful sister. Fan Li blinked his eyes as he watched Yiling Shuang speak. The light in his squinting eyes made Yiling Shuang speechless. He didn't know where Qin Wentian got such a wretched friend whose eyes lit up when he saw a beautiful woman. However, Yiling Shuang has also understood Fan Li's temperament recently. According to the fat man, love of beauty is innate, and the fat man is just a little philanthropic. King Cheng, Don't go into the Xianwu realm. Qin Wentian took Mo Qingchang's hand with a gentle look. Mo Qingchang smiled sweetly and whispered, "Why can't I go in? Your talent lies in alchemy. The immortal martial realm is a place to temper martial arts. It doesn't matter if you are weak in martial arts. I don't want to see you in any danger." Qin Wentian knew Mo Qingchang's little thoughts, but he still spoke gently, making Mo Qingchang smile even sweeter. She nodded and said, "Well, I'll listen to you, but you have to promise me that you must be careful in the immortal martial realm. Don't worry, even if I can't bear to give up myself, I can't bear to give up you." Qin Wentian pinched Mo Qingchang's little hand, causing Mo Qingchang's pretty face to reveal a hint of shyness. She rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian and said in a tender voice, "You're so smooth talking." Qin Wentian originally had the idea of asking Jiutian to help him, but then he changed his mind and decided to be more conservative. Jiutian's body was another body of his own. If he really had an accident in the immortal martial realm, at least he would still be alive, so he gave up the idea. The group finally came to the location close to the Xianwu realm. They saw a row of white-clothed figures in front of them, like people from other worlds. They stood around a huge ancient monument. On the monument, 3 large characters of Xianwu realm were engraved, shining brightly. This ancient monument, which was 100 meters high, was the Xianwu realm monument. At the same time, it was also the entrance to the Xianwu realm. 100 meters in front of the Xianwu realm monument, there were 81 stone pillars. When the people in front saw the stone pillars, their eyes were sharp. The disciples of the ancient clans of the great sects were all filled with overwhelming momentum, as if they wanted to step on them. 3 emissaries of the Xianwu realm flashed and stood on the Xianwu realm monument. Their eyes swept across the figures in front of them. Their eyes had terrible penetrating power. At a glance, everyone who touched their eyes, whether it was the saint of the great sect or the prince of the ancient country, became quiet. This silence continued to extend. Gradually, the endless figures stopped making a commotion one after another. The vast and endless space of 100 miles was incomparably quiet. Just this scene made many people's heartbeats accelerate. "Those who have obtained the immortal martial order, come up to the stone pillar." The messenger in the middle of the immortal martial world monument spoke indifferently, and this voice seemed to penetrate the void and spread across a space of 100 miles. The 81 people who have obtained the immortal martial world order are the ones that the immortal martial world messengers pay the most attention to. They are almost all the geniuses of the 9 major sects, ancient countries, and large clans. Everyone stared at the front, and saw a figure walking out in an instant and landing on the middle stone pillar. The genius of the Di family, Di Shi, one of the 8 geniuses who suppressed the era. It is rumored that his younger brother was killed. After Di Shi, people walked up one after another. Gu Lifen, that's Gu Lifen, so handsome. That's Li Yan, so strong. Lin Ziner, the most beautiful woman in the world, she also got the fairy martial order. Who is that person? She is so beautiful, her beauty can even be compared to Lin Ziner, and her temperament is extraordinary. Princess Jiauang of the great Zhou dynasty is indeed outstanding. Who says women are inferior to men? That is the holy son of the Taiyao cult, with such a strong demonic aura. Nanguang Shuang of the Nanguang family has also arrived. I wonder if the Nanguang family still hates the fairy cult now. One by one, the geniuses stepped onto the stone pillar. The 81 people who were about to step onto the stone pillar were all geniuses. Their appearance together immediately caused a sensation. Chapter 563 Floating Bridge. The 8 geniuses who suppressed the era were undoubtedly the most dazzling 8 people. Almost all eyes were fixed on them. Ji Fixu and Qin Wentian stepped onto the stone pillar together. They already knew each other and were brothers from the same sect. Naturally, their relationship was much closer than that of strangers. The 2 stood on adjacent stone pillars. In addition to the 2 of them, there were 2 people on the 2 stone pillars next to them who were also from the sword sect, 1 man and 1 woman. The 2 were disciples from the other 2 mountains of Jiutian. The cold and beautiful woman stood in the sun, but still made people feel cold, as if she was a fairy under the moon, untouchable. Her position was exactly opposite to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was on the left of Ji Fixu and she was on the right. Lu Bingyu. The reason why Qin Wentian paid attention to this woman was naturally because of the Maishan sword master. This person was the Maishan sword master's favorite female disciple, Lu Bingyu. In the Xianwu realm, no magic weapons or treasures are allowed to be used. The Xianwu realm is a self-contained realm that excludes all external forces. In order to allow Lu Bingaiyu to have a stronger trump card and gain huge benefits in the Xianwu realm, Meishan Swordmaster took advantage of the situation and let Yu Qingyan, the Emperor of Yi, dig treasures in his body and gave them to Lu Bingaiyu. Now the treasure should have been integrated into Lu Bingaiyu's body and become a part of her, Qin Wentian thought secretly in his heart, and there was no idea in his deep eyes. But since the moment when Meishan Swordmaster took the treasure from Yi Qingyan, the Emperor of Yi, the relationship between Qin Wentian and Lu Bingaiyu was doomed. Although they were from the same sect, they were enemies rather than friends. In addition to the 8 Xianjiao who suppressed the era, the endless figures outside the Xianwu realm also looked at other people one after another. Among the 81 Xianjiao who obtained the Xianwu order, the 9 major sects only accounted for 1/3 of the number, and the rest were Xianjiao from the various forces of the Huangji Holy Land. Some forces had 1 person, and some forces had 2 people. Although there were some unfamiliar faces like Qin Wentian, when the crowd mentioned that Qin Wentian was the one who killed Yu Kongfen and Du of the D family, they didn't think too much. It was not surprising that he had a fairy martial arts order in his hand. Killing Yu Kongfen across 2 realms was a battle talent, and killing Du in front of Shu was a courage and spirit. It was just a pity that his realm was indeed a little low. Although it was rumored that the real assessment in the fairy martial arts world was talent, and a fair competition environment would be given to the strong who entered different realms of the fairy martial arts world, there was no absolute fairness. In the end, they still had to rely on absolute strength to fight for the fruits of this trip. This was a feast of great waves washing away the sand. Fairy martial arts world, start. The messenger on the fairy martial arts monument said, and in an instant, a rumbling sound was heard, and the vast fairy martial arts world gate opened to both sides. Countless eyes looked into the fairy martial arts world, wanting to see clearly what kind of world it was. They saw many floating islands, intertwined and intertwined, like a series of suspended cities. The shocking scene was unforgettable after just one look. Are these the 81 floating bridges in the Xianwu realm? Although many people have learned about the scenes in the Xianwu realm from the mouths of previous masters, it is still shocking to see it with their own eyes. Although the 81 floating bridges are called bridges, each bridge is like a world and a kind of experience. These 81 floating bridges will correspond to 81 Xianwu order owners. It is precisely because of the existence of these floating bridges that there are Xianwu realm orders. The Xianwu realm envoys selected 81 people and did not want them to collide too early. Of course, if these 81 were eliminated by others on a certain floating bridge, then they can only be said to be incompetent. Each of you 81 people, go to a floating bridge. Although the experience of each floating bridge is different, the danger is the same. As for your ending, it depends on you. The rest of you, step on any floating bridge at will and go in. An envoy of the immortal martial realm waved his hand and said, and in an instant, the 81 figures on the stone pillar flickered and walked towards the immortal martial realm. Qin Wentian and Ji Fixu walked side by side. When they stepped into the immortal martial realm, an invisible power of the heavenly way seemed to descend from the sky. The great way was invisible, but there was a real pressure that enveloped all the strong people who stepped into the immortal martial realm. Their expressions did not change at all. Obviously, they already knew the general situation inside. Moreover, as the 81 most outstanding people selected by the envoys of the immortal martial realm, their minds were extremely tenacious and they had already made psychological preparations. With their abilities, it didn't matter if their realm was suppressed. Xianjiao characters don't rely on their advantages in realm. Whether it's combat power, comprehension, or will, they are not comparable to ordinary people. Qin Wentian also roughly knew the situation inside. He heard that the 81 floating bridges in the Xianwu realm would remain unchanged forever, but the crises and opportunities inside would change. As for the suppressed realm, it would be slowly unlocked sooner or later. Therefore, what he needed to do was to use the experience of the Xianwu realm to improve his strength as much as possible before the suppressed realm was completely unlocked, and strive to rise to a higher level before the realm suppression was unlocked. Looking at the 81 floating bridges in front of him, which were as vast as the heavenly palace, Qin Wentian was also somewhat shocked. Each floating bridge was like a world, leading to different places, with different tests and crises, and also different opportunities. The fierce murderous intent fell on Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian was very keenly aware that this murderous intent came from different places. In addition to Emperor Shi, there were also people from the Purple Thunder sect. Qin Wentian did not look at the other party. These were all things he would have to face sooner or later, but there were many more crises waiting for him. If he wanted to get to the end, he would face far more than just Emperor Shi and the Purple Thunder sect. Many people flashed and headed towards a suspended floating bridge. Brother Qin, choose a floating bridge. One bridge, one world. It depends on your luck. Ji Fixu said to Qin Wentian. Ji Fixu. At this time, a voice came from beside Ji Fixu. It was Lu Bingayu's voice. Turning his head, Ji Fixu looked at the cold face. I will be ahead of you in the ranking of the ancient monuments of the immortal martial realm. Lu Bingayu said calmly, and then she saw her figure flashing and running towards a suspended floating bridge. Very confident. Ji Fixu smiled faintly, and then stepped out as well. Lu Bingayu did not look at Qin Wentian. She might not know the relationship between Qin Wentian and the human emperor. Looking into the void, Qin Wentian's figure flashed, like a gust of wind, and walked onto an unmanned suspended floating bridge. He was the first person to step onto this floating bridge with the immortal martial order. The other 80 people each chose a floating bridge, which would ensure that they would not collide in advance. The suspended floating bridge where Qin Wentian was located existed independently. Although it was side by side with the other 80 floating bridges, it led to completely different directions. He looked at the many scenes he had never seen before and took a deep breath. One bridge, one world. The army behind him finally entered the Xianwu realm and flashed towards the floating bridge. In just a moment, Qin Wentian felt a mighty aura behind him. Even though there were 81 floating bridges, there were so many people entering the Xianwu realm that the number of people stepping on each floating bridge would be over 1,000. Qin Wentian strolled out along the floating bridge with firm steps. Xianwu realm, the heyday of the Huangji Holy Land, he would definitely seize this rare opportunity to improve himself. Stop! A loud shout came from behind. After Qin Wentian, another person came to the floating bridge. This second person was chosen. He saw Qin Wentian stepping onto the floating bridge and followed him. Among the 81 geniuses with the immortal martial order, Qin Wentian also had a brilliant record, but for many people, he was obviously not as dangerous as many others. At least, Shi Kuang of the Xianqin sect thought so. It was Shi Kuang who stopped Qin Wentian and asked him to stop. Qin Wentian did stop. When he turned around, he saw Shi Kuang walking onto the floating bridge. Behind Shi Kuang, a mighty army was walking. Qin Wentian did not speak, but just stared at Shi Kuang. Looking at his deep but calm eyes, Shi Kuang could not help but feel a little flustered. This feeling was very deadly, especially in the immortal martial world. How could he develop a fear because of a person's eyes? Although you have the immortal martial order, let's all go together. Shi Kuang suppressed his emotions, but did not say any more impolite words. He seemed to be a little afraid of Qin Wentian's calm but extremely aggressive eyes. Shi Kuang felt that there seemed to be an amazing wild energy hidden in that calmness, which might be ignited and exploded if he was not careful. Wentian. Yiling Shuang came to the floating bridge, and immediately flashed forward after seeing Qin Wentian, and walked to Qin Wentian's side. After that, Fan Li and the others appeared one after another. They naturally wanted to walk the same road with Qin Wentian, so they all followed the floating bridge. Qin Wentian then retracted his gaze from Shi Kuang, smiled at Yiling Shuang, and said, "Sister Ling Shuang, let's go together." More and more people went up the floating bridge, and the space was almost unable to accommodate them. Qin Wentian and the others walked forward with a bit of vigilance. The world on the floating bridge has towering ancient trees and ancient buildings, but no matter what the surrounding scenery is, there is only one road on the floating bridge, which continues to extend, and no one knows where the end is. The people behind began to form alliances one after another. Many of them were brothers from the same sect who took care of each other and stepped onto the same floating bridge together, just like Fanel, Yang Kuangsheng and others who walked together. Therefore, small circles were quickly formed, so that they could better protect themselves. Shi Kuang and several disciples of Xianqin sect formed an alliance, and so did people from other major forces, including people from the 9 major sects. Duan Han did not come to this floating bridge. He knew Qin Wentian's combat power and suppressed his realm. There was no problem handing this floating bridge over to leader Qin Wentian. He took a few people to another floating bridge. Others from the Zhanjian sect did not trust Qin Wentian as much as Duan Han did. Therefore, although there were disciples of the Zhanjian sect here, they formed an alliance with each other and did not join Qin Wentian's alliance. Chapter 564, The Deceiving Demon. The floating bridge was very large, but there was only one road in the middle. Everyone started to move forward together, following this road. Gradually, they diverged from the other 80 floating bridges and went in completely different directions. Perhaps they would eventually connect together, but at least they would not intersect before crossing this floating bridge. The suppression of cultivation and the suppression of martial arts are really unpleasant. Family said depressedly as he walked. He found that his cultivation was suppressed to the first level of Xiangang, and even his martial arts was suppressed to the beginning of the second level. He could obviously use stronger power, but he felt that he had the power but couldn't, which was very uncomfortable. The rules of the Xianwu realm are like this. In the front, a fair environment will be given to those who enter the Xianwu realm. This is a good thing for us. Once the suppression of cultivation is released, there are countless people who can kill us here. Yi Lingshuang whispered, and the fat man underestimated a few more times, but he also agreed with Yi Lingshuang's words. Their cultivation was indeed weak here. Moreover, Fan Li was a clever man. He was very keen to notice the rebelliousness of the people here. This rebelliousness seemed to want to swallow up everyone else and become the only one in the Xianwu world. He knew very well that there were many elites from the Huangji Holy Land here, and they were the pride of the big sects and ambitious. Although it was temporarily calm now, everyone had a burning fire in their hearts that could burn at any time. What the hell is this? Family noticed that 18 silver puppets appeared in front of him. They blocked the way forward for the crowd, and their positions formed a faint formation. The test of the Xianwu world has begun. Everyone thought in their hearts that the Xianwu world was full of dangers, and every test contained dangers. The starlight shone and turned into bows and arrows. The arrows broke through the air and shot at the silver puppets in front. The 18 puppets were blooming with strong silver light, and the spears in their hands stabbed out at the same time. The silver light bursting out from the 18 spears seemed to gather together and smash the bows and arrows. The attack power of each silver puppet is equivalent to the attack of a strong person at the peak of the first level of Xiangang and the initial level of martial arts will. When the 18 puppets are together, their attacks have a tendency to merge, and their strength can reach the attack power of a strong person at the peak of the second level of Xiangang and the initial level of martial arts will. Qin Wentian was sensitive and analyzed. The figures behind him nodded, obviously agreeing with Qin Wentian's words. We can force our way in. Although their realm and martial arts were suppressed, this first level of the test was no problem for their small alliance. There were 8 people in their alliance, namely, Qin Wentian, Yi Lingshuang, Fanel, Yan Kuangshen, Chu Meng, Yun Mengai, Qin Zheng, and Mu Feng. Yang and I will be the vanguard. Qin Zheng and Yun Mengai will support from both wings, Fatty and Chu Meng will suppress from behind, and Sister Lingshuang and Mu Feng will watch in the middle to prevent accidents. Qin Wentian said without hesitation. This arrangement is indeed more reasonable. Although the first test of the immortal martial realm should not be too abnormal, it is still necessary to be cautious to avoid accidents. Okay. Everyone agreed with Qin Wentian's plan. The army behind was also happy that Qin Wentian and his men would test it out first, so they naturally waited quietly. Let's go. Qin Wentian said after forming a formation, and rushed towards the 18 silver puppets. Because of the suppression of the invisible force, they could not even bloom the martial destiny heavenly power, and could only release the star soul. Qin Wentian's whole body was transformed into a demon, wearing the demon armor, his eyes were sharp, and a sky hammer appeared in his hand. If he wanted to open the way, he would naturally attack violently. Yang's star soul was also released, which was very dazzling. The whole body was covered with thunder and firelight, wearing brilliant armor, and rushed forward. The 18 silver armor puppets attacked Qin Wentian and others at the same time, and it was another amazing shot that penetrated everything. Buzz! The strong wind swept past, and Qin Wentian and Yang Kuangsheng released their attacks. How terrible was the power! The moment Qin Wentian's sky hammer blasted out, the void trembled. Although the realm and martial arts were suppressed, the use of power and supernatural powers could not be suppressed. The attacks of both sides collided with each other. Qin Wentian and Yang Kuangsheng rushed directly into the silver puppets and actually repelled the silver-armored puppets. However, these puppets seemed to have immortal bodies. They raised their hands and launched a second round of attacks. Their spear skills were still amazing, and they killed the 2 people in the front. At this time, Qin Zheng and Yun Mengai exerted their strength. The power of ice and the power of space burst out at the same time. The spear light seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. Fan Li and Chu Mang had already prepared their swords and had already made their moves. The instantaneous attack collision had made all 8 of them rush into the center camp and continue to move forward. If you can't kill them, you can only force them to retreat. Seeing this battle situation, everyone understood in their hearts. Qin Wentian and Yu Yang launched another attack to hold the spear light in front. They advanced rapidly. Although there was some pressure, they all stepped safely through the territory of the 18 puppets and walked to the opposite side of the floating bridge. If only one person breaks through alone, it will be really difficult to get through. Qin Wentian whispered when he landed. Of course, everyone knew that although Qin Wentian and his companions seemed to be a little relaxed, that was because of the tacit cooperation of the group battle. If one person breaks through alone, unless he is a very evil person, he will die in there. From this point of view, the test of the immortal martial realm is still very difficult. It is only the first level of the level, which is so difficult. This also forces those who have not formed an alliance to form an alliance one after another. Go quickly. Seeing Qin Wentian and his companions leave directly, the people behind did not dare to delay time immediately, and they must not let Qin Wentian and his companions get any benefits first. So one after another, some people began to force their way through, passing the 18 silver-armored puppets at the fastest speed. Under the strong alliance, the passing rate was extremely high. The stronger the person, the more confident he was, and dared to rush for time. Later, the death rate began to gradually increase. Qin Wentian and his companions had no time to pay attention to these things. They continued to move forward. Not long after, they stopped. There was another checkpoint in front of them. An extremely huge monster was hovering in front of them. Its huge head was right in front of the crowd. If they wanted to continue forward through the floating bridge, they had to pass under the head of this monster. What kind of monster is this? The monster was black in color, with hideous scales, like a snake monster, but also with the shadow of a dragon. The black dragon python, the black mist it spits out is highly corrosive. Yiling Shuang said. The black dragon python of the 3rd level of Xiangang, the corrosive poison it spits out can easily kill us. Feeling the cold eyes, Yiling Shuang looked a little unhappy. How could the 2nd level of the checkpoint be so difficult? The black dragon python's cold eyes were staring at this side, as if it understood Yiling Shuang's words, and its eyes seemed to flash with a strange look. There must be a way to get through. The Xianwu realm will not leave a dead end. Qin Zhang said in a low voice, and then looked at the black dragon python. Brother Python, can you tell me the rules? The black dragon python stared at Qin Zhang, and there seemed to be a ray of cold light in the corners of its sinister eyes. It looked at Qin Zhang. I am the rules. It was not surprising that the black dragon python spoke human language. The monsters in the Xiangang realm can speak human language, and if the monsters want to experience human life, they can also shed their monster bodies and transform into humans. However, monsters have their own ways, and many monsters do not like the human form, just like it is impossible for a human to like the monster form. Otherwise, if Qin Wentian could transform into a big rock, why did he try every means to return to human form? This monster is so arrogant. Fan Li muttered. The black dragon python stared at him and grinned. You better be careful. Damn, brother Python, just say it casually, don't hold a grudge like that. Fan Li muttered, cursing in his heart. This evil beast of the 3rd level of Xiangang was so arrogant. If it hadn't been suppressed, he wouldn't bother to talk nonsense with it. But now this python monster is guarding the checkpoint and can't be offended. It's so depressing. The black dragon python didn't say anything, just stared at Fan Li, and the people behind him also caught up one after another. Brother Jiao, I have something for you. At this time, a figure came forward. With a flash of light, the man threw a huge demonic energy bead at the black dragon python. The black dragon python swallowed it in one gulp, and then his triangular eyes showed satisfaction. He looked at the man and said, I will follow the normal rules. You see clearly. As he spoke, the black dragon python began to spit out black mist, and it exhaled very rhythmically in coordination with its breathing. The corrosiveness of the black mist was extremely terrible. Even if people were far away, they would feel a sense of crisis. If they were hit, their bodies would probably be corroded. Difficult. Everyone had a thought in their minds. The so-called normal rules were regular exhalations. It seemed that the black dragon python guarded this checkpoint and did not dare to let anyone go easily. At most, it would follow the normal rules. Thank you, Brother Jiao. These are all people from my Taiyao sect. The young man said as he walked with a group of people behind him. The black dragon python nodded. So he is from the Taiyao sect. No wonder he is so familiar with the nature of monsters. It is said that snake monsters are lustful and greedy. This Taiyao sect member not only gave gifts, but also called the black flood python Brother Jiao. Of course, Jiao sounds better than python. Everyone thought to themselves, and then saw the Taiyao sect member rushing out. When the black flood python just exhaled, he, who had been waiting beside him, exerted his speed to the extreme. He was wearing armor made of monster power and rushed under the head of the black flood python in an instant. The black mist exhaled by the black flood python only touched him a little bit, but it still corroded his defense in an instant, which made the crowd secretly shocked. This person was well prepared, and the black flood python obviously intended to let him go. Then, the second person from the Taiyao sect rushed over. Although he also passed, his leg was injured. The third person was also in danger. The fourth person had one leg corroded directly. The fifth person was wrapped in mist as soon as he reached the middle of the road, and completely turned into a ball of flesh and blood, and then disappeared. The crowd was terrified. Brother Jiao, I have something good for you. Yiling Shuang stepped forward, and a delicate little sword appeared in her hand. Although the magic weapon could not be used here, it was fine as long as the magic weapon was not allowed to release its pressure. Otherwise, once the power of the magic weapon was activated, it would cause a disaster to come to this world. The black dragon python did not speak, staring at Yiling Shuang with a lustful look. This scene made Fan Li angry, and he cursed, "This beast is actually lustful. Snake demon, sexually lustful." Everyone secretly said, "It's true. Could it be that this snake demon also pays attention to women?" Qin Wentian and others frowned, but saw the black dragon python staring at Fan Li with a vicious look. Here, it is the rules. Chapter 565, A Kick of Despair. Idiot, you irritated me. A vicious light shot out from the sinister triangular eyes of the black dragon python. Here, it dominated the life and death of these people. Those people caught it and set rules for it. As long as it abided by the most basic rules, it could do whatever it wanted. The only rule it needed to follow was that its body could not leave the original place, it could only guard the gap, and at the same time, it needed to exhale to block people who wanted to pass under it. As for the rest, it could do whatever it wanted, which meant that it could kill without restraint as long as it wanted. However, although the black dragon python was cunning, it also knew that it could not offend the public. Otherwise, what if everyone joined forces to go crazy and kill it? It would die. One team could not kill it, but what if 2 or 3 teams were sent out? The black dragon python would not irritate everyone to let them join forces. For these humans, it was a test. They would definitely find a way to pass its test and walk under it. This was the simplest. The black dragon python did not know that the young man in front of it was thinking at this moment, and there seemed to be a strange light flashing in his eyes. Although this black dragon python is powerful, if we can win over more people to kill it easily, will this go against the original intention of the Xianwu world assessment? Will it cause some other changes? Qin Wentian thought to himself. He thought it might be possible, so he couldn't do it. But if the black dragon python deliberately made things difficult for them, wouldn't it be too much for their small team to join forces? Otherwise, if they tried to get through one by one, Qin Wentian was confident that he could withstand the conspiracy of the black dragon python. But what about Yiling Shuang, Fan Li and the others? Fan Li was also staring at the black dragon python. Looking at the vicious eyes, a strange look flashed in Fan Li's eyes. He sent a voice message to Qin Wentian, "Boss, do you want to kill this beast?" Qin Wentian was not surprised to hear Fan Li's words. Fatty has always been bold. This black dragon python is planning to attack them. I'm afraid there is no other way to go, so he can only take action. Do it. Qin Wentian spit out a word, which made the people around him stunned. Why did this guy suddenly say such a vulgar word? A beast dares to be so arrogant. Fan Li's eyes revealed a touch of evil. When he finished speaking, everyone's heart trembled. It seemed that these guys did not intend to follow the test of the immortal martial realm. This test was supposed to be to walk under the black dragon python, but these guys were ready to do it. However, this just met everyone's wishes. If they were fighting, wouldn't they be able to pass easily? Thinking of this, they all laughed in their hearts. They didn't know if these guys could deal with a black dragon python. Although there were many people, in the face of absolute power advantage, the number was false. If there was a black dragon python of the 5th level of Xiangang in front of them, even if they went together, it would be useless. The opponent's defense could not be broken. Isn't it looking for death? However, if it was only a black dragon python of the 3rd level of Xiangang, it would be no problem to kill the black dragon python together, but if there were only Qin Wentian and 8 people, it would be difficult. The defense of the monsters is strong. This black dragon python has a trait of a dragon. Its scales reflect a cold light. In addition to the cultivation of this black dragon python, it is difficult for people of the 1st level of Xiangang to break through the defense. These 8 people are really brave. Are you looking for death? The huge body of the black dragon python began to wriggle on the spot, constantly swallowing and spitting out black mist, and the corrosive power is extremely terrible. We must not be hit by the black mist. This corrosive power can easily corrode our bodies and turn them into a pool of blood. Mu Feng reminded, and everyone nodded. Those who have blood power have activated their blood. Blood is the body's own talent, and the Xian Wu world will naturally not suppress it. Blind its eyes. Qin Wentian whispered, and Fanel nodded in agreement. This beast's eyes are very mean, and he dares to stare at Sister Ling Shuang. It's really mean. Yang Kuangsheng took a deep look at Fanel next to him, which made Fanel curse in his heart. What does it mean? Is this a veiled attack? The way a fat man looks at a beautiful woman is not called cheap, but called admiration. Do it. Qin Wentian's voice fell, and everyone's expression became solemn. Then Qin Wentian's body rushed out first, and the demon god transformation was used. He was wearing armor and a pair of demon wings appeared behind him, ready to protect himself at any time. Die? The black dragon python spit out more black mist at Qin Wentian, and the terrifying corrosive power filled the air. The moment he exhaled, Fen Li and Chu Mang's arrows had already shot out and went straight to the black dragon python's eyes. The black dragon python saw the arrows coming to kill instantly, so he simply closed his eyes and used his perception to feel it. He exhaled again and chased Qin Wentian, who used Dao's Huanxing Yi. A spear appeared in Qin Wentian's hand. It was not a divine weapon, but an ordinary weapon spear. Through Dao's Huanxing Yi, his body instantly came to the void and shot the black dragon python's eyes, like a flash of lightning. The black dragon python opened its mouth and swallowed forward. If Qin Wentian dared to come over, he would swallow Qin Wentian and his gun together. Mu Feng. Qin Wentian shouted, and Mu Feng's body turned into a residual image. He blasted a series of bloody palm prints into the black dragon python's mouth, and then instantly used Dao's Huanxing Yi to retreat with Qin Wentian. Sure enough, the moment they retreated, the black dragon python's mouth suddenly closed, and the space trembled, but the palm prints with blood had already blasted into the black dragon python's mouth. It turned out that Qin Wentian's attack just now was just a feint. The black dragon python was angry, and its huge head rushed towards Qin Wentian and the others. Its body was very long, so it could control a very wide range without moving. It spit out another mouthful of black mist, almost drowning Qin Wentian and the others. Freeze. Yun Mengai's icy power instantly enveloped the black mist. At this moment, Fan Li's Chu Mang's arrows shot into the black python's mouth crazily, causing the black python to roar angrily. Qin Zhang slapped his palm, and the spatial power enveloped the frozen black room. He swung his palm to the side, taking away all the black mist. Roar, roar. The black python roared in pain. It was obvious that the poison that entered its body had taken effect. How could Qin Wentian and Yang Kuangsheng be polite? They rushed into the void and attacked the open eyes crazily. Qin Wentian's spearmanship was so powerful, and he attacked the fragile eyes, causing the black python to howl continuously. Yang Kuangsheng's thunder god slash made its eyeballs burst. Before they recover their realm, they should not provoke them. Many people thought to themselves. It was not because Qin Wentian and his men were so strong. After all, many of the people who came in were geniuses. However, Qin Wentian and his 8 men acted decisively and viciously. The key was that they seemed to have a good relationship and cooperated well with each other, which made people very afraid. Under the same realm, the other party's decisiveness and unity were very deadly. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the black dragon python to be killed on the spot by the 8 people. Its huge body lay there without any life. The fat man even jumped on the body of the black dragon python and stepped on it twice. Let's go. Qin Wentian didn't have much of a ripple in his heart. He had just stepped into the Xianwu realm. Others naturally followed him one after another without any trouble. Some people stared at Qin Wentian's back with cold eyes. Although there are tests in the Xianwu realm, there must be opportunities later. Although they haven't fought yet, once they touch the battle for treasure, the suppressed fire in their hearts may burst out. It didn't take long for Qin Wentian to be dumbfounded. Not only him, but everyone was dumbfounded. Boom. A loud noise was heard, making everyone's heart tremble. Boom, boom, boom. The loud noises continued, and each loud noise made people's hearts beat. This loud noise was the sound of footsteps. What appeared in front of everyone was a terrifying giant monster that was hundreds of meters tall. His head was as big as a house, and he had to raise his head to see it. His feet covered dozens of meters and kept stepping on the ground. The place where he stepped was the only exit for everyone. No one had the idea of fighting again. This giant monster was like a bull monster. It seemed to be sleeping, just repeating the same action, raising its feet and then stepping down. The rhythm was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Even if it kept the slowest rhythm, it would take the extreme speed of a peak person of the first level of Xiangang to barely reach it. If his rhythm was slightly faster, I am afraid that even a strong person of the third level of Xiangang plus the second level of the wind martial arts would not be able to pass. In other words, if anyone encounters a fast pace when passing through, it will be a dead end. If it is a slow pace, it depends on your speed first, and then your luck. Everyone shut up. There was no other noise in the space except the loud bangs. Everyone was communicating with each other through voice transmission. They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would wake up the giant monster, and then they would be dead. One foot could trample them to death. With our current realm, we can't get through even if we use the Dao's Huanxing Yi body method when encountering a fast pace. For a medium pace, Dao's Huanxing Yi can get through. Qin Wentian and others communicated with each other. Dao's Huanxing Yi was a magical power that they all practiced. With a status magical power, no one would get in the way. Well, as long as you don't encounter that kind of fast pace, it's fine. Anyone who encounters it will die. Soon they reached a consensus. Sister Ling Shuang, I'll take you. Qin Wentian said to Yi Ling Shuang. He should be the most proficient in Dao's Huanxing Yi. The power of blood and other body techniques cannot be superimposed with Dao's Huanxing Yi to increase speed, so this time he can only rely on Dao's Huanxing Yi, which is the most reliable. Yi Ling Shuang, who had already communicated through voice transmission, could only nod, and then lay on Qin Wentian's back, and was carried by Qin Wentian. However, before them, someone was ready to act. He had wings on his back, and the will of the martial arts of wind enveloped his body. He was obviously a strong man who was good at speed. At the moment when the giant monster raised his foot, his body was like a gust of wind. Fast, so fast that only an afterimage was left. The hearts of the crowd were beating, and they saw that the giant foot fell again, and the man was about to go out. Bang! With one foot stepping down, everyone's heart seemed to stop beating at this moment, and the giant foot was raised again. The crowd saw that the opposite side was empty, and there was blood on the ground. Many people's bodies trembled slightly. They couldn't get through so quickly. The speed that the man just encountered was of medium rhythm. Many people showed despair. They knew that the speed of the man just now was very fast. Huh? Qin Wentian took a deep breath. Yi Ling Shuang lay on Qin Wentian and said, Wentian, I won't go over, so as not to implicate you. If he didn't carry her on his back, Qin Wentian should be more confident. Sister, believe me. Qin Wentian said in a low voice, walked to the foot of the giant monster, and took a deep breath. He saw that the man didn't choose the right time just now. He rushed out the moment the giant monster's foot landed. The moment the foot was lifted up, the battle was turned and the stars were moved. He calculated the time to the most accurate moment. Boom. When the giant foot fell again, Qin Wentian's heart trembled. Yi Ling Shuang, who was lying on his back, opened her closed eyes. She was not dead. A light flashed in her beautiful eyes. It's over. The crowd on the other side of the giant foot trembled in their hearts. This kind of body movement was so fast. It's my turn. Qin Zhang walked forward, took a deep breath, and made the same action as Qin Wentian, and passed. Qin Wentian and the others showed excitement, but many others showed jealousy. I'll do it. Fan Li walked out, his eyes dancing with excitement, and his body rushed out. Boom. At the moment when Fan Li moved, a thunderous sound appeared in the void, causing Qin Wentian's heart to tremble, as if a monstrous demonic aura was blooming, and someone awakened the giant demon with the power of thunder. Seeing the giant foot that had just been raised fall again, Qin Wentian saw Fan Li's desperate face. "No!" Qin Wentian roared. "They have body skills, we can't let them pass." While Qin Wentian roared, someone stared at Yan Kuangsheng and others who had not yet passed. Chapter 566, Road of Life and Death. Bang! With a loud noise, Qin Wentian felt as if a sharp blade had pierced his heart. Fan Li was gone. With that kick, the fat man completely disappeared and did not come over. His eyes instantly turned red, as if flames were gushing out. Qin Wentian looked at the disappearing figure, and he seemed to see the young figure of Fan Li. "Fatty, I am a genius." Fatty is not lustful, but loving. That cynical face echoed in his mind, but with one kick, he completely disappeared from his world. The wretched fat man was Qin Wentian's earliest friend. To him, he was his best brother, a brother who had lived and died together. He died? Qin Wentian could not accept it. Even though he knew before entering the Xianwu realm that it was not an ordinary place and it was very likely that he would die, but when he really saw Fan Li disappear in front of him, Qin Wentian's heart still hurt. Yiling Shuang's eyes also turned red. Yang Kuangsheng and Chu Meng roared angrily, and turned back to stare at the man who awakened the giant monster. He was a young man bathed in thunder, and his rebellious spirit was not concealed. He stared at Yang Kuangsheng and others with undisguised provocation and murderous intent. "I think you all saw their identities just now. These people are good at this kind of body skills. We must leave a few people behind and let them hand over their body skills, so that we can be more confident," the young man said lightly. He was from the Purple Thunder sect. He had recognized Qin Wentian a long time ago, and naturally saw that Qin Wentian had a special relationship with these people. The Purple Thunder sect had received a mission before coming in. If anyone met the people of the Sword sect, they should not be polite if they could take their lives, especially a person named Qin Wentian. This order was issued by one of the 7 great masters. It is said that this master ruined his plan because Qin Wentian and the saintess of Yaohuang Valley cured the poison of the emperor of Yi country, and even lost face in Yi country, and one of his disciples, Yi Kongfan, died. This master could not ask Qin Wentian for this account in person, so he asked the people of Zili sect to take Qin Wentian's life. Moreover, when Zili sect saw the giant monster's foot, they did lack good body skills. Although their body skills of Zili sect were not weak, they seemed to be a little worse than Dao's Huanxing Yi, so there was a scene at this moment. Dao's Huanxing Yi is one of the unique skills of Daxia, and it can be said to be the easiest to get started among the 9 unique skills of Daxia. Although Qin Wentian and his people practiced many unique skills such as Blood Curse Seal and Thunder God Slash, they were just practicing. The power they exerted was not weak, but it was far from the level of mastery. The Great Xia dynasty was as powerful as the Great Shuang dynasty, which meant that the Great Xia dynasty was at the same level as the 9 major sects. Skills like Dao's Huanxing Yi were basically the top skills among the major sects and ancient sects in the Royal Holy Land. When everyone saw that Qin Wentian and Qin Zhang could do it, and heard the words of the young man from the Purple Thunder sect, their eyes lit up. Of course, the crowd also noticed the giant monster. Although the giant monster was awakened, its eyes were terrifying, but it still did not move. It just grinned and kept stomping on the ground, letting everyone understand that this giant monster should be like the black dragon python. It was a test for them and would not easily break the rules to kill them. They just wanted to get through. However, after waking up, the bull monster's steps became more chaotic, and there was no rhythm to control. Sometimes it raised its giant feet and just hung there, grinning, but no one dared to get through. "Show your body skills." Shi Kuang of the Shiankan sect led his men to surround Yang Kuangsheng and others, with a cold look in his eyes. Shi Kuang was a genius in the Taiao sect. Not long ago, he looked into Qin Wentian's eyes and felt a little dreadful. It was a shame. Yan Kuangsheng, Yun Mengai, Chu Meng, and Mu Feng were still here, surrounded. "Go to hell." Yang Kuangsheng roared, the light of thunder and fire on his body shone, and the star soul bloomed. His body rushed out and stepped towards the Purple Thunder sect strongmen who awakened the giant monster. A huge palm print appeared in the void and slapped out. "Thunder, how can people from the Purple Thunder sect be afraid of thunder?" The young man from the Purple Thunder sect was even more rebellious. He, Chang, had always been upset about not getting the immortal martial order. Now, an unknown person dared to attack him, which was simply courting death. The wrath of Thundergod, Cheng roared, and the void trembled. A series of thunderous lightnings broke through the void, tearing Yang Kuangsheng's attack into pieces. Thundergate slash. Yang Kuangsheng shouted, and a beam of light slashed down. The suppressed thunder power made Cheng feel a little frightened. He secretly thought that this was a very powerful magical power. Although Yang Kuangsheng could not exert the true power of Thundergate slash, Cheng practiced the power of thunder, so how could he not see the power of this magical power? The light shone, and Cheng's star soul bloomed. A pair of thunder wings appeared behind him, as if there was a flash of rune light. A series of terrifying thunder runes flashed and rushed into the void, colliding with Thundergate slash. The violent thunder power made the void tremble continuously. The other people of the Purple Thunder sect did not take action. If they helped to deal with the Yang Kuangsheng, this unknown person, it would be an insult to Cheng. Cheng is a direct disciple of the 7 Great Lords. His status in the Purple Thunder sect is higher than Yi Kongfen, who was killed by Qin Wentian, and his talent is stronger. However, he did not get the immortal martial order. Although he went to the Purple Thunder sect, he gave it to another person. It was because of that person that the Purple Thunder sect's lord personally went to Yi country. Yang Kuangsheng was shocked back, and a rune hit his body. Even if it was just the aftermath, it still tore a bloody wound on his chest. If they don't hand over their body skills, they will be crippled one by one. That woman took off her clothes and see if these people will hand them over. A vicious voice came from the mouth of a young man from another alliance. Yang Kuangsheng looked at the man, and his expression suddenly changed. There were too many people stepping onto the floating bridge, and he had never noticed this person. Now looking carefully, he actually saw someone he knew. The Dai Chen family had 3 geniuses back then. These 3 people received the 300-year-old Holy Emperor orders of the Chen family. 2 of them were Chen Fan and Dai Chen Wang. They all died, and only one escaped after the Chen family was destroyed. Chen Yan was once a well-known figure on the destiny list. He became famous earlier than Chen Fan and Chen Wang, and was a famous figure in Daxia. After the Chen family was destroyed, Chen Yan left Daxia with the Holy Emperor order and the belief of revenge. Later, he joined the Earth Gate. Qin Wentian didn't know Chen Yan, otherwise when he was in Zhuanwang City, the Earth Gate invited him to join, and he should have noticed Chen Yan's existence. It was Chen Yan who said something to the strong men of the Earth Gate at that time, and the Earth Gate wanted to recruit Qin Wentian. Chen Yan told the strong men of the Earth Gate that Qin Wentian had immortal skills. After entering the immortal martial realm, Chen Yan had been looking for an opportunity to deal with Qin Wentian. Now that someone has taken action against Yang Kuangsheng first, Chen Yan doesn't mind provoking a few words. Chen Yan, I was still a teenager when you participated in the Battle of the Destiny ranking. I admired your demeanor, but I didn't expect you to become like this now. It's really sad. Yang Kuangsheng stared at him, causing Chen Yan to frown slightly. Yang Kuangsheng actually recognized him. On the other side, Yi Lingshuang looked at Qin Wentian who was walking back and shouted, Wentian, I have to go back. Qin Wentian once again stood under the giant foot, causing Yi Lingshuang's heart to beat. Each kick of the death foot could take his life. If Qin Wentian went back, he would have to come back again, and he would have to walk twice more. Moreover, the giant monster was still awake. I'll go with you. Yi Lingshuang gritted her teeth. No, Sister Lingshuang, you and Qin Zhang stay here. If anyone who attacks Su Yang and the others comes over, you will attack them and let them die. Qin Wentian looked back at Yi Lingshuang with a serious expression. Yi Lingshuang knew that it would be more dangerous for her to go over, so she had to nod. Qin Wentian's words made the people on the opposite side feel a little nervous. The hearts of both the people from the Purple Thunder sect and the Xiangan sect were all skipped. They actually ignored the fact that the other side could kill them on the opposite side. But soon Cheng's brows relaxed. They had people on their hands, so what was there to be afraid of? After capturing these people, they would see if Qin Zhang and Yi Lingshuang dared to touch them. As long as a few of them got past them, they would be dead. Wentian, don't come over here, stay over there too. Yang Kuangsheng shouted loudly. It was too dangerous for Qin Wentian to come over again. Besides, the other side had more people. Even if Qin Wentian came over, he would probably die. No. Qin Wentian looked determined and said, I will go over to accompany you. Sister Lingshuang, if anything happens to us, don't let any of us go. Kill one by one. If you want to play, all of you should stay here. Qin Wentian's voice was full of determination, which made everyone on the opposite side terrified. This guy was crazy. If anything happened to them, they would all be buried with him. Everyone on this floating bridge would stay in the Xianwu realm together. Bang! The stars shone, and when the loud bang was heard, Qin Wentian activated the Dao Xuanxing Yi. He had to go over. He had 2 lives. Even if he really died in the Xianwu realm, he still had a body. He had to take revenge and bring Yu Yang and the others over. Interesting. Qin Wentian didn't notice that the giant monster in the void grinned and flashed an interesting look. When Qin Wentian rushed under his feet, he stepped down again with his foot that had not been raised yet. No. Yiling Shuang's face turned pale when she saw this scene. Not only her, but Ouyang Kuangsheng and Chu Meng also roared, and Yu Menggai's face was also pale. Boom. A loud noise fell, and no matter how strong Qin Wentian was, nothing was left. Evil beast. Ouyang Kuangsheng looked up at the giant monster in the void, his eyes were red, and the giant monster grinned and looked at Ouyang Kuangsheng. Little bastard, are you looking for death? I'm afraid of you. Ouyang Kuangsheng roared, thunder rolling on his body, and he actually pounced on the giant monster in the void. The giant monster grinned again, then raised his giant foot and moved forward, making everyone tremble with fear. This guy can move his feet at will? Run. Everyone fled like crazy, only to see a giant foot descend from the sky, pressing Ouyang Kuangsheng down. It was simply invincible. Qin Wentian thought he was dead, but in fact he was not. The foot did not crush him, but took him to another space. His heart was beating hard, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, looking at a cave in front of him. The road of life and death. There were 3 big characters engraved on the outside of the cave, which made Qin Wentian feel like he had found a way out of a desperate situation. He was not dead, so the fat man must not be dead either. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567, Life and Death Assessment. Qin Wentian walked out of the cave. This cave called the Road of Life and Death was bright, and an old cow was standing there. Yes, this demon cow stood like a human, which made Qin Wentian feel a little awkward, but looking at the appearance of this bull demon, Qin Wentian also felt that it was very special, because it had a look that could be distinguished from other bull demons, just like the appearance of different people. It is easy for people to distinguish people, but it feels the same when looking at the same kind of demons. This bull demon is different, obviously with a trace of human spirit, and it is the giant demon outside. Are you weird? The old cow's body was not so big anymore. He looked at Qin Wentian and grinned and said, the giant demon outside and the current me are just my clones. I am responsible for managing the life and death cave in the Xianwu realm. Qin Wentian's expression froze. So, many strange places in the Xianwu realm are managed by different strong men. Senior new, I think I'm not slow, so I should be able to pass the test, right? Isn't this test unfair? Qin Wentian asked. Haha, kid, you're talking about fairness with me? I think highly of you by letting you come to the life and death cave early. I'll tell you the truth, those slow people I stepped on were really killed, not fake. You were also stepped on by me, but as you said, you're not slow, so I didn't step on you to death, and sent you to the life and death cave, but don't be lucky, there are only 2 ways in the life and death cave, life and death. The bull monster looked at Qin Wentian and grinned again. The life and death cave test has 4 major tests, the realm life and death cave, the divine power life and death cave, the martial will life and death cave, and the combat life and death cave. Now you can choose which life and death cave test to accept. Listen to me carefully. If you pass the test, you will live, and you win. If you fail the test, you will die. There is no third way. Qin Wentian frowned. It was really useless to reason with these old monsters. Since they were brought here, they could only accept the test obediently. There was no other choice. But the other party said to send him here early? Could it be that if he walked along the floating bridge, he would also enter the cave of life and death? What is the difference between these 4 tests? Qin Wentian asked. Stupid, you can tell the difference just by listening to the name. Realm, if you break through the realm within a certain period of time, you will pass. Lao Nia nodded, which made Qin Wentian's heart tremble. So, For the magical power cave of life and death, you need to comprehend the magical power within a certain period of time. For the martial arts cave of life and death, you need to break through the martial arts wall within a certain period of time. So cruel. Qin Wentian cursed inwardly. Realm cannot be broken through just by saying it can be broken through. This must not be chosen. In this case, he can only choose the other 3 tests. Is it too difficult for me to break through for no reason within the limited time? Qin Wentian asked again. If you want to say something, just ask directly, don't play tricks. Boy, I will give you a hint. Except for the battle cave of life and death test, the other 3 tests will let you comprehend it first. This is an opportunity. I won't let ordinary people come. Lao Niu grinned with an evil light on his face and looked at Qin Wentian. Have you chosen? I have 4 martial arts wills. Qin Wentian said. You can pick any one first. As long as it is within my control, I will let you in. Old Niu said. Some martial arts wills are relatively strange and are not within my control, but ordinary martial arts wills are available in the immortal martial world. Demon. Qin Wentian made a bet. Release your demon martial arts will. Old Nia grinned. Qin Wentian released his demon martial arts will to let Old Nia feel it. At this moment, Qin Wentian's suppressed realm and martial arts will were released. Old Nia turned around and stepped into a cave inside. After a while, he came out again and looked at Qin Wentian. The look in his eyes made Qin Wentian a little scared. In 1 hour, the demon martial arts will is fully perfected and pass the test of the life and death cave. Otherwise, it will fail. Old Niu grinned, and Qin Wentian's face turned pale instantly. Are you kidding, Senior Niu? 1 hour? The martial arts will is fully perfected? What a joke. If the martial arts will can be fully perfected in 1 hour, then there will be people with the martial arts will fully perfected in the Royal Holy Land. This is the life and death cave test. It's life or death. No jokes. I've started the timer now. The old cow smiled particularly brightly. Asshole. Qin Wentian cursed in a low voice, then rushed out and stepped into the cave. He knew that it was useless to talk to the old cow. The other party was the master here. Unless he could kill the other party, there was no point in talking. In the cave, the starlight was flowing, and it was particularly bright. He seemed to be in a wonderful space. Everything disappeared. He appeared in front of a mountain. In front of him, there was a young black eagle. This black eagle was very small and slowly learned to fly. The flapping wings were a bit cute. The wings gradually developed, and the black eagle gradually grew up. It began to fly, from slow to fast, and gradually, it was as fast as lightning, like a gust of wind. In the process of flying, its wings became fuller, and its eyes became sharp and mature. It began to hunt. The eagle flew across the sky, soared across the sky, fought against the waves, fought against monsters, and grew up in adversity. Its eyes gradually became cold, domineering, and full of endless sharpness. It swooped down from the sky, tearing the giant python with its claws. It invaded the monster forest and fought against powerful monsters. It was full of a demeanor that looked down on the world. The black eagle became stronger and stronger, with a wingspan of 1,000 meters, turning into the overlord of the sky. It stood on the top of the mountain, overlooking the sky. Just a glance made all the monsters surrender. With a flash of its wings, it soared into the sky, and all the monsters retreated. Qin Wentian was like a bystander, in the painting. Wherever the black eagle was, he was there. He could clearly feel the fierce domineering, the arrogance that looked down on the world, and the persistence and loneliness. It was a monster fighting against the world. It stood on the ground, looking at the sky, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. When the scroll disappeared, Qin Wentian felt as if he was still in the painting, constantly recalling every scene. The demon's martial arts will is naturally learned from the demon. To make the martial arts will perfect, one must truly understand the demon's loneliness, demon's arrogance, and demon's arrogance. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and temporarily forgot about time. The demonic energy on his body was rolling, and he even let out a faint roar. The star force in his body was surging wildly, plundering the star power from this space, causing the star power to continue to flow into his body. However, the breakthrough of the martial arts will is not so simple. Although the perception is improving, it is by no means a matter of a day or a night to break through. Qin Wentian did not know the passage of time, but time was moving, and soon more than half an hour had passed. Qin Wentian suddenly thought of the time when he was incarnated as Dapin in Dangwon Palace. He was incarnated as Dapin, rebelled against the world, and slashed Dangwon Palace with a sword. At that time, he never seriously examined himself. Wherever he passed, all the monsters surrendered. Standing on the top of the mountain, he looked down on the monster forest. How unruly. When he used the will of the monster martial arts on weekdays, although he also had the unruly spirit of the monster, it was far less real than when he was incarnated as Nappan, because at that time, he was a real monster. In fact, I have already felt what the will of the monster martial arts is like. When I was incarnated as Nappan, I was the purest monster at that time, and naturally I was perfect. Qin Wentian said in his heart, his eyes clenched, and the monster aura on his body wrapped to him. The monster aura seemed to make him grow monster wings. Between his eyebrows, there was a terrible sharp aura. He seemed to be going back to the time when he was incarnated as Nappan. A terrifying demonic energy rushed out like crazy, submerging him completely in it. The roar sounded, shaking the cave. Finally, Qin Wentian opened his eyes, revealing a thorough demonic aura, unruly, arrogant, indifferent, and aloof. Boom! The demonic energy swept up and hit the sky above the cave. Qin Wentian stood up, turned around, and walked outside. After leaving the cave, Qin Wentian faced the bull demon, but cold sweat broke out on his back. He was completely immersed in the process of comprehension. He forgot the time. Even so, it took him nearly an hour. This kind of assessment is a dead end. Congratulations, you passed the life and death cave test. The bull demon said with a smile, but Qin Wentian was not as excited as he had imagined. Instead, he asked, since the senior's clone is in charge of the life and death cave test, he should know the situation of my friends. Did they pass? Family should have been pulled into the life and death cave test. What he didn't know was that after he was pulled in, the bull demon stomped on him frantically, and thousands of people rioted and fled frantically. Yang Kuangsheng also entered the life and death cave test. You want to help him? The old bull grinned, as if he had no good intentions. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. If you take the life and death cave test again, I might consider letting him go. You have more than one friend who is going through the life and death cave test. The old bull's words made Qin Wentian look livid. Go through it again? The breakthrough of the demon's martial arts will is already a great fortune. If he hadn't turned into Big Rock at the beginning, he would probably die here today. If he did it again, the danger can be imagined. The life and death cave test is a very important test in the immortal martial realm. It is related to the ranking of the ancient monuments in the immortal martial realm. Moreover, it can also transform one's strength. Why not do it? The old cow continued to persuade. Bullshit. Qin Wentian cursed in his heart. Ranking? He didn't care at all. The transformation of strength was what he wanted, but first you have to pass the test to be considered a transformation. If you don't pass, it's a dead end. If I come again, can you promise to help my two friends? Qin Wentian asked. I will consider it myself. I will make the decision on the life and death cave test. The old cow still smiled mischievously, and Qin Wentian couldn't get more words out of him. Okay, I choose the supernatural power test. I hope the senior will keep his word. Qin Wentian made up his mind. In addition to Fan Li, the bull demon said that there was another person who was undergoing the life and death cave test. He didn't know if he could pass it. He could only fight. If he died, it would be his life. He still had a body. His brother's life was more precious than his. Chapter 568, Seal of the Void. The bull demon laughed when he heard what Qin Wentian said, and then asked, release all the martial arts willpower that you are good at for me to see. Qin Wentian did not speak, and released all 4 martial arts wills. The bull demon said again, in order to reduce the difficulty of the test, I allow you to choose what kind of magical power you want, such as sword skills, illusion skills, or hammer skills, demon skills, all are fine. Think about it carefully. This is the life and death cave test, and it is no joke. If you fail the test, you will definitely die. As the person in charge of the life and death cave test, I must abide by this. Since Qin Wentian had made his choice, he would no longer have any burden, and began to think in his mind. He has been comprehending on his own in recent years, and created his own magical powers with martial arts will. His halberd and spear skills were all created by himself, which suited him very well. He also practiced the unique skills of Daksha, such as the blood curse seal, which is a palm method, but he is not good at the martial arts will of blood and curse, so it is impossible for him to practice it to perfection. He knew very well that if the magical power was to be powerful, It must be closely combined with the martial arts will, and the assessment should also be in this direction. The first 3 types of his martial arts will can be closely combined with palm techniques. His halberd and spear techniques are not weak, and his sword techniques are also strong, but he seems to lack powerful palm techniques. I choose the palm technique magical power. Qin Wentian said. Okay, wait a moment. The bull demon stepped into the cave again. Qin Wentian looked at the cave seriously this time, and saw that a wall inside was lit up, and a golden stone wall appeared, as if it had turned into a book pavilion. This book pavilion was like a treasure pavilion, and the bull demon was looking for something inside. The bull demon knew that Qin Wentian was watching but did not stop him. Qin Wentian was quite frightened in his heart. He was now able to confirm some rumors about the Xianwu realm in the outside world. The owner of the Xianwu realm might really be an immortal, but he didn't know if he was still alive. Otherwise, he would not have such an independent world. This Xianwu realm is like a huge treasure house. There are so many major sects and ancient religions in the Huangji Holy Land, but no one dares to covet it. There must be a shocking power restraining them. Not long after, the cave dimmed, and the bull demon came out and said to Qin Wentian, "You can go in. This time, I will give you 1 day. If the palm technique you comprehend is recognized, you will pass the test. Otherwise, you will fail and die. Fortunately, there is 1 day this time." Qin Wentian secretly thought that he was lucky. If it was another hour, it would really be a dead end. He knew how long it took him to comprehend the magical power before. 1 day is very short. Fortunately, there should be a scene like the one just now in the cave. Qin Wentian stepped into the cave again, and the starlight shone. Sure enough, he stood in the cave again, and the starlight woven into a scroll, as if he was in a wonderful space again. In this space, Qin Wentian saw a figure, who stood in the void with his back to him. His palms were extremely bright, interweaving with a terrible starlight, extremely stable, and did not move at all. However, at this moment, the opponent's arm moved, raised his hand, and blasted the palm print towards the void. In an instant, the palm print seemed to hit the sky and smash the stars. Bang! A large handprint appeared above the sky, as if it was printed on the sky. The 5-finger handprint seemed to be engraved into people's hearts. Although it did not hit anything, the effect of this palm was even more terrifying. It left a large handprint in the void. Under this palm, what could not be destroyed? The figure retracted his palm and slapped out another palm, repeating the same action continuously. Above the sky, clear and incomparable large handprints in the void continued to appear there, and the sky was trembling, as if it was about to collapse. Such a pure palm print, it is even impossible to see what kind of martial arts will power is contained in it, or in other words, this palm print magic is the purest palm print magic, which can be suitable for any martial arts will, and it will become stronger if it is used. Qin Wentian said in his heart. There is no secret manual or method of using the palm print, only the scene that repeats over and over again. This is for him to comprehend by himself, to comprehend his own palm method. All kinds of magical powers are created by people. No matter how powerful the magical power is, it is created by the strong and constantly improved. Qin Wentian knows this very well. For example, he practiced the halberd method a long time ago, but the halberd method he created at that time was very weak. But as he became stronger, the halberd method became stronger and stronger. Now he even created the halberd method of nothingness, which is not only powerful but also can confuse people. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian stretched out his palm. He thought of the 1,000 hands seal. He raised his palm and blasted it towards the void. He simply applied the martial arts will of power and the martial arts will of demons on it, but the power that could be exerted was very limited, as if more than 1,000 palm prints appeared. Qin Wentian's temperament was changing, and the perfect martial arts will of demons bloomed. He was unruly, cold and sharp, looking down on the world, standing there, invincible. Boom! He blasted out his palm prints again, and the void trembled. With a superposition of the demon's martial arts will, the power was obviously stronger. The last move of the 1,000 hands seal, the great 1,000 hands seal, is the essence of this set of magical powers. When I was practicing in the Emperor Star Academy, I was too weak, but now, it should be better combined with the martial arts will of strength. The 1,000 hands seal has thousands of palm prints. The second level of the martial arts will of strength, the shock wave of nothingness, if these palm prints overlap and turn into shock waves, the power will be more than 100 times. Qin Wentian thought of this and attacked the martial arts will of strength first, based on the Thousand Hands seal, over and over again, almost letting himself fall into the magic barrier. He seemed to be in the same space with the figure. Both of them kept blasting out palm prints, but Qin Wentian's palm prints could not leave marks in the void. In a blink of an eye, one day was almost up. Qin Wentian's palm method was now very powerful. With one palm blast, thousands of palm prints seemed to gather into a torrent of strength, sweeping the void, making the world tremble, with terrible power. Especially when he integrated the demon's martial arts will and divine essence into the moment before swinging the palm print, the power would be even more violent, but he still couldn't leave a mark in the void. He knew that leaving a mark in the void was the symbol of a successful assessment. Time is up. Qin Wentian put down his arm dejectedly and said, "One day was really too short. It was too difficult to leave a mark in the void. Concentrate on understanding. I forgot to tell you that the cave is actually a big illusion. It will make you feel that time is flowing very fast. In fact, only an hour has passed." The voice of the bull demon came, which made Qin Wentian stun for a moment and cursed in a low voice, "You are playing me. Humph, I am not joking. If you don't complete the assessment within one day, you will die. It's just that you are in a big illusion and have an illusion of time, just like a dream." The old bull snorted coldly, which made Qin Wentian's heart tremble. He believed the other party's words. Sometimes it seems that a long time has passed in a dream, but in fact it has only passed a moment. He experienced it last time in the Imperial Mausoleum, and it was very clear. But this bull demon was insidious, and had not told him before. Fortunately, he still had a lot of time to comprehend. The illusion, the dreamland, and the reality are only a thought away. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. He kept waving his palms repeatedly, trying to integrate the will of sleep into the Thousand Hands seal, and wanted to trigger a qualitative change, just like his void halberd. It was difficult. To blast out with a palm, without the Feng Bian Hua Ji as a medium, it would need to be completely integrated. The Great Thousand Hands seal, the millions of palms are at different frequencies, and the void formation of force is difficult to match with them. Pulse, I must find their common pulsation frequency, just like the huge waves of the sea. When the flowing waves burst at the same time at a certain moment, it will roar like a tsunami. If my void shock wave is completely in line with the Thousand Hands seal at a certain moment and turns into palm print, how powerful will it be? Qin Wentian soon immersed himself in practice again, forgetting time, and his palm print became stronger and stronger. He was seen slapping out towards the void continuously, with thousands of palm prints, with infinite power and roaring sound. However, these thousands of palm prints seemed to gradually gather together, and the thousands of palm prints turned into hundreds of palm prints, and the hundreds of palm prints gradually turned into more than 10 palm prints, but the power was getting more and more terrible. The previous palm prints were like flowing waves, and the palm prints after them were like waves hitting the shore. The invisible force of nothingness was completely in line with the palm method and exploded at the last moment. Qin Wentian was in this space for the 9th day. The figure in front of him continued to wave his palm prints. Qin Wentian also kept waving his palms towards the void. The rumbling sound shook the world, and the earth-shaking momentum flowed, but in the end it all turned into one palm, just for the most gorgeous blow, leaving a trace on the sky. But Qin Wentian did not stop. He kept trying, leaving big handprints in the void. Until one moment, when Qin Wentian waved his palm again, no palm print appeared, nothing was blasted out. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound that shook the world came out. From the sky, a huge palm print fell down and was imprinted in the void, which was heart-shaking. Qin Wentian smiled. This palm was more powerful than his void halberd. This magical power is the Void Great Thousand Seal method. Qin Wentian thought to himself, but this attack consumed too much star energy. Thinking of the star energy, Qin Wentian found that his 4 yuanfu were empty and completely drained. But since he didn't die, it meant that the time was not up yet, and he passed the test. You can practice in there. The voice of the bull demon came, as if it knew what he was thinking. Qin Wentian was delighted. The star energy in this cave was very rich. It was definitely a blessed place. How could he miss it? He sat down and started practicing. When the star energy of the 4 yuan mansion was filled again, Qin Wentian walked out of the cave. The bull demon looked at him with a smile. Your strength has improved again. Do you want to thank me or come again? Will there be rewards for 3 consecutive life and death cave tests? Qin Wentian asked with a frown. Of course, if you pass the 3 consecutive life and death cave tests, I will send you to a good place and accept a challenge. If you can pass it, you will get good things in advance." The bull demon grinned. "Okay, next, I will accept a martial arts test. The martial arts will have strength." Qin Wentian's frowned brows relaxed, and then he grinned like the bull demon. He looked at the other party and released a martial arts will, which was the second realm of transformation. Seeing Qin Wentian smile, the smile on the bull demon's face disappeared, revealing a strange look. "I've been fooled." The bull demon cursed inwardly and stared at Qin Wentian. "It seems that you were about to break through, and you were deliberately trying to trick me. How dare you play tricks on me, boy? You'd better remember this." As he said that, the bull demon turned around and entered the cave again. The smile on Qin Wentian's face became even brighter. Chapter 569, Teach You How to Be a Good Person. Qin Wentian went in after the demon bull came out of the cave. In less than an hour, Qin Wentian came out and looked at the demon bull with a smile. When he comprehended the Void Great Thousand Seal, he already felt that the will of the martial arts of strength had a tendency to break through with the help of the understanding of the supernatural power. As long as he worked hard, he could make the will of the martial arts of strength perfect, but he didn't. He forcibly suppressed the idea of breaking through and deliberately fooled the bull demon to cheat some benefits. Therefore, this third trial of the life and death cave was completed very easily, and Qin Wentian's will of the martial arts of strength also entered the great perfection. "Senior Niu, where are my benefits?" Qin Wentian looked at the bull demon with a smile. "Don't worry, didn't I say there are still tests? If you want to get the benefits, you have to pass this round of tests first." The bull demon grinned, which made Qin Wentian feel a little bit uneasy. This bull demon is very cunning. Every time he smiles like this, he has bad intentions. I'm afraid he wants to make a move on me again. Qin Wentian was very depressed. The master of the immortal martial realm seemed to have given the demon beast guardians here very great authority to do whatever they wanted. The black dragon python was like this, and the demon bull had even greater authority, in charge of the test of the life and death cave. Moreover, he didn't know what means he would use to deal with him. "Don't worry, this test is absolutely fair. It will let you and other people on the floating bridge and those who have stepped into the life and death cave gather together for a very fair battle. If you can become the only one, you will pass my test." The bull demon shrugged his head and grinned. That look made Qin Wentian want to punch him on the head. Become the only one? No matter what kind of test it is not easy to become the only one. Although 81 people who have obtained the immortal martial order have stepped onto 81 different floating bridges, there are still geniuses from various factions on this floating bridge. There are so many demons in the royal Holy Land. 81 people are the best among them, which does not mean that the others are mediocre. His senior brother Duan Han was the direct disciple of Ling Shi and Jiansu. In addition, 3 disciples of the 9 Mountains of the Sword sect had obtained the immortal martial order. The other geniuses were mixed in the crowd. As long as you become the only one, the difficulty is bound to be extraordinary. What could Qin Wentian say? Before he could say anything, he saw the demon bull wave his hand and blasted him out. When Qin Wentian appeared again, he appeared on the floating bridge again, but at this moment, the floating bridge began to extend in all directions. The scenery in front of Qin Wentian was like a suspended city, very large. Others were scattered everywhere to find their own opportunities. Qin Wentian didn't know what happened to others when he was in the life and death cave, but it must not be simple. "I hope everyone is well." Qin Wentian thought in his heart. His body flashed forward, his eyes looked forward, and saw a foggy illusion in the distance. After a moment, there seemed to be a wonderful place emerging over there. Will the test that the bull demon mentioned be there? Qin Wentian's figure flashed forward. After a moment, Qin Wentian came to the edge of the floating bridge and looked down. He saw that the mist gradually dissipated as far as he could see, and everything became extremely clear. In front of him, it was like an ancient battlefield with many stone platforms. Each stone platform was like an ancient battle platform. On each stone platform, there was an ancient war drum. These war drums sat there quietly. Each war drum seemed to be filled with a wonderful atmosphere, and there was a faint tendency to communicate with heaven and earth. These drums are so mysterious. They are not ordinary war drums at all. Qin Wentian's eyes condensed. At a glance, there were hundreds of stone platforms on the battlefield below, and there were war drums on each stone platform, as if they were prepared for those who stepped onto the floating bridge. Boom! A strong vibration sounded, and at the front of this ancient space, above the sky, An extremely huge stone tablet fell down into the air, and on the stone tablet, there was a terrible fighting spirit. With a loud bang, the stone tablet fell to the ground and directly inserted into the earth. There was a terrifying light flowing on the stone tablet, which fell on every war drum in that magical space. Suddenly, the war drums made a roar, as if they had a strong fighting intention and summoned the warriors who beat them. At this moment, no matter where people were on the floating bridge, they could clearly see the situation over there and felt a power pouring out from the stone tablet. The power was ancient and powerful, as if it was going to break the world, as if it contained a terrible fighting spirit, with an extremely persistent fighting belief. Voices flashed frantically in that direction, as if they had obeyed the call of the war drums. After a while, many people appeared at the edge of the strange space in front of them, looking at the ancient battle stone tablet and the words written on it. They quickly understood the purpose of these war drums. "Ask the sky." A voice came. Qin Wentian turned around, and then he saw Yiling Shuang, Qin Zheng, Yun Mengai, Chu Meng and Mu Feng. Seeing the expressions of the 5 people, Qin Wentian smiled and said, "The bull demon didn't trample me to death. I was just led by him into a test called the Cave of Life and Death." "That's good. So, Fanel and Yu Yang are fine too." Chu Meng was relieved. Yiling Shuang's eyes were slightly red. Qin Zheng had a smile on his face. Mu Feng was still expressionless. Yun Mengai moved her head slightly to other places, and her eyes could not be seen. Yang was also trampled by the bull demon. Qin Wentian knew who the other person was among the more than one person the bull demon was talking about. Well, when Yu Yang saw the bull demon trample you to death, he cursed at him and angered the bull demon. Then he raised his foot and stepped forward. Then Yu Yang did the same as you. Moreover, the violent bull demon seemed to be enraged and trampled like crazy. I don't know how many people were killed. But now it seems that it didn't really kill you. I was wondering how this test could be so perverted. Qin Zheng said. It's not easy to come back alive from the test of the life and death cave. Qin Wentian's eyebrows showed worry. Although Lao Niu promised him that he would take care of him, he was still a little worried when he didn't see Fan Li and Yu Yang. As for the others, once they were pulled into the life and death cave by Lao Niu, they would either live or die, and the possibility of death was greater. We also encountered the test of the life and death cave you mentioned later, but we didn't know how dangerous it was, so we didn't try it. What is inside? Yiling Shuang asked. Qin Wentian explained, and suddenly everyone was a little worried about Fan Li and Yu Yang. You are not dead yet. A cold voice came. Qin Wentian and others looked to a place on the left, and saw a line of figures standing in the void. It was Cheng from the Purple Thunder sect. This person is from the Purple Thunder sect. It was him who awakened the bull demon and almost killed Fan Li. Chu Meng stared at Cheng angrily. Who wanted to attack you at that time? Qin Wentian asked coldly. People from the Purple Thunder sect, people from the Xianqin sect, and people from the Earth sect. Qin Zheng spoke calmly. Earth sect. Qin Wentian's voice was filled with murderous intent. Yes, Yang recognized a disciple from the Earth sect. Yang said that he had participated in the destiny ranking of Daxia, so he should have participated earlier than you and Yu Yang. Moreover, his name is Chen Yan. Qin Zheng reminded Qin Wentian, and in an instant, Qin Wentian thought of the Dai Chen family. There. Yun Mengai said lightly, her eyes were cold, and she looked in a certain direction. Qin Wentian followed Yun Mengai's gaze and saw a young man who looked about 30 years old. There seemed to be flames in his eyes, like a blazing sun, but the look he gave Qin Wentian was cold. Dari Jinkun Zinfa. Qin Wentian instantly understood that it was the Dari Chen family. He seemed to have seen this person before. When he was in Zhuanwang City, he had a quick glance and seemed to have said something to the elders of the Earth sect. Now Qin Wentian suddenly thought that the Earth sect wanted to pull him in for a purpose. Fortunately, he chose the Sword sect. Another faint chill came over him. Qin Wentian looked in another direction and saw Shi Kuang from the Tianqin sect. Qin Wentian also stared at him with a cold gaze. This time, Shi Kuang kept looking at Qin Wentian, and he did not show the idea of retreating like the first time. I heard you want to kill us. Qin Wentian stared at Shi Kuang and asked. Your eyes are really disgusting. Although you are still alive, your life will eventually be taken away. Shi Kuang pointed at the battlefield in front of him and stared at Qin Wentian. Here, with the help of the war drum, you can restore your cultivation and even exert power beyond your strength. I have already felt the call of the war spirit. This burial ground is quite suitable for you. After Shi Kuang finished speaking, He slowly turned around and walked forward, leading several people from the Xianqin sect into the battlefield. You are right, Shi Kuang, want to kill you. If you still have a little courage, come in and fight. Shi Kuang stepped onto a stone platform and stood in front of the war drum, with murderous intent sweeping out. Qin Wentian looked at Chen Yan and the people from the Earth Gate again. His eyes fell on the man next to Chen Yan, who seemed to be the leader of the Earth Gate. What do you mean? Qin Wentian asked. The young man in the lead looked at Qin Wentian. He smiled when he heard what Qin Wentian said. His smile was quite interesting. There seemed to be a hint of humor and arrogance in his eyes when he looked at Qin Wentian. His name was Shen Ting. He was a genius of the Earth sect. He was very powerful. Although he was not as outstanding as the most outstanding person in the Xiangang realm of the Earth sect, he should be ranked 4th or even 3rd in the Xiangang realm of the Earth sect. He had a good relationship with Chen Yan. Chen Yan seemed to have a grudge against the man in front of him. Although this person had killed Yu Kongfen, this record was very brilliant, but in Shen Ting's eyes, a person in the 5th level of the Xiangang realm spoke to him with such eyes and such a tone, which was simply ignorant of the height of heaven and earth. It doesn't mean anything. Chen Yan wants your lives, so I will naturally help him. It's that simple. If you want to fight, I will teach you how to be a man. Shen Ting walked towards the battlefield, with the arrogance in his eyes undisguised. As for Cheng, he said nothing. Qin Wentian was well aware that the Purple Thunder sect and Qin Wentian had a grudge. His reason for taking action was simple. Qin Wentian wanted to deal with him. Shen Ting's words seemed to be what he wanted to say, so Cheng and the others also headed towards the battlefield ahead. Chapter 570, War Drums Shake the Heaven. Everyone stepped onto the battlefield one after another, each standing on an independent battle platform, stroking the war drum in front of them. Qin Wentian looked at the battlefield, and there were more than 100 people. We'll go too. Qin Wentian walked out, and after a moment, he came to a war drum. Yiling Shuang, Chu Mang and others were scattered around him, with Qin Wentian as the center. Qin Wentian stroked the war drum, and a wonderful feeling emerged, as if as long as he wanted, he could integrate his thoughts into the war drum, and achieve the fighting spirit of the drum, fighting for him. As the words on the huge ancient monument said, in this battlefield, everyone fought with drums instead of people. Their cultivation is still limited, but relying on the war drum, they can break through this limitation, and even surpass what they can do, so that the war drum can exert a terrible power beyond their original realm. But how to do it, I'm afraid they need to explore it on their own. As long as everyone who saw the strange phenomenon here stepped into the battlefield, no one was exempted. They understood that since such a battlefield appeared here, it was obviously to test them in a confrontation. This would be the first battle in the true sense of entering the Xianwu world, and to a certain extent, it was a very fair duel. Dong! Someone struck the war drum with his hand, and there seemed to be an excited fighting spirit spreading out, resounding throughout the battlefield. Dong! 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 One after another, people tried to beat the war drum and began to explore how to fight with the help of the war drum. Qin Wentian's perception spread out, and then he slapped the war drum in front of him. In an instant, a roar was heard, and a wonderful power came from the war drum, covering him like a light curtain. At this moment, Qin Wentian had a strange feeling. He could merge with a war drum. This war drum had its own fighting spirit. It was born for fighting, in order to find the fighter who beat it. Dong! Qin Wentian slammed his palm again, and the wonderful feeling became stronger and stronger. After the third sound, Qin Wentian seemed to merge with the drum's fighting spirit. As long as he had a thought, he could use this war drum to launch an attack in the direction he wanted. Bang! A fiery palm print grabbed Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian did not look up, but he clearly sensed everything around him. On his left side, an extremely hot palm print of fire enveloped him, as if to crush him to death. Obviously, someone had figured out how to use the war drum before him and launched an attack on him. Qin Wentian's palm print fell down with a bang and hit the war drum. In an instant, a dragon roared and burst out from the drum, hitting the fiery palm print of fire. The void made a collision sound and turbulence surged. When the collision started here, battles broke out in other directions. In just a moment, this space turned into a real battlefield, with drums shaking, fighting spirits roaring, and fighting spirits sweeping. Someone suddenly attacked him, so Qin Wentian would not be polite. He changed his position and faced the person who attacked him. A bloody palm print slammed down, and the blood curse stamped fiercely at the opponent. HMPH. The man snorted coldly, not showing any weakness. The flame seemed to have a layer of heaviness, with extremely strong destructive power, penetrating the bloody palm print and rolling towards Qin Wentian. Void crack. Qin Wentian slapped his palms down, and a shattering force blasted out, destroying the opponent's attack. At the same time, he saw his palm surge at the same time, slapping on the war drum together. In an instant, two huge ancient bells appeared and smashed towards the opponent. The sound of dong dong echoed, like the sound of killing the heart, making the opponent groan. The ancient heart-killing bell can kill the heart. As the battle began, everyone became more and more skilled in using the war drums to attack. The turbulence of the battle gradually became more violent. The ancient heart-piercing bell rang loudly, shaking the heart. A murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes, and he began to beat the war drum in front of him frantically, only to see a terrible flame spear breaking through the air, indestructible. Qin Wentian seemed to have not seen it at all. The demonic energy swept through, and he quickly slammed down with both palms, continuously hitting. The ancient bells shook the heaven and earth, constantly piercing the heart, and the wisps of bells echoed in the opponent's mind. In just an instant, the opponent spit out a mouthful of blood and turned pale. This ancient heart-piercing bell magical power using the war drum to send out power is so terrible, continuous, and non-stop. Strands of sword energy tore out and blasted towards the flaming spear. 10,000 swords rang out, and the heart was still piercing. The man's face was pale, and the ancient bell seemed to tremble. It seemed that his fighting spirit was unstable. The fighting spirit was buzzing, and finally a stream of blood spurted out. The opponent's face was pale, and his heart was shattered. With a loud bang, the war drum in front of him was shattered and destroyed, and it exploded directly. The man spit out blood again, and the drum was shattered and the man died. Then the wonderful power on the war drum turned into a white light, and it actually rushed towards Qin Wentian's war drum and penetrated into the war drum in front of Qin Wentian. The brilliance on Qin Wentian's body seemed to be more brilliant. When he struck the war drum again, the drum sounded more fiercely, and the fighting spirit roared, becoming more and more powerful. It was not only Qin Wentian who was like this. The battle broke out in full swing. Many people had already shattered other people's war drums, thus making their own war drums more powerful. This is the drum's fighting spirit plundering. Destruction is plundering. Attack quickly and plunder, otherwise we will be left behind. Qin Wentian understood and told Yi Lingshuang and others beside him. They nodded and began to attack more violently. Cheng of the Purple Thunder sect, Shi Kuang of the Heavenly Residual sect, and Shen Ting of the Earth sect, these geniuses were not in a hurry to destroy Qin Wentian. After finding that they could plunder, they began to attack frantically. "Help me plunder with all your strength," Cheng said to the other strong men of the Purple Thunder sect beside him. They formed a small alliance, the Alliance of the Purple Thunder sect. If everyone shared the war drum together, even if they rose, they would probably be weaker than some people. There was only one way to rise as quickly as possible, to let others assist themselves, with him as the center, plundering frantically, rising first, and being invincible on the battlefield. "You help me." Shen Ting also spoke, obviously having the same idea as Cheng. Not only them, but the leaders of the alliances all began to use the strategy of plundering with the geniuses among them as the center. Soon, several people rose. He has entered the second level of Xiangang realm, and the martial arts will contained in his attacks has also become stronger. Some people have discovered that Cheng's attacks have become more and more terrifying in a short time. The attack power of the strong alliance of their Purple Thunder sect is extremely terrifying. Many disciples who join the Purple Thunder sect are good at thunder power, and thunder has always been the main attack. It is a terrifying force for attacking, and it is even more powerful when combined. Therefore, Cheng has begun to pull away from others. Boom! Under Cheng's thunder attack, another person was destroyed, the war drum was broken, and the person died. No, we must only assist one person in plundering to stop the rise of these people. Some people in the loose alliance realized the strong crisis. They were unwilling to give in and assist others. The alliance was unstable. Seeing that Cheng's drums were getting stronger and stronger, they all realized the danger. "Wentian, we will help you plunder," Yi Lingshuang said. Qin Wentian was fighting with someone. When he heard Yi Lingshuang's words, his brows flashed, and then Chu Mang said, "That's right, otherwise we will be left behind." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying meteor hammer smashed towards Chu Mang. Chu Mang beat his hands with a drum, and a battle axe seemed to appear. A huge battle axe appeared in the void and slammed towards the meteor hammer. The terrifying power swept through the void and continued to fall towards Chu Mang. The person who attacked Chu Mang was a leader of the alliance, and the attack was almost as powerful as the second level of Xiangang. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded and agreed happily. He looked at the person who attacked Chu Mang, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You assist, I will focus on the attack and killing. Qin Wentian was filled with a strong fighting spirit. The drums rolled, and the ancient heart-killing bell blasted out crazily, like a storm, corroding the strong man of the alliance in front. Okay. Yi Lingshuang and others nodded one after another, and then they began to attack, resisting all attacks for Qin Wentian, colliding with the opponent's attacks, allowing Qin Wentian to attack with all his strength. The collision in the void was extremely gorgeous, the drums shook the sky, and the ancient heart-killing bells kept shining above the sky. The bells were printed on the void and turned into a wall of empty bells, which made the hearts of the people in the alliance beat wildly and their faces flushed. One after another, blood-colored Fangyuan painted halberds fell from the sky, appeared in front of the ancient bells, and stabbed the 7 strong men of the alliance. Boom! The illusion of the nightmare demon instantly appeared in their minds. Originally, they could resist with their strong willpower, but the heart-piercing ancient bell still attracted all their defenses. At this moment, they were attacked by the nightmare demon again, and they could only grit their teeth and attack frantically. The bell continued to ring, and the sound of dong-dong continued, as if playing the prelude to destruction. Several people vomited blood, the drums were broken, and people died on the spot. Not long after, others were also killed one after another. In the end, the strong man who led the battle was the most stubborn, but his war drum was pierced by the Fangyan Huaji. The fighting spirit of the war drum rushed into Qin Wentian's war drum, and its power became stronger and stronger. Just when he destroyed the alliance just now, a flaming giant behind him devoured Yi Lingshuang's body. Sister Lingshuang, be careful. Qin Wentian's perception caught this scene and he shouted. Yi Lingshuang's palm instantly struck the war drum, and the sword energy swept the void, but it was still a little too late. The fire giant was powerful and suppressed it. With a puff, Yi Lingshuang spat out a mouthful of blood, shaking her body and the war drum apart. Although the drum was not broken, she had lost her momentum and initiative. The whole person was separated from the war drum's fighting spirit, and the war drum lost control. A terrible fire dragon swallowed her. Yi Lingshuang's face was pale. The handwriting on the stone tablet stated that in this battlefield, only the war drum could be used to fight. Otherwise, attacking by oneself would be considered a violation of the rules and would be killed without mercy. Looking at the swallowing fire dragon, Yi Lingshuang raised her hand and prepared to make the final attack. Bang! A large handprint seemed to appear in the void, crushing the attack directly. Yi Lingshuang was covered in sweat and looked at Qin Wentian. She survived the disaster, but her war drum was shattered. Fortunately, she and the war drum had been separated and she did not perish. Sister Lingshuang, come behind me. Qin Wentian shouted, and Yi Lingshuang nodded, her figure flashed, and she landed behind Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at the person who attacked Yi Lingshuang, and it was Chen Yan from the Chen family. Although Qin Wentian had made enemies with these people, they did not attack each other at the first time, but plundered and increased their strength at the fastest speed. Now, Chen Yan seemed to be unable to wait and attacked. Chapter 571, Execution of Chen Yan in Battle against Xin Ting. Qin Wentian stared at Chen Yan, his deep eyes were filled with a strong chill, with a cold and stern look, so sharp that it made people unconsciously feel a chill, as if they were being stared at by a bird of prey. Chen Yan hated Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian hated Chen Yan too. The Chen family had forced him so miserably that year. They had killed Bai Qing's master and left his body exposed in Qin's house city, which directly led to the change in Bai Qing's temperament. Thinking that the girl Bai Qing's life and death were unknown now, the sharpness hidden in Qin Wentian's dark eyes could not help but be more penetrating. Boom! The drum sounded, and in an instant a terrifying ancient seal blasted out and killed Chen Yan. Chen Yan's eyes were filled with anger, and his whole body seemed to be burning. These wisps of strong flame power rushed into the war drum and turned into the war spirit of the war drum. He shouted angrily, and giant flaming pythons blasted out, rolling up the space and rushing towards Qin Wentian. The reason why Chen Yan wanted to get rid of Qin Wentian as soon as possible was because he knew clearly the potential of Qin Wentian. In the past, he had grown from an insignificant figure in the Great Xia dynasty to a certain reputation in the royal Holy Land. If you waited for him to grow up, he would probably never have the chance to take revenge. The immortal martial realm was his last chance to kill Qin Wentian with the help of the power of the Earth Gate. But Chen Yan was proud. Before using the power of the Earth Gate, it would be the best choice if he could kill Qin Wentian with his own strength. The fire python like magma rushed out, and the demons danced wildly. The hot destructive power made the space restless. The drums beaten by Qin Wentian became more and more terrifying, and the terrifying sound of whistling rushed out. When the drums sounded, thousands of palm prints rushed out like huge waves, rolling over in the void. The terrifying fire python was instantly shattered, rolled over, and pressed towards Chen Yan. Chen Yan beat the drums, and the flames turned into huge waves, swallowing everything, but it could not suppress the attack of the palm prints. Shen Ting, who was beside him, saw this scene and felt a chill in his heart. He beat the drum to cheer for the battle. Suddenly, many defensive palm prints appeared in the void, colliding madly with the power of Qin Wentian's attack. Boom! The bloody Fangbian Huaji came and rushed straight to Shen Ting. This scene made Shen Ting's eyes flash with an extremely cold light. He looked at Qin Wentian and saw that the other party was also staring at him. The fighting spirit of the two seemed to meet in the void. The drums trembled, and an extremely huge earth arm grabbed Qin Wentian. It was extremely terrifying. This arm seemed to be indestructible, steady as a mountain, and powerful, crushing the void. Qin Wentian beat the drum, and a Fangbian Huaji appeared in the void and hit the arm. A terrible crushing force burst out, and the earth arm was torn inch by inch until it was shattered. Shen Ting's expression was calm. He waved his big hand and beat the drum again. At this moment, 9 similar arms rolled through the void and tore towards Qin Wentian. Feeling the power of the arms, Yiling Shuang behind Qin Wentian showed a nervous look on her face. The huge drum in front of Qin Wentian continued to vibrate, and there was a sword roaring. A sword might enveloped his body. 9 arms rolled through the void. Qin Wentian waved his palm, and the endless sword might tore through, tearing all those arms into pieces. Buzz! The big hand waved, and a rain of swords fell from the sky and hit Shen Ting, causing Shen Ting to frown. He could only beat the drum continuously and carved a defensive stone wall in front of him. Qin Wentian's eyes were still so cold. Chu Mang and others beside him were also fighting with the people of the Earth Gate. At this moment, Qin Wentian's arm suddenly fell on the war drum, and a long spear broke through the air, like lightning and thunder, and disappeared in the air. Chen Yan was fighting against Chu Mang, but at this moment he only felt a terrifying nightmare power rushing into his head. There was an extremely strong wave in front of him. He seemed to see Qin Wentian's deep and cold eyes dilated in his pupils. Puff! A spear directly pierced Chen Yan's head, and a burst of sound was heard. The man was killed and the drum was broken. His fighting spirit turned into light and merged into the war drum in front of Qin Wentian. You! A terrifying murderous intent swept over. Shen Ting kept beating the drum to kill. Qin Wentian was not afraid at all. He resisted the opponent's attack. His momentum seemed to be stronger. Looking at Shen Ting, he said coldly, "Is this how you teach me to be a man? It's disappointing. You will see." A strong killing intent flashed in Shen Ting's eyes. His attack suddenly turned and went to the side, without continuing to entangle Qin Wentian. He was unable to take down Qin Wentian for a while, but he saw that the strength of some people such as Cheng was still getting stronger. This was not a good sign. Although he was confident that he could kill Qin Wentian, if he could not end the battle in a short time, the battlefield heroes would soon be able to distance themselves from him, which was unacceptable to him. If someone who could crush everyone appeared in the end, it would be their doom. Only Shen Ting could be this person. Qin Wentian understood Shen Ting's thoughts. He had already killed Chen Yan. Qin Wentian was not in a hurry to stalemate with Shen Ting. What Shen Ting could think of, he naturally thought of. If the war continued, it would only benefit the fishermen. The situation on the battlefield was not just Shen Ting who was his enemy. In fact, since everyone here had entered the battlefield, it meant that except for the allies he could trust, everyone else was a mortal enemy. When they collided with the strong men of the Earth Gate just now, many eyes were staring at them, as if they were hesitating whether to attack. Now, of course, they had to start cleaning up these people, attacking, plundering, and becoming powerful. This relatively fair battlefield is actually extremely cruel. Everyone must conquer. If you are not strong, others will become stronger and will conquer and plunder your life. You can't give up. You have already stepped into this battlefield. If you want to escape now, I am afraid that the moment you leave the war drum, Many destructive attacks will fall on you and take your life. After stepping into this battlefield, there is no turning back. You can only conquer and plunder. Perhaps this is the cruelty of the immortal martial world. At this moment, the battlefield is full of violent air flows. Strong men are constantly dying, war drums are constantly broken, and the number of people is constantly decreasing, but the remaining allies are almost all elite strong men. At this moment, there are only 13 alliances left on this battlefield. The number of people in each alliance is different, but all of them together are less than 100 people. And the leaders of these 13 alliances, many of whom have attacked with power equivalent to the 5th level of Xiangang and the 2nd level of martial arts will. The strongest person is Chang, the leader of the Purple Thunder sect. This person is very smart. He did not fight with those powerful figures from the beginning. It was not that he did not dare, but he avoided the strong first, plundered the weak, and accumulated strength crazily. In addition, the overall strength of the Purple Thunder sect alliance was strong, so Cheng was accomplished. Moreover, the last 13 alliances left were quite united and could fully support one person, otherwise they would not have come this far. But even so, the alliance is now in name only, because they fully supported one person, resulting in the gap between them now being widened, and they can't help at all. Cheng, it all depends on you. The people of the Purple Thunder sect spoke one after another. Cheng nodded slightly, waved his palm, and the drum sounded. In an instant, thunder danced wildly. The Purple Thunder sect masters around him all retreated and cut off the connection with the war drums in front of them. Then, the thunder directly hit their war drums. Cheng plundered the fighting spirits of the war drums in front of them, and his power became stronger. Then, these people were seen flashing and retreating behind Cheng. Wentian. Chu Meng and others looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. He also knew what the current situation was. Only he could break the war drum of Chu Meng and others. Get ready. Qin Zhang said. Qin Wentian raised his hand, and then Chu Meng and others retreated at the same time, breaking away from the connection with the war drum. Qin Wentian's raised hand fell, and the sword energy whistled. Their war drums were all broken, and the soul of the war drum merged into Qin Wentian's war drum. In an instant, a stronger light enveloped Qin Wentian's body, and the power emanating from his body became stronger and stronger. Chu Meng and others came behind Qin Wentian and stood side by side with Yi Lingshuang on the stone platform. Everyone in other directions made the same move. 13 alliances made the last 13 strong men. Cheng of the Purple Thunder sect, Shen Ting of the Earth sect, and Shi Kuang of the Heavenly Residual sect, these 3 enemies of Qin Wentian were all there. Among the other 9 people, there was a strong man from the Sword sect, and the rest were also the geniuses of the ancient country's major sects. Those who could make others willing to assist were naturally the geniuses of the major sects. The battle suddenly stopped. The 13 people were all enveloped by the light on the war drums. They did not continue to attack and fight. They stared at each other, but they did not hide their fighting spirit. After the 13 people plundered the war drums and fighting spirits of their allies, the auras of several of them reached the 6th level of Xiangang, and the others were also at the peak of the 5th level of Xiangang. 13 people, even if there are 6 duels, it seems that there is still one extra. Only one person spoke. This person was wearing golden armor and was bathed in golden light. He was a strong man from the ancient golden country and whose strength was very strong. Then I'll just avoid a fight. Tian Can's eyes suddenly turned and fell on Qin Wentian. He looked at Qin Wentian, with murderous aura in his eyes, and said coldly, as long as I kill you, the remaining 12 people can fight 2 by 2. Humph, why is it you? The strong man of the golden ancient country said. At this time, he looked at Qin Wentian as if he was looking at prey. The war drum spirit in front of Qin Wentian was extremely powerful. As long as he plundered it, he could greatly enhance his strength. Everyone knew this. Hearing that the two wanted to eliminate Qin Wentian, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Wentian for a while. It was not because Qin Wentian was the easiest person to eliminate, but since Shi Kuang had drawn their attention to Qin Wentian, then it was natural to choose him. Especially Qin Wentian was the only one among them who had obtained the immortal martial order, so they were very happy to see Qin Wentian's demise. How could they, who were arrogant, think that they were not as good as Qin Wentian? The vision of the immortal martial realm envoys made a mistake this time. Chapter 572, Invincible. When Shi Kuang saw that others wanted to compete with him, his aura burst out instantly, and a destructive force spread out. He and the war drum in front of him seemed to blend together. On the war drum, there seemed to be a shadow standing, which was Shi Kuang's figure. It was as if he had transformed into the war drum's fighting spirit and merged with it, indistinguishable from each other. Boom! The strong man of the ancient golden country was not to be outdone. He also merged with the war drum's fighting spirit. A terrifying figure stood proudly on the war drum. This shadow was huge, made of dark gold, and had a terrible penetrating power. Before the drum sounded, a terrible roar was constantly shrouding Qin Wentian. Despicable. Yiling Shuang saw that they wanted to deal with Qin Wentian at the same time, and her expression was very bad. Shen Ting and Cheng both made moves. 12 auras rolled endlessly and pressed Qin Wentian directly. I don't care to bully one person. Since we all want his fighting spirit, then each of us will attack. Whoever can capture it will get it. The strong man from the ancient golden country said coldly. His voice seemed to be full of metal, sharp and cold. In this case, I will take the first attack. Shi Kuang said coldly. Then, as soon as he finished speaking, the drums trembled, and the void seemed to tremble. A terrifying light roared out and turned into a destructive giant foot. It stomped down from above Qin Wentian's head, wanting to crush the world and crush Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's robe fluttered, and he stood in front of the war drum. His perception and thoughts seemed to blend with the war drum, as if he was the war drum and the war drum was him. Boom! With a light sound, the void trembled, and a round of diamond palm prints pounced into the void, but it was directly crushed under the whistling giant foot. One person, one attack. See who can kill Qin Wentian and seize the war drum's fighting spirit, then their attacks will certainly not be weak. Shi Kuang's attack is very strong. Seeing that the giant foot of Yuan Kun was about to step down, Yiling Shuang and others behind Qin Wentian couldn't help but show tension. Now Qin Wentian not only holds his own life, he can't afford to fail. If he dies, the people behind him will suffer the fate of extinction. Dong, dong. 2 consecutive tremors, the drum shook, and the light rushed to the sky. Dong. Thousands of palm prints suddenly rushed into the sky, turned into a shocking wave, and violently slapped on the giant foot of Tian Can. A crackling sound was heard, and the destructive giant foot of Tian Can collapsed above Qin Wentian's head. Hoo-la-la. A dazzling and huge golden spear pierced through the void, cast in gold, like golden lightning, attacking Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian remained calm, with a pair of cold eyes, like a rebellious falcon, staring at the front. Bang! Another dull drum sound vibrated in the void, startling a gust of wind. When the thousand-hand seal was blasted out again, there were no more thousands of palm prints, but the power contained in each palm print seemed to be more terrifying, stronger and more terrifying than the previous one. The golden spear and the huge palm prints met in the void and then disappeared together. It's my turn. A cold snort came out, and a genius from Zhongyuan Mansion launched an attack on Qin Wentian. The drum sounded deafening, and above the war drum, it seemed that there were huge axes chopped down, and it seemed that axe lights appeared above the sky, chopped down from the void, as if one axe was about to split Qin Wentian in two, and the speed of the axe light was extremely fast. As he spoke, Qin Wentian struck the drum again. The drum sound trembled again. This time, it seemed as if there was a terrifying response, as if there were continuous drum beats. A terrible sound came out, and more than 10 palm prints whistled in the sky, as if they were the continuation of the palm prints just now, and the momentum was even stronger. The battle axe opened the sky and fell from the sky. However, the palm prints also turned into a beam of light and bombarded the battle axe, crushing it directly into pieces. There were even several palm prints that pounced on the Xianjiao of Jiutian Mansion. The Xianjiao frowned slightly. The attack he had just launched was powerful, but he was actually repelled by the opponent. This attack undoubtedly swept his face. The Xianjiao of Jiutian Mansion had sharp eyes, stretched out his palms, and beat violently. A huge axe chopped down and directly destroyed those palm prints. Because this attack was unexpected, no one continued to attack Qin Wentian in an instant. They did not move, but Qin Wentian did not stop. His dark eyes looked at everyone without any emotion. That indifferent look seemed to ignore everything. In his eyes, there was only his war drum. This time, he beat the war drum again, and the world roared, as if echoing with the drum sound just played. His momentum became more and more terrifying. The drum sound trembled, the world was shocked, and the roaring sound became more and more terrifying. The crowd felt that there were thousands of palm prints whistling in the void, but only one palm print actually appeared. At this moment, Qin Wentian's dark eyes shot towards Shi Kuang, like a sharp blade, with the king's arrogance and sharpness, and the demon's unruly spirit. This look once again made Shi Kuang's heart tremble violently. Kill! A voice uttered, and there seemed to be a killing power between heaven and earth that resonated with the word kill. The palm print he blasted out was like the word kill he uttered from his mouth, containing a monstrous killing power, and it fell in front of Shi Kuang in an instant. The entire void seemed to be enveloped by this killing momentum. Shi Kuang's face changed drastically, and the breath of destruction bloomed wildly. He beat the drums frantically, and Xianqin's giant feet stepped out of the sky, but almost at the same moment, the palm print arrived, with the domineering power of looking down on others, and the peerless spirit of the Demon King, crushing and falling, destroying everything. Bang! With a loud noise, the withered and decayed stood up, the drums were broken, and the people were killed. Not only Shi Kuang, but also the people of Xianqin's sect behind him all looked pale. They also had to pay the price for Shi Kuang's defeat. Shi Kuang was held up by them, and they all rose together. Shi Kuang's ending was annihilation, so how could they escape? The stone platform was shattered by the palm print, and only a beam of light rushed to Qin Wentian's side, making Qin Wentian, who was blending with the war drum, more powerful. A person who wanted to attack just now stopped and stared at Qin Wentian's figure. This attack made them feel the danger transmitted from Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's aura became even stronger. Just as it was written on the stone tablet, with the help of the war drum, they could even exert power beyond their own realm. Now, Qin Wentian could use the war drum to unleash the power of the 6th level of Xiangang without relying on blood. Now, there are 12 people. Qin Wentian looked at the strong man from the ancient golden country, and a ray of murderous intent bloomed from him. In that case, I will teach you alone. The eyes of the Xianjiao strong man from the ancient golden country were dancing with golden brilliance. From his pupils, it seemed that he could see the attacking golden ancient spear, which was extremely sharp and could sting people's eyes. The others did not speak, and they all looked for their opponents. 12 people could have 6 duels. They all wanted to defeat their opponents, plunder the opponent's war drum fighting spirit, achieve themselves, and make themselves stronger. Qin Wentian did not need to look for it. He and the Xianjiao of the ancient golden country both burst into terrible attacking and murderous auras, colliding in the void. I, Chen Xianlin, rarely meet an opponent. In today's battle, although you are strong, you will still be my stepping stone. The pride of the ancient golden country shouted coldly. As soon as the words fell, the drum shook the sky, revealing an extremely terrifying sharpness, and rushed straight into the sky. The terrifying attacking golden ancient spear burst out and killed Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was not afraid at all, and beat the war drum. The palm print in the void collided and destroyed the golden spear. But a more terrifying power came out. Chen Xianlin's eyes were all golden, and his palms were also golden, turning into golden palms. He slapped the war drums again. The wind was howling, and there was sharpness in the wind. In the war drums, a rumbling and terrifying power bloomed, and a dazzling golden spear that changed the color of the world appeared. This golden spear was 10 meters long and indestructible. How strong is your palm print? Chen Xianlin shouted angrily. This golden spear attacked out, leaving a burst of golden light in the void. The terrifying sharp whistling sound seemed to destroy everything that blocked the front. Qin Wentian's expression did not change at all. The sound of clattering came out again, and the world roared. The huge palm print broke through the sky and fell down. When it collided with a golden spear in the void, the golden spear actually attacked forward little by little, trying to tear the palm print apart, but in the end it still turned into a sky full of golden light and dissipated. The strong men of the golden ancient country dared not utter a word when facing Li Tian. You are not the most dazzling existence in the golden ancient country. You dare to be so arrogant without the immortal martial order. Qin Wentian's voice shook the world, causing Chen Xianlin to laugh wildly. A terrible sound came from his body, and it seemed that golden light burst out from his body. The whole world was about to turn into gold. This was the power of the golden bloodline. What a joke, you dare to compare yourself with Li Tian. What is the immortal martial order? Just because you have the immortal martial order, you despise the world and are arrogant and ignorant. With this blow, I will kill you. The arrogant voice shook the world, and Chen Xianlin's body surged with monstrous golden power. He roared, and his long hair seemed to turn golden, and then he slammed on the war drum. The drum sounded, golden light spread all over the world, and a stronger force burst out from the war drum. How can an ant know the ambition of Kunpen? Qin Wentian said calmly, and then beat the drum again. This time, The world was silent. The battlefield between him and Chen Xianlin was terribly quiet, as if a crisis of death was approaching. Rampant. Chen Xianlin roared, and he felt uneasy in his heart. However, in front of him, a terrifying power erupted, and a stronger golden attacking spear bloomed. How can a dead man have the ambition of Kunpen? Chen Xianlin said coldly, but as soon as the voice fell, a sense of crisis of destruction suddenly descended above his head, making Chen Xianlin and the people behind him feel that their souls were trembling. Boom! A palm print that destroyed everything seemed to bloom from nothingness. Chen Xianlin's pupils contracted, and then he saw that the palm print was getting bigger and bigger, crushing the world, and falling towards his head. Chapter 573 Hunter and Prey. Chen Xianlin wanted to block it. But how? This huge palm print appeared from nothingness. All the previous oppression was caused by this palm print. The moment it appeared, it fell on the head of Chen Xianlin, the prodigy of the ancient golden country. Chen Xianlin was bathed in golden light, and his long hair turned golden, like a golden blade. An unprecedented terrifying golden spear was whistling out of the war drum, but at this moment, the palm print fell down with a bang. Chen Xianlin could hardly react and was directly covered and submerged by the palm print. With a loud bang, the war drum was broken, the battle platform cracked, and Chen Xianlin and the strong men of the ancient golden country behind him were all destroyed. The arrogant prodigy of the ancient golden country was wiped out and destroyed in one blow. Not long ago, it was because of a word from Shi Kuang, the prodigy of the Xianqin sect, and Chen Xianlin, the prodigy of the ancient golden country, that the 12 strong men were ready to attack Qin Wentian in succession and reached a tacit understanding that whoever killed Qin Wentian would own the fighting spirit in the war drum. However, after 3 attacks, Qin Wentian began his counterattack. Qin Wentian's counterattack was fierce and violent, and he killed Shi Kuang, the initiator. The remaining 12 people decided not to target Qin Wentian alone, but to fight in pairs to see who could continue to move forward and become the most dazzling one. Qin Wentian went straight to Chen Xianlin, and just when Chen Xianlin was about to launch his strongest attack, he was wiped out by Qin Wentian with thunder. Someone in the other 5 groups of duels ended faster than Qin Wentian. That person was Cheng from the Purple Thunder sect. He was as strong as ever. At this moment, he blended with the war drum, and the momentum he exuded was already the 7th level of Xiangang. It was very terrifying and wiped out the opponent with one blow. At this time, Cheng looked at Qin Wentian, and there was a flash of destruction in his pupils. Qin Wentian was very strong, but so what? In the end, the only one left here would be him. Cheng would not rush to kill Qin Wentian. He was the strongest person here now. In order to avoid being encircled and suppressed, he knew that at this moment he should try to keep a low profile, wait for the opportunity, and kill with one blow. Cheng was observing the people fighting, while Qin Wentian was observing him. The Purple Thunder sect had a grudge against him, but this Purple Thunder sect's Xianjiao Cheng had been suppressing it. He did not show any hostility to him before he made a move to wake up the bull monster. He made a move when Fan Li was about to pass under the bull monster's feet. He put himself in a deadly position with one move. Imagine that the bull monster's kick really killed him, then he, Fan Li, and Yu Yang would have been dead. This person is not only powerful, but also ruthless. He knows how to seize opportunities. This can be seen from the fact that he plundered the most war drums and souls to give himself the strongest power. Cheng is ambitious. The power of thunder shone all over his body. On Cheng's palm, the dazzling purple light was ready to go. Qin Wentian raised his eyebrows. He saw 2 people fighting in a stalemate, which was extremely dangerous. At this moment, Cheng made a move. His palms were bathed in the power of terrifying thunder and struck the war drum. The thunder god roared, and 2 thunder god bodies suddenly burst out and rushed towards the 2 powerful men who were fighting fiercely. One of them was the man from Zhan Xianfu who had just attacked Qin Wentian with a battle axe. Cheng. Although the 2 fought fiercely, they instantly noticed the thunder of destruction when it came. In fact, they were not unprepared, but the 2 were equally strong. When the battle became fierce, they could not care about it at all. At this time, Cheng actually put down his face and attacked despicably. What could they do? The 2 thunder god bodies rolled down and turned into the wrath of the thunder god, directly destroying the 2. Under the power of thunder, their bodies turned into dust in an instant. 2 more war drums fighting spirits were harvested by Cheng. Cheng's aura became stronger and stronger, and he had the momentum to step into the peak of the 7th level of Xiangang. "Cheng, you dare!" Another loud shout was heard. Since Cheng had already made his move, he was not going to stop and launched an attack on the other two again. The others noticed this and stopped fighting, but it was too late. Cheng's momentum was already established. Although the other two noticed it, one of them was still killed instantly and the other was also injured. Qin Wentian also made his move, slamming his palm on the war drum. The sky and the earth roared, and another overwhelming force rolled out, suppressing the void. Cheng did not stop. The other person was already injured, and he had to take him down in one go, so he launched an attack again. A dazzling lightning sword cut through the space and stabbed at the man. Although the strong man tried his best to resist, it was obvious that he could not hold on at all. Cheng beat the drum again, with a triumphant smile on his face. If he could capture this man, he would enter the 8th level of Xiangang. But at this moment, a palm print fell from the sky and directly killed his prey. When the man died, he sadly discovered that although he was a genius, in this cruel battlefield, if he made a mistake, he would become a prey in the eyes of others and die. The person who killed him was naturally Qin Wentian. None of the people who stepped into the battlefield were good people. They were all hunters and prey. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. This has been destined since the moment you stepped into the battlefield. If he doesn't take action, the man's life will be Cheng's. If Cheng is allowed to become stronger, it will be the end of everyone including him. Qin Wentian snatched food from the tiger's mouth. Cheng's sharp eyes shot towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian robbed his prey. At this time, the battle had been reduced to 5 people from the previous 12. Qin Wentian killed 2 people, Cheng killed 3 people, and Shen Ting of the Earth sect was indeed a character. He also killed 2 people in the chaos. Now Cheng is the strongest, and Shen Ting is equal to Qin Wentian. As for the other two, fear was revealed in their eyes and their faces were ugly, because they had not achieved any results in the chaotic battle just now, and the gap was instantly widened. One of them included the people from the sword sect. Cut off the connection, and then escape. I will do my best to help you. Qin Wentian directly sent a message to the strong man from the sword sect. The strong man from the sword sect was also a decisive person. He responded directly, "Okay, help me attack the 2 of them first to share the pressure from me, and then I will leave, and you will break my war drum." Qin Wentian nodded, and he took action after the other party sent a message. He understood that the 2 people the other party was referring to were of course Cheng and Shen Ting. They were the biggest threat, and the other person was not much of a threat. The terrifying palm print fell from the sky, bombarding Cheng and Shen Ting. At this time, the strong man from the sword sect slashed the sword directly at the war drum, and an extremely bright sword light fell into the void. The light of this sword was enough to make people unable to open their eyes. This sword light was not from Cheng, Shen Ting, or another person, but from Qin Wentian. Bai Mu, a disciple of the sword sect, was also a disciple of Yishan's sword master in the sword sect. He was a genius. If he listened to Qin Wentian and chose to withdraw, he would have a 50% chance of death and the other 50% chance of escaping the battlefield alive. Neither of these two was what he wanted. He knew that as long as he could kill Qin Wentian, the powerful fighting spirit of the war drum in front of Qin Wentian would belong to him. He would instantly surpass Shen Ting and compete with Cheng. As long as he killed Qin Wentian, all the problems would be solved. He would have the opportunity to compete for the top spot on this battlefield, and perhaps get some opportunities in the Xianwu world. Therefore, Bai Mu, the genius of the sword sect, chose to take the risk and launched this attack towards Qin Wentian. The power of this attack was very strong, and success or failure depended on this one move. The timing of this sword was very accurate. When Qin Wentian attacked, he killed Qin Wentian, and the sword light fell. There was no doubt that Bai Mu could get to this point. Seeing this sword, Yiling Shuang's face was extremely ugly. It was she who told Qin Wentian about Bai Mu's identity on the floating bridge, which may have led to Qin Wentian's intention to help Bai Mu, but he didn't expect this scene to happen. Qin Wentian was very calm. He made a move at the moment the sword light fell. The sound of drum shook, and the echo lingered in the air. It seemed that there was an endless sound of sword whistling, constantly attacking the sword that fell from the void. When Qin Wentian decided to help Bai Mu, he considered that Bai Mu might attack him. As a genius of the sword sect and a disciple of the sword master, Qin Wentian had every reason to believe that the other party would fight once. As for the friendship of the same sect and the feeling of saving each other, with Qin Wentian's current personality, He would never use interests to test a person's character. Killing Qin Wentian would allow the other party to gain the greatest benefit, and even compete with Cheng. How could Qin Wentian not be prepared? The moment the other party attacked, his sharpness was completely revealed, like a sharp sword, an indestructible sword. The rumbling sound came out again. When Bai Mu stared at the sword falling down nervously, invisible sword power pierced directly into his body, and then the void great thousand seal fell down. Seeing this palm print, Bai Mu knew that he had lost the bet, so he accepted his fate. With a loud bang, Bai Mu died, and the war drums broke. Then, a ray of lightning swept across and hit the spot again. Not only Bai Mu, but also the people of the sword sect behind Bai Mu died. The moment Bai Mu made his move, the outcome was doomed. At the last moment, they even wondered why they didn't form an alliance with Qin Wentian instead of Bai Mu when they stepped onto the floating bridge like Yiling Shuang. The ray of lightning behind the palm print was of course Cheng's attack, but unfortunately he was still one step later than Qin Wentian. At this time, there were only the last three people left on the battlefield, Cheng, Qin Wentian, and Shen Ting. When Qin Wentian killed Bai Mu, Cheng and Shen Ting rushed to kill another person. Cheng won, and the aura he exuded when he merged with a war drum was the 8th level of Xiangang. The aura on Qin Wentian was the 7th level of Xiangang. The two of them looked at Shen Ting together. At this moment, Cheng and Qin Wentian were both hunters, and Shen Ting became the prey. Shen Ting saw his position clearly in an instant, and his face turned pale. He, the pride of the Earth sect, became the prey. He said that he would teach Qin Wentian how to behave, but the irony was that from the attitudes of Cheng and Qin Wentian, it was clear that the two chose him as the prey at the same time, which meant that they both thought he was the weakest. Qin Wentian didn't say anything, his eyes had already said it all. His indifferent eyes seemed to have strong self-confidence and arrogance, as if engraved in his bones. This kind of eyes made Shen Ting very uncomfortable. His face was very pale. If I die, you will die too. Shen Ting looked at Qin Wentian and said, let's join forces to deal with Cheng. Otherwise, I will join forces with him to deal with you. Shen Ting obviously thought that Qin Wentian's threat was smaller than Cheng, so he hoped to join forces with Qin Wentian to counter Cheng first. If there was an opportunity, it would be better, a chance for him to kill Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian didn't say anything. How could he not understand what Shen Ting was thinking? At this moment, Shen Ting was doomed to die. He and Cheng joined forces to deal with Qin Wentian. If Shen Ting dared to trust Cheng, he might be killed by Cheng first when he clashed with Qin Wentian. I'll give you the war drum, and you let me go. Shen Ting knew there was no hope when he saw Qin Wentian's silence, and he could only beg for his life. Okay. Cheng nodded, and his palm contained the power of thunder, as if he could launch an attack at any time. Qin Wentian was the same. Shen Ting was destined to die, and the final battle would be a duel between Cheng and him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574, Becoming the Only One. Let's go. The moment Cheng nodded and said okay, Shen Ting shouted loudly and quickly retreated outside the battlefield. As he left, he did not forget to beat the war drum and launched 2 attacks. Shen Ting knew very well that Cheng's promise was meaningless. If Cheng let him go, Qin Wentian would also kill him. Therefore, it was wisest to choose to leave as quickly as possible at this time, so that Qin Wentian and Cheng would rush to smash his war drum instead of him. The Earth Sect strongmen behind Shen Ting also quickly retreated. Sure enough, Cheng ignored Shen Ting. He raised his hand to beat the drum and attacked Shen Ting's war drum, which seemed to be just as Shen Ting expected. His choice was very smart, but he miscalculated Qin Wentian. The sword whistled sharply, and the sound of puffing continued. After leaving the war drum, the people of the Earth Gate were completely vulnerable and perished under the sword light. Shen Ting was horrified and stared at Qin Wentian. Then he saw a huge palm print grabbing him. With a loud bang, Shen Ting's bones were shattered. His body was grabbed by a huge palm print when he retreated. Qin Wentian looked at him with cold eyes. Boom! The war drum broke. In the other direction, Cheng smashed Shen Ting's war drum and became stronger. You are crazy. Shen Ting stared at Qin Wentian in horror. This is a madman. Qin Wentian did not snatch the war drum from Cheng, but gave it to Cheng just to kill him. If this is not crazy, then what is it? I will also teach you how to behave, but unfortunately, you have to pay with your life for this lesson. Qin Wentian said calmly. Shenting had a ferocious expression on his face, staring at Qin Wentian hatefully. Why do you do this? If you kill me, you will die too. Since he awakened the bull demon, he was doomed to die. Qin Wentian was still very calm, and spoke slowly. I can kill Yi Kongfen with the 5th level of Xiangang realm. Even if he is stronger than Yi Kongfen, I can now exert the combat power of the 7th level of Xiangang, so why would I care if he smashes your war drums a few more times? You said that even if I obtained the Xian Wu order, I would not be qualified to be rampant. Then I will also give you a word. You don't even have the qualifications to obtain the Xian Wu order, so why would I, Qin Wentian, care about you? Mad, you are a madman. Shenting roared at Qin Wentian's words and struggled madly. Hearing Qin Wentian's arrogant words, he knew that the other party had never cared about him, Shenting, and Cheng from the beginning to the end. Even if Cheng was stronger than him at the moment, he still didn't care. Letting Cheng smash his war drum, Shenting, how crazy and arrogant. You don't understand. Qin Wentian's palm on the war drum suddenly trembled, and then blood burst out. Shenting was directly crushed by the palm print and died tragically on the spot. Yiling Shuang and others behind Qin Wentian trembled in their hearts and stared at Qin Wentian's back. This guy is really crazy. I saw Cheng's body shining with thunder, as if there were purple dragons and snakes dancing with him, and crackling sounds kept coming out, revealing a destructive force. What Qin Wentian said to Shenting was also telling him that kind of frivolity was simply arrogant. Neither Shenting nor Cheng were convinced that Qin Wentian had obtained the immortal martial order. Just as Qin Wentian said, even if Qin Wentian had the immortal martial order, it would not mean anything, and he had no right to be arrogant in front of them. But Qin Wentian finally responded to them with a strong voice. I have the immortal martial order, and you think I have no right to be arrogant? Then, you don't even have the immortal martial order, so why would I care about you? This is what Qin Wentian wanted to express. At this time, the eyes of the two met and collided in the void. Cheng could more clearly feel the confidence and arrogance hidden in those pupils, as if he was the only one who was supreme. Boom! Cheng stepped on the war drum, and he actually stood directly on the war drum. The war drum was humming non-stop, as if it was completely integrated with him. There were shadows of war drums all around him, and every attack he made could make the war drum sound. Facts will prove everything. Fight! Cheng shouted, the war drums beat, the thunder danced wildly, the sky between the two seemed to turn purple, the endless thunder light made crackling sounds, and crashed towards Qin Wentian. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped out and also stepped on the war drums. The war drums hummed, the sword energy rushed into the sky, sweeping past, the thunder and sword power that came to kill collided, and all were annihilated. Lightning and swords are both good at attacking, and their attack power is equally terrible. Cheng controls the thunder and Qin Wentian controls the sword. The roar of thunder and the hum of sword energy constantly collided in the void, and waves of destructive power fell from the sky and slammed into the ground between the two, causing the ground to explode continuously. Feel the baptism of thunder. Cheng's powerful blood was rolling, constantly vibrating the war drum. The thunder power around him turned into dancing whips, densely packed, occupying the entire space. These whips were filled with a destructive airflow, bursting with destructive white light. Qin Wentian's blood was also rolling and bursting, demonic energy rushed to the sky, and the demon god transformation bloomed. His eyes became deeper and unparalleled. Snap! A crisp sound came out, and the thunder whips surrounding Cheng were swung out. The white light of destruction kept flashing in the void, whipping Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's palms held out angrily, the drum shook, and in an instant, many palm prints broke through the air and killed, rushing to the sky, and collided with the long whips that were hitting. There was a crackling sound, and the long whip of destruction actually split the palm print directly, like a sharp blade of destruction, cutting off the palm print and continuing to swing towards Qin Wentian. When the jumping white light of destruction approached, one could clearly feel the destructive power contained in it. Qin Wentian pressed his finger forward, and the drum sound echoed. A finger that cut the sky appeared between heaven and earth. Endless sword light roared, turning into a vortex of sword energy, cutting off everything. The thunder whip in the air was also cut off. Those long whips fell, and Qin Wentian grabbed them with his palm. A feeling of destruction and paralysis came, and a cold light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. This thunder whip not only contained thunder power, but also a destructive and paralyzing power. If it really hit the body, it would be enough to paralyze the whole body, and then the long whip would cut the body like a blade. If you only have this much strength, I'm afraid it's not enough, Cheng said coldly. His own cultivation is the 8th level of Xiangang. Now with the help of the power of the war drum, it is also the 8th level of Xiangang, which is just in line with his original strength. He can exert his strongest power at will. The crackling sound became more and more terrifying. Thunder rolled in the void. The thunder power in Cheng's body and the dancing thunder dragon snake all gathered and turned into millions of thunder whips. Destroy it! Cheng shouted angrily, and then the long whip was swung out. The war drums sounded and the thunder danced. Qin Wentian saw endless long whips of destruction whipping towards him. The whole world was filled with the power of thunder and lightning that was enough to suffocate people. Get up! Qin Wentian roared, and in an instant the entire stone platform rose into the air, and Lingshuang and others were taken to fly into the void. Qin Wentian was covered with demonic energy. His body was transformed into a demon. His wings spread out, protecting Lingshuang and the others. His eyes looked up at the sky. He stepped forward continuously, and the sword energy rolled. His palms attacked frantically, and the palm prints annihilated the sky. He rushed towards the long whip of thunder that was slashing down from him. Break! Qin Wentian roared, and the sword light and palm prints continued to bombard the sky. Humph! Cheng snorted coldly, and he beat the drum frantically. The long whips of thunder in the void actually gathered together and turned into an extremely thick and destructive thunder whip, which was thrown towards Qin Wentian. There were continuous puffing sounds, and the sword light and palm prints were all broken and cut off. Qin Wentian's expression was like a sword, and a star soul sky hammer appeared in his hand. He suddenly smashed it down towards the giant drum, and a series of terrifying peaks appeared, suppressing everything and blasting towards the sky and the earth. At the same time, he rushed forward with the war drum and the stone platform, and continuously blasted out palm prints. The void became somewhat oppressive, and a rumbling sound directly trembled in front of Cheng, and then a destructive seal pressed down directly. Cheng had been prepared for this kind of magical palm print of Qin Wentian that appeared from nothingness, and the threat was very terrible. He roared, and a thunder Dharma body appeared in front of him. With a loud bang, the Dharma body and the palm print were shattered at the same time. Kill! Cheng roared, and the long whip in the void strangled Qin Wentian at all costs. It's either you die or I die, and one of them must die. Cheng was confident that Qin Wentian would never be able to withstand his attack. Qin Wentian ran away and kept beating the drum. The mountain peaks kept bombarding the sky, blocking the long whip of the thunder god that was thrown down. He blasted out the seal again and smashed it towards Cheng. It's useless, you will die. Cheng roared, and the thunder on his body gathered into a Dharma body again to resist the attack for him. Qin Wentian seemed to be unconcerned, and blasted out another blow, hitting the war drum, but the drum was silent, and it seemed particularly quiet. Boom! Cheng's mind was bloody, and the thunder Dharma body in front of him was shattered together with a palm seal, and then his mind was invaded by the power of the nightmare. Kill! Along with a cold voice, a light sound of puff was heard, and a blood-colored Fang Bian Huoji appeared from the void, inserted into Cheng's forehead, and passed through directly, bringing out a pool of blood. The long whip of destruction that fell from the void was uncontrolled, and the power of thunder dissipated, but Qin Wentian blasted out a palm again, and the palm print fell from the sky and rolled towards the other people of the Purple Thunder sect. The rumbling sound of destruction continued, the war drums broke, the battle platform cracked, and the strong men of the Purple Thunder sect all perished. A strong light shone and fell on Qin Wentian. In an instant, Qin Wentian felt that his own power seemed to have rushed into the 7th level of Xiangang, broke through the 8th level of Xiangang, and directly stepped into the level of the 9th level of Xiangang. Cheng was already close to the peak of the 8th level of Xiangang after integrating into the war drum. Now that he was plundered by Qin Wentian, he directly stepped into the 9th level of Xiangang. Boom! The stone platforms on the battlefield exploded one after another, and then all the endless war drums flew towards the huge stone tablets behind Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian turned around and saw a bright light from the stone tablet falling on him, covering Qin Wentian's body. Chapter 575 Heavyweight Prodigy. The light from the stone tablet shone on Qin Wentian's body, causing a strange phenomenon to appear on his body. There were illusory war drums that surrounded him. Dong, dong, dong. This humming sound shook the world endlessly. A powerful force came from the stone tablet and suddenly smashed towards Qin Wentian. With a loud bang, the war drum shook the sky. A terrifying force spread through the war drum to Qin Wentian's body, shaking him to groan, spit out a mouthful of blood, and was shaken up. Yiling Shuang, Qin Zheng and the others were standing with Qin Wentian, but they were fine. The light of the stone tablet was only aimed at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's long hair was flying, his eyes were deep, and he cursed a bull demon in his heart. Did they say that if he became the only one, he would get good things? Why did he have to be beaten? Dead bull! Qin Wentian saw another burst of light from the stone tablet. He roared angrily and hit the war drum in front of him. Dong! The drum sounded, and a huge palm print broke through the air and hit the stone tablet. The palm print landed on the stone tablet, but the power was directly swallowed up by the stone tablet. However, the light on the stone tablet still enveloped Qin Wentian's body as if it was a ghost, making Qin Wentian look extremely ugly. Boom! A necrotic power bloomed out, which was surprisingly a palm print of nothingness, which made Qin Wentian open his eyes wide. What kind of monster is this stone tablet that can rebound attacks? Qin Wentian was speechless and could only launch a critical strike again, fiercely hitting the illusory war drum in front of him. A destructive force directly rushed into his body through the war drum, and once again shocked him to vomit blood, making Qin Wentian have the urge to curse. "I will destroy you!" Qin Wentian roared, the stars moved, and his body was full of brilliant light. He rushed towards the stone tablet, and the blood-colored Fang Bian Huoji appeared, and landed on the stone tablet with the power of supreme destruction. Boom boom boom. The light on the stone tablet became stronger. Qin Wentian only felt the illusory war drums around him shaking constantly. Waves of power rushed into his body crazily. Qin Wentian spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and his face turned pale, but the rebellious spirit in his eyes remained. He attacked the lingering stone tablet crazily and was injured crazily. Until one moment, the world was filled with drum sounds, and the light of the war drum suddenly disappeared, as if it rushed into Qin Wentian's body. Boom boom. The huge stone tablet shook, and then turned into a beam of light that broke through the air, full of mystery. Qin Wentian looked at all this in astonishment, with a hint of disbelief. Is it finally over? No, what is this? Qin Wentian's heart moved, and then he closed his eyes. In his perception, a war drum appeared in his body and merged with his body. This. Qin Wentian was speechless. Is this the good thing promised by the bull demon? After carefully feeling his body, although he was weak due to the injury, he found that after experiencing the beating from the stone tablet, the star power and blood circulation in his body were more smooth, and the martial arts willpower seemed to feel more mature. This war drum should be the same treasure as the axe in my adoptive father's body, which can be integrated into the body. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and then his mind moved slightly. In an instant, a series of war drum lights enveloped his body, as if he was surrounded by war drums. Wentian, try to attack and see if there is an amplification effect. Yiling Shuang was also stunned when he saw this scene. Thinking that his father's axe could amplify the attack, Qin Wentian's war drum should also work. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. After the war drum was immersed in his body, the suppression of his cultivation was removed and he returned to his original realm, the 5th level of Xiangang. But the strange thing is that Yiling Shuang and others' realms are still suppressed and have not been touched. Perhaps it is because he has become the only one here and has passed some tests in the Xianwu world, so he has obtained the privilege of removing the suppression of cultivation. Qin Wentian raised his hand to attack, and the sound of war drums echoed. The terrifying palm print broke through the air and killed, which made Qin Wentian's heart move slightly. He looked at Yiling Shuang and nodded. The attack is amplified, and I feel that this war drum can also weaken the attacks of others. It is an attack and defense weapon. Your cultivation suppression has also been lifted. A look of surprise flashed in Yiling Shuang's eyes. It has indeed been lifted, but I am afraid that the 5th level of Xiangang is still not enough. I feel that I am about to break through. Qin Wentian said. After experiencing the baptism of war drums and stone tablets just now, he vaguely felt that he had ushered in an opportunity for a breakthrough. Then practice directly, we will guard for you. Chu Mang said. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and looked at the direction where the stone tablet was before. There was a road there. Through this road, you can continue to move forward, but Qin Wentian wants to improve his realm again before leaving here, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with the other 80 people who have the same Xianwu order as him and are at a higher level than him. Among the 81 owners of the Immortal Martial Order, he should be the weakest at the 5th level of Xiangang. Some of the others are at the 8th or even 9th level of Xiangang. He can't defeat such people at all. Just like Gu Lifen, one of the 8 great Xianjiao who suppressed the era, he is so powerful at the 8th level of Xiangang. Therefore, Qin Wentian hopes to make himself stronger as much as possible before colliding with others, so that he can have some confidence. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded and agreed, then found a place to sit down. With a wave of his hand, many meteorites appeared, and he began to practice. As for the others, they did not forget to clean up the battlefield and confiscate the treasures of the fallen strongmen. There are even many Xianjiao characters among these people. The wealth on them is absolutely amazing, and they may also have powerful magical powers. Once Qin Wentian falls into the state of practice, he completely forgets himself, and nothing can disturb him. The Yuanfu in his body roars, making a rumbling humming sound, like the roar of the sea. Chu Meng and others looked at each other, all showing a look of shock. This guy's practice is really big. Entering the celestial realm is a watershed of strength. The celestial phenomena of some peerless geniuses will be extremely amazing, and they will be far away from mediocre people. I wonder what kind of celestial phenomena will appear after Wentian enters the celestial realm. Yiling Shuang thought to herself. She was looking forward to Qin Wentian's growth. After spending a long time with Qin Wentian, Yiling Shuang felt that he would be a demon who could surpass his father, the emperor. Qin Wentian, who was in a state of selflessness, completely forgot about time. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, several people came here, but they left and came back again. I don't know why. Fan Li and Yu Yang Kuangsheng also appeared one after another. It was obvious that these people did not appear before because they were trapped in the life and death cave or adventured in other places. There was even a young man in a silver robe with a terrible aura, who actually released the power of the 7th level of Xiangang. This frightened Yiling Shuang and the others. They all knew that this floating bridge was very large. There were some strange places that you could go to as long as you were brave enough. However, only a few people went there, and even fewer came back alive. It seemed that there were people like Qin Wentian who had lifted the suppression of their realm. Obviously, they had extraordinary experiences to do so. This person just glanced at Qin Wentian and continued to move forward, leaving along the only road. The roaring sound in Qin Wentian's body became more and more terrifying, and he finally broke through his cultivation on the second day. The moment he opened his eyes, Qin Wentian saw Fan Li and Yu Yang Kuangshen, and a smile flashed across his face. Fortunately, they were all fine. You pervert, you actually stepped into the 6th level of Xiangang. I was in the life and death cave and almost couldn't get out before I broke through to the 5th level of Xiangang. Yang Kuangsheng punched Qin Wentian in frustration, and Qin Wentian also lifted the suppression of his cultivation. As for his previous experience, he had heard from Yiling Shuang and the others. Fatty, I feel a bit stressed. Family muttered seriously, making Qin Wentian laugh. He didn't ask them what they experienced in the cave of life and death, but just said, let's go and see what we will encounter later. Yes. Everyone nodded, and then walked along the road where the ancient monument disappeared. Soon they came to a door. I'll go in first. Family stepped forward, but he bumped into the door and couldn't get in. It can't be that weird, right? Family said depressedly. Let me try. Chu Meng stepped forward, and then, like Fan Li, an invisible force seemed to block them and prevented them from moving forward. Yiling Shuang turned her gaze to Qin Wentian, a strange color flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said, no wonder some people went back before. It seems that only those who have lifted the cultivation limit can go out. Others can only stop here. Qin Wentian frowned slightly, and then he stepped forward. His body passed through the door without any hindrance and walked out of the door directly. He even clearly felt a clear spatial force. Damn. Fan Li's eyes widened, and he said speechlessly, it seems that we have to go back to find the way. We obviously didn't even get the admission ticket. We really have to go back. Qin Zhang said in a low voice. Obviously, they need to find a way to lift the cultivation limit before they are qualified to move forward. Yun Mengai didn't say anything, still cold, turned around and left, and the others followed. As for Qin Wentian, after passing through the door, he came to another place. This was a huge square. There were already many figures on the square. At a glance, Qin Wentian saw 11 strong men, and several of them were people he knew. These people gathered in front of a tower in the center of the square. From the tower, there was a constant stream of light falling down, carrying a strange power. The top of the tower was naturally pointed. Looking up at that side, a dazzling light shot over, causing Qin Wentian to raise his hand to cover his eyes involuntarily. Mr. Qin. A weak voice came. Qin Wentian moved his hand away from covering his eyes, and looking in the direction of the voice, he saw that heart-shaking face again, a faint smile, a glance back, as if it could make people fall in love. Zioner. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. This person was Lin Zioner. Qin Wentian saw the people here and of course understood that he had come to the same place as the other people on the floating bridge. The 11 people here, the ones he knew, were all the owners of the immortal martial order, one of the 81 geniuses. A cold gaze fell on him, and Qin Wentian looked over there as if he had sensed something. He saw that Lu Bingao just looked at him coldly and turned his eyes away, without any ripples. Haha, it's true that there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell but you insist on breaking in. An arrogant voice came, and this time Qin Wentian saw a figure full of wild demonic aura, the holy son of the Taiyao cult. Those who came here were all heavyweight geniuses. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.